Birth of the Invisible Hand, 1949–1956. The telegram arrived at the Foreign Ministry in Tel Aviv on a December morning in 1949, its words as spare as they were momentous. "Upon my instructions," wrote Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion in his characteristic bureaucratic prose, "an institute is being established to coordinate state intelligence agencies." 22 lines of text, a budget of 20,000 Israeli pounds. And with this modest paperwork, the most feared intelligence service in the modern world drew its first breath. The man entrusted with this shadow empire was Reuven Shiloah, a figure who embodied the curious contradictions of the new Israeli state. Born Reuven Zaslansky in Jerusalem under Ottoman rule, he had shed his Polish surname like a snake discarding old skin, adopting Shiloh, the biblical spring that once fed the temple in Jerusalem, as his underground alias. Now 40 years old, he possessed the scholar's careful intellect and the spy's instinctive paranoia, a combination that would prove both essential and ultimately tragic in the dark arts he was called to master. Ben-Gurion had chosen his man with characteristic precision. Shiloh's resume read like a primer in the underground's evolution, from romantic resistance to professional espionage. He had slipped into Iraq in 1932, undercover as a Hebrew teacher, reporting on both British colonial administration and the precarious state of Iraqi Jewry. During the war, he had served as the Jewish agency's liaison with British intelligence, helping to organize the ill-fated parachute missions that sent Hannah Senes and her companions into Nazi-occupied Europe. Most crucially, he had managed to obtain the Arab League's invasion plans before Israel's independence, intelligence that may have saved the fledgling state from stillbirth. Yet for all his qualifications, Shiloh approached his new assignment with a scholar's measured doubt rather than a spy master's ruthless confidence. He understood better than most that intelligence work was not merely about gathering secrets, but about the darker art of coordinating human frailties and institutional jealousies. The state of Israel, barely 18 months old, already possessed 3 separate intelligence services, each as suspicious of its domestic rivals as of foreign enemies. Shin Bet, the internal security service, guarded its territory with the fierce possessiveness of the cornered. Amman, military intelligence, viewed itself as the rightful heir to the disbanded Haganah intelligence service, Shai. And now Shiloh was tasked with creating a 4th body that would somehow coordinate them all while conducting its own foreign operations. The irony was not lost on those who understood the deeper currents of Israeli politics. Ben-Gurion, the supreme centralist who tolerated no divided authority in military matters, had created a system that virtually guaranteed bureaucratic warfare. His decision reflected not organizational theory, but the brutal pragmatism of survival. Israel, he knew, faced enemies who would exploit any weakness, any gap in intelligence coverage, any moment of bureaucratic confusion. Better to have competing agencies watching each other than to risk a single point of failure. The initial meetings in Shiloh's modest office revealed the magnitude of his challenge. Representatives from Shin Bet arrived with the sullen demeanor of men protecting their turf. Issa Harel, the future Mossad director, then heading Shin Bet, possessed the suspicious nature and bureaucratic cunning of a medieval courtier. Short, intense, with burning eyes behind thick glasses, he had already concluded that any expansion of foreign intelligence would diminish his own authority. Amman's representatives came with the studied arrogance of professional soldiers confronting mere civilians. They controlled intelligence gathering in the military sphere and saw no reason why civilian interlopers should complicate their operations. Shiloh introduced his vision of a central institute for coordination, initially not even called Mossad. The name itself reflected his caution. He was not proposing to supersede existing agencies, but merely to coordinate their efforts, to fill the gaps where none had clear authority, and to prevent the kind of intelligence failures that had surprised other nations in the recent war. The early operations reflected both the organization's humble beginnings and the existential urgency that drove its creation. With a staff of fewer than 80 people and a budget that would not fund a single modern intelligence station, the nascent Mossad focused on targets that could yield maximum intelligence with minimal resources. Arab League offices in European capitals became priority targets, not for dramatic sabotage, but for the patient work of recruitment and infiltration that forms the backbone of professional intelligence work. The choice of targets revealed Shiloh's understanding of intelligence priorities. The Arab League, established in 1945, served as the coordinating mechanism for the various Arab states' policies toward Israel. Its European offices, staffed by diplomats and officials operating in relatively open Western societies, offered opportunities unavailable in the closed societies of Arab capitals. A secretary who could be turned, a cipher clerk whose gambling debts created vulnerability, a junior diplomat whose personal life could be compromised. These human assets could provide windows into Arab planning that no amount of technical intelligence could match. The early operatives who carried out these missions embodied the improvisational spirit that would become Mossad's hallmark. Many were immigrants whose linguistic skills and cultural knowledge made them ideal for operations in their countries of origin. A Baghdad-born Jew could pass unnoticed in Arab diplomatic circles. A German refugee possessed the cultural fluency necessary for operations in European capitals. These men and women brought personal motivations that transcended mere patriotism. They had witnessed firsthand the consequences of being defenseless in a hostile world. Yet success bred its own problems. Each intelligence coup created new bureaucratic tensions as agencies competed for credit and resources. When Mossad operatives successfully penetrated an Arab League office in Paris, Amman questioned why military intelligence had not been consulted. When Shin Bet protested that certain operations infringed on its domestic security mandate, Shiloh found himself arbitrating disputes that had no clear resolution in existing law or precedent. The culture that emerged from these early struggles would define Mossad for decades. Necessity bred innovation, but it also fostered a siege mentality that viewed institutional cooperation as a luxury Israel could not afford. Officers learned to guard their operations not only from foreign counterintelligence, but from domestic rivals who might exploit their failures or claim credit for their successes. This internal secrecy, while operationally necessary, created patterns of mistrust that would plague Israeli intelligence coordination for years to come. Shiloh's own leadership style reflected these contradictions. A thoughtful man who preferred consensus to confrontation, he found himself managing an organization that demanded rapid, often ruthless decisions. His academic background, which Ben-Gurion had valued for its analytical rigor, proved less suited to the knife-fighting tactics required in bureaucratic warfare. Where Issa Harel wielded paranoia as a weapon and Amman officers employed military hierarchy as a shield, Shiloh offered reasoned argument, a noble but sometimes inadequate tool in the intelligence world's Darwinian struggles. The operational challenges were no less daunting than the institutional ones. Europe in the early 1950s remained a continent of displaced persons and shifting loyalties, where the line between refugee and spy often blurred beyond recognition. Arab diplomatic missions operated with varying degrees of professionalism, some maintaining security standards that would challenge experienced intelligence services, others displaying the casual attitudes of officials who had never imagined themselves targets of systematic came not from technological sophistication. Israel lacked the resources for expensive technical operations, but from exploiting the human factor. Arab officials, like their counterparts worldwide, carried personal vulnerabilities that skillful intelligence officers could identify and exploit. A passion for gambling, a secret romantic liaison, financial pressures, ideological doubts, these common human frailties became the raw material of intelligence operations. The recruitment of Arab officials required a delicate balance of pressure and inducement that tested the moral boundaries of intelligence work. Unlike the clear-cut battles of conventional warfare, espionage operated in a gray zone where patriotic necessity justified methods that peacetime ethics would condemn. Young Mossad officers found themselves manipulating human weaknesses in service of national survival, a psychological burden that would mark many careers in the decades ahead. By 1952, when Shiloh completed his term as director, the organization he had created bore little resemblance to the modest coordination body originally envisioned. The Reshut, established in 1951 as the operational arm for foreign intelligence collection, had begun to overshadow the coordinating function in both importance and resources. What had started as an administrative convenience was evolving into Israel's primary instrument for intelligence operations beyond its borders. The transition to Issa Harel's leadership marked more than a change in personnel. It represented a fundamental shift in institutional character. Where Shiloh had sought cooperation through coordination, Harel would pursue dominance through expansion. Under his direction, Mossad would grow from Shiloh's modest staff of 80 to more than 600 employees, transforming from a coordinating body into an operational powerhouse capable of mounting complex operations worldwide. Yet the foundations laid during these early years would endure. The culture of improvisation born of necessity, the institutional mistrust that bred operational security, the willingness to exploit human weakness in service of national survival. These characteristics, forged in the humble circumstances of Mossad's birth, would define the organization through decades of dramatic operations and tragic failures. The invisible hand that Ben-Gurion had created in December 1949 would reach across continents and decades, touching lives and shaping events in ways its creators could scarcely imagine. But in those early years, it remained what Shiloh had envisioned, a necessary instrument of survival for a small nation surrounded by enemies, operating with the tools of shadows and secrets in a world where daylight offered no 1956-1960. The photograph that arrived at Mossad headquarters in early 1956 captured a moment of seeming triumph that would soon transform into Israel's greatest intelligence challenge. It showed Gamal Abdel Nasser, Egypt's charismatic president, standing before a crowd of 200,000 Egyptians in Alexandria's Manshia Square, his arms raised in victory as he announced the nationalization of the Suez Canal. The date, July 26, 1956, would mark not merely a diplomatic crisis, but the birth of a new era in Middle Eastern intelligence warfare. Issa Harel studied the photograph with the intensity of a medieval scholar examining a heretical text. Short, intense, with the burning eyes of a true believer, the new Mossad director possessed an almost mystical faith in the power of human intelligence to penetrate enemy intentions. Yet even his considerable abilities had failed to predict the audacious move that would reshape the region's strategic landscape overnight. Nasser had outmaneuvered not only Israel but the great powers themselves, seizing control of the world's most vital waterway, with nothing more than a radio speech and a squad of Egyptian engineers. The failure stung with particular bitterness because it revealed fundamental gaps in Israel's intelligence architecture. Despite years of effort and considerable resources devoted to penetrating Egyptian decision-making, Mossad had been reduced to learning of Nasser's intentions from the same radio broadcasts that informed ordinary citizens. The coordination mechanisms that Reuven Shiloh had so carefully constructed seemed suddenly inadequate to the challenge posed by Arab nationalism's most dynamic leader. Nasser represented a threat of an entirely different magnitude from the traditional Arab rulers who had opposed Israel's creation. The kings and established politicians of the old order fought with the methods of conventional diplomacy and warfare, their intentions often transparent to experienced intelligence officers. But Nasser embodied something new and more dangerous. A revolutionary leader who combined genuine popular appeal with strategic cunning, capable of inspiring millions while calculating with the precision of a chess master. The Egyptian president's rise had been as swift as it was unexpected. A mere 4 years earlier, he had been an obscure colonel in a free officers' movement that seemed destined for the same futility that had marked previous attempts at Arab revolution. Yet by 1956, he had outmaneuvered more senior colleagues, neutralized the Muslim Brotherhood, survived an assassination attempt, and emerged as the undisputed leader of the Arab world's most populous and influential nation. What made Nasser particularly dangerous to Israeli interests was not merely his hostility. That had been a constant since independence, but his capacity for surprise. Unlike his predecessors, who telegraphed their intentions through conventional diplomatic channels, Nasser operated with the instinctive secrecy of a revolutionary. His decision-making circle remained small and closed, dominated by fellow officers whose loyalty had been forged in the conspiracy that brought them to power. Penetrating such a group required methods that the early Mossad had not yet fully developed. The challenge demanded a fundamental reassessment of intelligence priorities and methods. Harel, despite his reputation for bureaucratic infighting, possessed the strategic vision to recognize that Israel could no longer rely on the amateur networks that had sufficed during the Independence War. The Arab world was modernizing its intelligence capabilities, and Israel would need to respond with equal sophistication or risk being perpetually one step behind its enemies. The solution emerged from an unlikely source: a group of Middle Eastern Jews whose knowledge of Arab culture and language made them ideal for deep cover operations. Unlike the European refugees who had formed Mossad's early cadre, these men possessed the cultural fluency necessary to operate undetected in Arab societies. Their backgrounds created both opportunities and moral complexities that would define a new phase in Israeli intelligence. Known as the Arabist Department, marked a watershed in Mossad's evolution from a coordination body to an operational powerhouse. The decision to create specialized units for Arab penetration reflected hard-won lessons from the Suez crisis and earlier failures. No longer would Israel rely on chance encounters and opportunistic recruitments. Instead, Mossad would systematically develop the capabilities necessary for long-term penetration of Arab societies. The recruitment and training of officers for this new department required unprecedented attention to cultural authenticity. Candidates underwent months of preparation that went far beyond traditional espionage training. They studied not merely Arabic grammar, but the subtle dialectical variations that could betray a foreign origin. They memorized not only cover stories, but the intricate details of local customs that would make their assumed identities convincing under close scrutiny. Among the early recruits to this program was a young Egyptian-born Jew, whose journey from refugee to master spy would epitomize both the possibilities and the tragic costs of deep cover intelligence work. Eli Cohen had arrived in Israel in 1957 as part of the exodus that followed the Suez crisis. His family's comfortable life in Alexandria shattered by the anti-Jewish backlash that accompanied Nasser's rise to power. Cohen's initial encounters with Israeli intelligence reflected the haphazard recruitment methods that still characterized much of the organization's work. Spotted by a Mossad talent scout who recognized his potential value, he was approached with the careful indirection that marked professional intelligence recruitment. The initial contact came through seemingly chance encounters, casual conversations that gradually revealed the possibility of serving his new country in ways that transcended ordinary citizenship. What distinguished Cohen from other potential recruits was not merely his fluency in Arabic or his familiarity with Egyptian society, but his possession of that rare combination of intellectual sophistication and emotional resilience that marks the successful deep cover agent. Born into a middle-class Jewish family in Alexandria, he had absorbed Egyptian culture so thoroughly that his Arabic carried no trace of foreign influence. More crucially, he possessed the actor's ability to inhabit a role completely, to become the character he portrayed rather than merely pretending to be someone else. The early stages of Cohen's training revealed both the sophistication and the limitations of Mossad's developing capabilities. His handlers recognized that they were dealing with exceptional human material, but the organization itself was still learning how to deploy such assets effectively. The techniques that worked for short-term operations in European capitals required fundamental adaptation for the deep cover missions contemplated in Arab societies. The challenge was not merely technical, but psychological. European operations typically lasted weeks or months, allowing agents to maintain their authentic personalities beneath carefully constructed covers. Deep infiltration of Arab societies demanded years of sustained performance, requiring agents to suppress fundamental aspects of their identity for extended periods. The psychological toll of such operations was poorly understood, and Mossad's support systems were inadequate to the stresses they would impose. Cohen's initial assignments reflected this learning process. Rather than being immediately dispatched on major operations, he was tested through gradually increasing challenges that allowed both agent and handlers to assess his capabilities. These early missions, while modest in scope, provided crucial insights into the methods that would be required for more ambitious operations. Within which these developments occurred was shaped by the aftermath of the Suez crisis and the emergence of the Cold War as a dominant factor in Middle Eastern politics. The failed Anglo-French-Israeli operation had strengthened Nasser's position while exposing the limitations of Israel's traditional reliance on Western allies. The Soviet Union's growing influence in Egypt and other Arab states created new opportunities for intelligence operations while raising the stakes of failure. American opposition to the Suez operation had delivered a harsh lesson in the realities of superpower politics. Israel could no longer assume automatic Western support for its strategic objectives, particularly when those objectives conflicted with broader Cold War considerations. This independence demanded more sophisticated intelligence capabilities that could provide early warning of threats and opportunities that might not be apparent through conventional diplomatic channels. The development of specialized Arab operations capabilities thus served multiple strategic functions. Beyond the obvious intelligence benefits, successful penetration of Arab societies could provide Israel with the kind of strategic warning that had been so conspicuously absent before the Suez crisis. More ambitiously, long-term agents could potentially influence events rather than merely reporting on them, though such possibilities remained largely theoretical during this formative period. The operational challenges were immense. Arab societies in the late 1950s remained largely closed to outsiders, with social structures that made the casual insertion of foreign agents extremely difficult. Family connections, tribal affiliations, and local knowledge accumulated over generations created multiple layers of authentication that challenged even the most carefully prepared cover identities. Religious observance posed particular difficulties for Jewish agents operating in Islamic societies. While many Arab Christians and secular Muslims maintained relatively flexible relationships with religious practice, any serious penetration of Egyptian or Syrian society required convincing demonstrations of Islamic faith. The psychological strain of participating in religious practices that contradicted fundamental beliefs added another layer of complexity to already challenging operations. The solutions developed during this period would shape Mossad operations for decades. Emphasis shifted from the quick-strike methods that had characterized earlier operations toward the patient development of long-term assets. Agent handlers learned to think in terms of years rather than months, building relationships that could withstand the inevitable tests and challenges that arose in closed societies. Training programs expanded beyond basic tradecraft to include intensive cultural immersion that bordered on anthropological study. Future agents studied not merely the formal structures of Arab societies, but the informal networks of obligation and loyalty that actually governed behavior. They learned to recognize the subtle cues that marked class, regional, and tribal affiliations, knowledge that could mean the difference between acceptance and exposure. The financial resources devoted to these operations reflected their strategic importance. Unlike the shoestring budgets that had characterized earlier Mossad activities, Arab operations received funding commensurate with their extended timelines and complex requirements. Cover businesses needed to be established and maintained for years. Agent lifestyles required careful calibration to match their assumed identities without creating suspicion through either excessive frugality or inappropriate wealth. Yet for all the careful preparation and substantial investment, the human element remained paramount. The success or failure of deep cover operations ultimately depended on the psychological resilience and intellectual flexibility of individual agents, rather than organizational systems or technological capabilities. The tragedy that would eventually overtake Eli Cohen and others like him lay embedded in this fundamental reality. As the 1950s drew to a close, Mossad had transformed itself from Shiloh's modest coordination body into a sophisticated intelligence service capable of mounting complex operations worldwide. The Arabist Department represented both the apex of this evolution and its most morally ambiguous expression. The same capabilities that promised strategic advantages for Israeli security would demand sacrifices that few understood and fewer still were prepared to make. The shadows cast by Suez would lengthen across the next decade, shaping not only intelligence operations but the broader trajectory of Middle Eastern politics. Nasser's triumph had demonstrated that Arab nationalism possessed both the appeal and the strategic sophistication to challenge Israeli security in ways that conventional military threats could not match. The response, embodied in men like Eli Cohen and the organization that would send them into the heart of enemy territory, reflected both the ingenuity and the moral complexity that would define Israeli intelligence for generations to come. 1960-1965, The apartment at 7 Rue Mahatma Gandhi in Buenos Aires possessed the careful anonymity that marks a life lived between identities. When neighbors glimpsed its occupant in the spring of 1961, they saw a prosperous Syrian businessman named Kamal Amin Thabet, a man of quiet refinement who spoke Arabic with the cultured accent of Damascus, conducted his affairs with discretion, and maintained the social distance appropriate to a bachelor establishing himself in a new country. None suspected that behind this carefully constructed facade lived Eli Cohen, a former Israeli accountant who had volunteered for the most dangerous assignment in modern espionage: the systematic penetration of Israel's most implacable enemy. The transformation from Eli Cohen to Kamal Thabet represented more than a change of name and nationality. It demanded the psychological reconstruction of a human being. For 18 months, Cohen had lived his cover identity so completely that friends later claimed they could detect subtle changes in his personality, as if the fictional Syrian businessman were gradually displacing the authentic Israeli beneath. This metamorphosis, achieved through methods that bordered on self-hypnosis, would prove both the key to his spectacular success and the seed of his ultimate destruction. The operational concept that placed Cohen in Buenos Aires reflected hard-won lessons from earlier failures. Rather than attempting to insert an agent directly into Syrian society, Mossad had chosen the more complex but potentially more secure route of establishing a genuine Syrian identity in a third country. Argentina's substantial Arab immigrant community provided perfect cover for a businessman seeking to establish ties with the homeland, while the country's relatively open society allowed for the careful cultivation of connections that would eventually provide entry to Damascus itself. Cohen's handlers had spent months constructing his legend with obsessive attention to detail. Kamal Thabet's fictional biography extended back through generations, complete with birth certificates, school records, and family connections that could withstand all but the most intensive investigation. His supposed father had been a minor merchant in Aleppo, his mother the daughter of a religious family with connections to the Sunni establishment. The fictional Kamal had inherited his father's business acumen while developing political interests that reflected the pan-Arab nationalism sweeping the region. The choice of Argentina as a base of operations proved inspired. The country's Arab community, largely composed of Syrian and Lebanese immigrants, maintained active connections with their homeland while enjoying the freedoms of Western society. Wealthy Arabs living in Buenos Aires frequently returned to Syria for business or family purposes, and their movements attracted little attention from security services focused on domestic political threats. Cohen's integration into this community demanded the subtlest forms of deception. He could not simply appear as a successful businessman. He had to earn that status through genuine achievement, building real relationships with authentic Syrian expatriates who would unknowingly vouch for his identity. This required him to excel at international commerce while maintaining the political enthusiasms that would eventually justify his return to Syria. The businesses Cohen established in Buenos Aires served multiple purposes. On the surface, they provided legitimate reasons for his presence in Argentina and later for his travels to Syria. More subtly, they allowed him to develop the commercial contacts and financial resources that would support his eventual infiltration of Syrian society. His import-export operations, focusing on textiles and other consumer goods, generated both profits and connections that enhanced his credibility as a patriotic Syrian. Seeking to contribute to his extended deception were immense. Cohen had to suppress not merely his Israeli identity, but the fundamental aspects of his personality that might betray his true nature. His humor, his cultural references, his instinctive reactions, all had to be carefully monitored and adjusted to match his assumed character. The strain of maintaining such complete control over his own spontaneity would eventually exact a terrible price. The social connections Cohen cultivated in Buenos Aires provided the foundation for his subsequent success in Syria. His friendship with Majdi Amin al-Hafez, a Syrian military officer serving as deputy military attaché, proved particularly valuable. Al-Hafez, impressed by Cohen's apparent wealth and genuine enthusiasm for Syrian nationalism, became both friend and unwitting sponsor, providing introductions that would prove invaluable when Cohen finally arrived in Damascus. The decision to activate Cohen's mission in 1962 reflected the deteriorating strategic situation along Israel's northern border. Syrian artillery positions on the Golan Heights commanded crucial Israeli settlements and water installations, while Syrian support for Palestinian guerrilla operations threatened to escalate into full-scale conflict. Traditional intelligence methods had failed to provide adequate warning of Syrian military intentions, creating a dangerous blind spot in Israeli strategic planning. Cohen's arrival in Damascus in February 1962 marked the beginning of an operation that would surpass even Mossad's most optimistic expectations. The Syrian capital in the early 1960s was a city of conspiracies and divided loyalties, where the Ba'ath Party's revolutionary rhetoric competed with traditional merchant families for influence, and where the military's growing political role created opportunities for ambitious outsiders to advance rapidly through social and political networks. The Syria that Cohen encountered was a nation in transformation, struggling to define its identity amid the competing pressures of Arab nationalism, traditional Islam, and modernizing ambitions. The Ba'ath Party, which had seized power in 1963, promised to unite the Arab world under socialist principles while maintaining Syria's independence from both Western and Soviet domination. This revolutionary fervor created an atmosphere of constant political intrigue that proved ideal for intelligence operations. Cohen's integration into Damascus society demonstrated the value of his lengthy preparation. His cover identity as a successful expatriate businessman returning to serve his homeland resonated with Syrian officials eager to attract foreign investment and expertise. His apparent wealth, sustained by Mossad funding, channeled through his Argentine businesses, provided access to the exclusive social circles where political influence was traded like currency. The speed of Cohen's social ascent reflected both his exceptional abilities and the particular vulnerabilities of Syrian society. Within months of his arrival, he had established himself as a generous host, whose dinner parties attracted senior government officials, military officers, and Ba'ath Party leaders. His apartment near the Umayyad Mosque became a gathering place for the political elite, where policy was debated and careers were advanced through the careful cultivation of personal relationships. The intelligence Cohen provided during this period transformed Israeli understanding of Syrian capabilities and intentions. His reports, transmitted through carefully concealed radio equipment, revealed details of military deployments, political rivalries, and strategic planning that would have been impossible to obtain through conventional intelligence methods. His access to senior officials provided insights into Syrian decision-making processes that proved invaluable in predicting and preventing hostile actions. Perhaps most significantly, Cohen's position allowed him to observe the construction of Syrian fortifications along the Golan Heights with unprecedented precision. His friendship with military officers responsible for these installations provided access to detailed plans and specifications that enabled Israeli forces to target Syrian positions with devastating accuracy. The intelligence he provided about Syrian water diversion projects helped prevent a resource war that could have escalated into full-scale conflict. This intelligence reflected the sophisticated tradecraft he had absorbed during his training. Rather than actively seeking classified information, he created situations where officials would naturally discuss sensitive matters in his presence. His reputation as a successful businessman and passionate nationalist made him a natural confidant for officials seeking to advance their careers or policies. The psychological pressures of Cohen's double life intensified as his mission progressed. The friendship he developed with Syrian officials was genuine on their part, creating moral dilemmas that his training had not fully prepared him to handle. Men who trusted him with their careers and confidences would ultimately face disgrace or death because of his betrayal, a burden that weighed heavily on his conscience. The technical aspects of Cohen's operation required constant innovation and adaptation. His radio communications with Mossad headquarters had to be disguised as routine business transmissions, using codes and schedules that would not attract attention from Syrian security services. The process of encoding intelligence reports, memorizing transmission procedures, and maintaining his communication equipment without detection demanded extraordinary discipline and attention to detail. The strategic intelligence Cohen provided proved its value repeatedly during the period of his operation. Israeli airstrikes against Syrian military targets achieved unprecedented precision, targeting command centers, communications facilities, and weapons stores with accuracy that suggested inside knowledge of their exact locations. Syrian officials, puzzled by these surgical strikes, began to suspect that their security had been compromised, without imagining the extent of the penetration. The beginning of Cohen's downfall could be traced to factors largely beyond his control. Syrian counterintelligence capabilities had improved significantly since the early 1960s. Aided by Soviet advisors who brought professional expertise to the detection of foreign intelligence operations, the success of Cohen's mission had also made Syrian officials more aware of their vulnerability to penetration, leading to enhanced security measures that gradually narrowed his operational freedom. The specific circumstances of Cohen's exposure reflected the fundamental vulnerability of even the most carefully planned intelligence operations. In January 1965, Syrian security services detected unusual radio transmissions emanating from Damascus, leading to a systematic search for their source. Cohen's communication schedule, which had served him well for 3 years, suddenly became a liability as direction-finding equipment closed in on his location. The arrest, when it came, possessed the suddenness that marks most intelligence catastrophes. On January 18, 1965, Syrian security forces surrounded Cohen's apartment, capturing him in the act of transmitting to his Israeli handlers. The carefully constructed identity of Kamal Thabet collapsed instantly, revealing the Israeli agent beneath in a discovery that sent shockwaves through Syrian society and government. The trial that followed was as much political theater as legal proceeding. Syrian officials, mortified by the extent of the security breach, sought to demonstrate their resolve while extracting maximum propaganda value from their capture of Israel's most successful spy. Cohen's dignified demeanor throughout the proceedings, his refusal to provide information about his methods or colleagues, and his acceptance of his fate with stoic courage added to his legend, while denying his captors the complete victory they sought. The execution of Eli Cohen on May 18, 1965, in Damascus's Marjah Square, marked the end of one of the most successful intelligence operations in modern history. The public nature of his death, witnessed by thousands of Syrians and broadcast throughout the Arab world, was intended to serve as both revenge and deterrent. Instead, it transformed Cohen from a secret agent into a martyr, his story inspiring generations of intelligence officers while haunting the Syrian officials who had once called him friend. The impact of Cohen's operation extended far beyond the intelligence he provided. His success demonstrated that even the most closed societies could be penetrated by sufficiently dedicated and skillful agents, while his fate illustrated the ultimate price such operations might demand. The moral complexities of his mission, the betrayal of genuine friendships, the exploitation of trust, the sacrifice of individual conscience for national security, reflected the darker aspects of intelligence work that conventional military heroism could not address. For Mossad, Cohen's operation represented both triumph and tragedy. The intelligence he provided had prevented conflicts, saved lives, and enhanced Israeli security in ways that could never be fully measured. Yet his death had also demonstrated the human cost of such operations, reminding intelligence officers that their profession demanded sacrifices that few could comprehend, and fewer still were prepared to make. The legend of Eli Cohen would endure long after his death, inspiring books, films, and countless retellings that transformed the quiet accountant from Alexandria into one of the most celebrated figures in Israeli history. Yet the real measure of his achievement lay not in the mythology that surrounded his name, but in the intelligence he provided and the lives he saved through his extraordinary sacrifice. In the shadow world of espionage, where success often remains secret and failure brings public disgrace, Cohen had achieved the rarest of distinctions. He had become both a legendary spy and a 1965-1967. The morning of May 15, 1967, found Mir Amit staring at a map of the Middle East that had been transformed overnight into a constellation of red pins and warning indicators. Each pin represented a piece of intelligence, a troop movement, a diplomatic cable, an intercepted conversation that collectively painted a picture of impending catastrophe. The new Mossad director, who had replaced Isa Harel in 1963, possessed the analytical mind of an engineer and the strategic instincts of a general. Both would be tested in the coming weeks as Israel faced the gravest threat to its existence since independence. The intelligence that flowed across Amit's desk that morning reflected years of patient work building warning systems that could provide Israeli decision-makers with the strategic notice that had been so conspicuously absent during earlier crises. The Suez debacle had taught painful lessons about the costs of strategic surprise, while Eli Cohen's sacrifice had demonstrated both the possibilities and the limitations of human intelligence in providing tactical warning. Now, as Arab armies mobilized across 3 borders, the systems Mossad had constructed would face their ultimate test. The Egyptian deployment that had triggered the crisis possessed a scale and sophistication that dwarfed previous Arab military preparations. Soviet advisors had transformed the Egyptian military from the poorly equipped force that had performed so badly in 1956 into a modern army equipped with advanced tanks, aircraft, and surface-to-air missiles. More ominously, the deployment patterns suggested not merely defensive preparations, but offensive capabilities that could threaten Israel's survival. Mossad's human intelligence networks in Egypt, painstakingly constructed over the previous decade, provided crucial insights into Egyptian intentions that technical intelligence could not match. The sources were diverse: a clerk in the defense ministry whose gambling debts had made him vulnerable to recruitment, a Soviet advisor's wife who had been compromised through an affair, a Palestinian instructor at a military academy whose ideological convictions had been gradually eroded through careful manipulation. Each source provided a different piece of the puzzle, but together they revealed a pattern that contradicted Egyptian public statements about defensive preparations. The forward deployment of armored divisions, the concentration of artillery within range of Israeli population centers, and the activation of reserve formations all suggested preparations for offensive operations. Most disturbing was intelligence, indicating that Egyptian commanders had received maps of Israeli territory extending far beyond the expected objectives of a limited border conflict. The Syrian front presented different challenges and opportunities. The execution of Eli Cohen had decimated Mossad's human intelligence capabilities in Damascus, but the networks he had helped establish among Syrian expatriates continued to provide valuable information. Moreover, the Ba'ath regime's internal instability created opportunities for intelligence collection that more stable governments would not have offered. Syrian military preparations reflected the regime's characteristic blend of revolutionary rhetoric and practical caution. While public statements promised the imminent liberation of Palestine, Syrian troop deployments suggested a more defensive posture designed to protect the regime from both external attack and internal subversion. The intelligence indicated that Syrian leaders hoped to benefit from any Egyptian-Israeli conflict without risking their own destruction through premature commitment to offensive operations. The Jordanian front posed perhaps the most complex intelligence challenge. King Hussein's pragmatic approach to regional politics had made him a valuable partner in various intelligence operations. Yet his dependence on Palestinian political support created pressures that could force him into unwanted conflict. Mossad sources within the Jordanian government, carefully cultivated over years of discreet cooperation, provided insights into the king's genuine desire to avoid war, while revealing his limited ability to resist popular pressure for military intelligence reflected lessons learned from earlier conflicts about the importance of integrating human intelligence with technical collection and operational planning. The traditional rivalries between agencies had not disappeared, but the gravity of the situation had forced a degree of cooperation that would have been impossible during peacetime. Daily briefings brought together Mossad officers, military intelligence analysts, and IDF operational planners in sessions that combined intelligence assessment with strategic planning. The picture that emerged from these deliberations was both reassuring and terrifying. Israeli intelligence had achieved an understanding of Arab military capabilities and intentions that far exceeded what had been available during previous crises. The sources were multiple and redundant, the analysis was sophisticated, and the integration with military planning was unprecedented in Israeli history. Yet the intelligence also revealed that Israel faced a genuine existential threat from enemies whose military capabilities had improved dramatically since 1956. The strategic deception operations that Mossad mounted during this period reflected both the sophistication of Israeli intelligence and the vulnerabilities of Arab decision-making processes. The goal was not merely to gather intelligence, but to influence Arab perceptions in ways that would reduce the probability of war, or, if war proved unavoidable, create tactical advantages for Israeli forces. One of the most successful deception operations involved the deliberate exposure of misleading information about Israeli military capabilities and intentions. Carefully selected intelligence sources were fed information suggesting that Israeli forces were unprepared for multi-front warfare, that popular morale was low, and that the government was desperately seeking diplomatic solutions to avoid conflict. The information was crafted to reach Arab decision-makers through channels that would enhance its credibility while concealing its true source. The deception campaign required careful coordination with genuine diplomatic efforts to prevent war. Israeli leaders had to balance their desire to avoid conflict with the need to maintain the credibility of their deterrent capabilities. Too much emphasis on peaceful intentions might encourage Arab aggression, while excessive displays of military confidence might trigger the very conflict they sought to prevent. Arab vulnerabilities that Israeli intelligence had identified during years of patient collection became crucial factors in strategic planning. The personal rivalries among Arab leaders, the institutional weaknesses of their military establishments, and the communication problems that plagued inter-Arab coordination all provided opportunities that skilled intelligence officers could exploit. The most significant vulnerability was the Arab inability to coordinate effectively among themselves. Egyptian, Syrian, and Jordanian forces operated with different equipment, training standards, and tactical doctrines that made genuine military cooperation extremely difficult. More importantly, the political rivalries among Arab leaders created an atmosphere of mistrust that hindered effective intelligence sharing and strategic coordination. Egyptian overconfidence, fueled by Soviet advisors who had limited understanding of Israeli capabilities, represented another crucial vulnerability. The massive military aid program that had transformed Egyptian capabilities had also created dangerous illusions about Egyptian readiness for modern warfare. Intelligence reports suggested that Egyptian commanders had absorbed Soviet doctrine and equipment without developing the institutional flexibility necessary for effective adaptation to local conditions. The intelligence war that preceded the Six-Day War also revealed the growing sophistication of Soviet involvement in Middle Eastern affairs. Soviet advisors had not merely provided military equipment, but had introduced professional intelligence methods that significantly enhanced Arab counterintelligence capabilities. The easy penetrations that had characterized earlier operations became increasingly difficult as Soviet-trained security services applied systematic methods to the detection of foreign intelligence. Security measures became apparent through the fate of agents who had served Israeli intelligence faithfully for years. Some simply disappeared, their fate unknown but presumably tragic. Others were arrested and tried in proceedings that, while less publicized than Eli Cohen's execution, demonstrated the rising price of intelligence operations in Arab societies. The pressure on Mossad's human intelligence networks during this period was immense. The approaching crisis created an insatiable demand for information about Arab intentions and capabilities. But the same crisis also made intelligence collection more dangerous as security services became more vigilant. The agents who continued to operate under these conditions displayed extraordinary courage, knowing that detection could mean death, while understanding that their information might be crucial to their country's survival. The technical intelligence capabilities that complemented human collection had also evolved significantly since the early days of the organization. Sophisticated communications intercept systems provided insights into Arab military communications, while photographic reconnaissance revealed military deployments that human agents could not observe directly. The integration of technical and human intelligence created a comprehensive picture of Arab capabilities that exceeded what either method could provide independently. Yet for all its sophistication, the intelligence picture remained incomplete. Crucial questions about Arab intentions, particularly regarding the timing and objectives of military operations, could not be answered definitively through intelligence collection alone. The fog of war was descending even before the first shot was fired, as Arab leaders themselves struggled with decisions that would determine the fate of their nations and peoples. The psychological dimension of the intelligence war proved as important as its technical aspects. The constant stream of threatening intelligence reports created an atmosphere of crisis that affected Israeli decision-makers and citizens alike. The knowledge that enemies were preparing for war while Israeli intelligence watched their every move created a sense of impending doom that made conflict seem inevitable, even when diplomatic solutions remained theoretically possible. The moral complexities that had always characterized intelligence work became more acute as war approached. The information that saved Israeli lives was often obtained through methods that destroyed Arab lives, creating ethical dilemmas that intelligence officers could not resolve through professional training alone. The agents who provided crucial intelligence were often motivated by personal vulnerabilities that skilled case officers had identified and exploited, raising questions about the morality of methods that served national security. As May 1967 progressed toward its climactic conclusion, the intelligence systems that Mossad had constructed over nearly 2 decades faced their ultimate test. The warning indicators were clear, the Arab intentions were unmistakable, and the Israeli preparations were as complete as limited resources would allow. Yet intelligence, however sophisticated, could only provide information and analysis. The decisions that would determine Israel's fate remained in the hands of political leaders who had to balance the risks of war against the costs of continued uncertainty. The irony of the situation was not lost on those who understood the deeper currents of regional politics. Israeli intelligence had achieved unprecedented success in penetrating Arab societies and understanding their military capabilities. Yet this very success had created expectations that intelligence could provide definitive answers to questions that were fundamentally political rather than technical. The coming war would test not only Israeli military capabilities, but the limits of intelligence as an instrument of national strategy. The stage was set for a conflict that would reshape the Middle East and transform the nations that participated in it. The intelligence preparations that had consumed years of effort and countless human sacrifices would soon be tested in the crucible of actual warfare. For Mossad, which had evolved from a modest coordination body into one of the world's most sophisticated intelligence services, the Six-Day War would represent both vindication and a new beginning, demonstrating the power of intelligence while revealing the eternal limitations of human knowledge in the face of war's ultimate 1967-1972. The telegram that arrived at CIA headquarters in Langley on June 12, 1967, contained a request so audacious that veteran intelligence officers initially dismissed it as either a coding error or an elaborate deception. Meir Amit, barely a week after Israel's stunning victory in the Six-Day War, was proposing a dramatic expansion of Mossad operations beyond the Middle East into territories that had previously been the exclusive domain of superpowers. The message was clear: Israel transformed overnight from a besieged nation into a regional military power, intended to project its intelligence capabilities across continents. The psychological transformation that accompanied Israel's military victory was as profound as it was sudden. A nation that had spent 19 years defending its right to exist had discovered in 6 days of warfare that it possessed the capability to reshape the strategic landscape of an entire region. The capture of the West Bank, Gaza Strip, Sinai Peninsula, and Golan Heights had not merely provided strategic depth, it had delivered a psychological liberation that would fundamentally alter Israeli perceptions of what was possible in the darker arts of intelligence warfare. Amit himself embodied this transformation. The former IDF general who had assumed leadership of Mossad with the methodical approach of a professional soldier now found himself commanding an organization whose potential seemed limited only by imagination and resources. The intelligence networks that had provided crucial warning before the Six-Day War had proven their worth in the most dramatic fashion possible. Now, with Arab military capabilities shattered and Israeli prestige at its zenith, the time had come to expand those capabilities beyond the regional focus that had defined Mossad's first 2 decades. The strategic logic behind this expansion reflected hard-won lessons about the global dimensions of threats to Israeli security. The Arab states' military preparations for the Six-Day War had been supported by a sophisticated international network of arms dealers, financial backers, and political supporters that extended far beyond the Middle East. Soviet military advisors had provided not merely weapons and training, but strategic guidance that had nearly enabled Arab forces to achieve their objectives. The Palestinian organizations that were emerging from the wreckage of conventional Arab military power were establishing international support networks that could threaten Israeli interests worldwide. The immediate catalyst for Mossad's global expansion was the recognition that Israel's enemies were internationalizing their operations in ways that traditional defensive measures could not address. Palestinian groups, denied the state support that had sustained earlier phases of the conflict, were seeking alternative sources of funding, training, and operational support. European cities were becoming bases for recruitment and logistical support, while international arms markets provided access to sophisticated weapons that could be used against Israeli civilians and military personnel. The operational headquarters that Mossad established in Paris during the summer of 1967 reflected both the ambitions and the limitations of this expansion. Located in a nondescript office building near the Opera, the facility served as a coordination center for operations across Europe and North Africa, while maintaining the cover of a commercial trading company. The choice of Paris was strategic rather than sentimental. The city's international character, extensive air connections, and relatively permissive security environment made it ideal for informants, required methods that differed significantly from the techniques that had proven successful in Arab societies. European targets possessed different vulnerabilities and motivations, while operating in societies with sophisticated counterintelligence capabilities and strong legal protections for citizens' rights. The casual penetration methods that had worked in developing nations were inadequate for operations in countries with professional security services and robust civil liberties. The approach that emerged reflected both necessity and opportunity. Rather than attempting to recruit government officials or military personnel, traditional intelligence targets who were well protected by established security procedures, Mossad focused on individuals who possessed access to Palestinian and Arab networks, while remaining outside the protection of official security services. Arms dealers who supplied weapons to Palestinian groups, financial intermediaries who transferred funds to terrorist organizations, and political activists who provided logistical support all became potential targets for recruitment or manipulation. The methods employed in these recruitment operations demonstrated the sophisticated psychological techniques that Mossad had developed over 2 decades of human intelligence collection. Rather than relying on crude forms of coercion or bribery, operations officers employed the subtler arts of persuasion that could transform potential enemies into unwitting allies. Ideological motivation proved less effective in European societies than in Arab nations, but personal vulnerabilities, financial problems, romantic entanglements, professional ambitions remained universal human weaknesses that skilled intelligence officers could exploit. The establishment of safe houses and operational facilities across Europe required unprecedented attention to security and sustainability. Unlike the temporary facilities that had sufficed for earlier operations, the new international network demanded infrastructure that could support long-term operations while withstanding scrutiny from increasingly sophisticated counterintelligence services. Properties had to be acquired through complex legal arrangements that concealed their true ownership, while communication systems had to be established that could operate securely across international boundaries. The safe house that Mossad established in Rome exemplified both the possibilities and the challenges of international operations. Located in a fashionable district near the Spanish Steps, the apartment served multiple functions: meeting place for agent handlers and their sources, communications center for operations across southern Europe, and emergency refugee for agents who required extraction from hostile environments. The facility's cover as the residence of a successful Israeli businessman provided perfect camouflage while enabling the sophisticated communications equipment necessary for international coordination. The technical capabilities that Mossad introduced during this period represented a quantum leap in operational sophistication. The miniaturization of electronic equipment had made possible surveillance methods that would have been impossible during the organization's early years. Tiny cameras could record documents without detection, while sophisticated listening devices could monitor conversations in circumstances where human sources would be unable to operate. The most significant technical innovation was the development of secure communication systems that could operate reliably across intercontinental distances. The burst transmission equipment that Mossad began deploying in the late 1960s allowed agents to transmit coded messages in seconds, rather than the extended radio sessions that had characterized earlier operations. This technological advance reduced the vulnerability of agents to direction-finding equipment, while enabling more complex operations that required frequent coordination with headquarters. The surveillance capabilities that these technical advances enabled transformed Mossad's operational methods. Rather than relying solely on human sources to provide intelligence about target activities, operations officers could now employ technical surveillance to develop comprehensive pictures of target behavior patterns. The combination of human intelligence and technical collection created synergies that greatly enhanced operational effectiveness while reducing dependence on vulnerable established during this period served functions that extended beyond traditional intelligence collection. Some facilities were designed for interrogation of captured terrorists or enemy agents, employing techniques that could not be used within Israeli territory due to legal constraints. Others served as training centers where foreign agents could be prepared for missions that required extensive cultural preparation. The most sensitive sites were used for special operations that required complete deniability, activities that could not be conducted through official channels without risking diplomatic consequences. The moral complexities of operating such facilities on foreign soil created ethical dilemmas that intelligence officers had not previously confronted. The legal protections that constrained Israeli operations within national borders did not extend to activities conducted in foreign countries, but the moral obligations remained unchanged. The interrogation methods employed in black sites, while more restrained than those used by many intelligence services, nevertheless raised questions about the compatibility of intelligence requirements with humanitarian principles. The recruitment networks that Mossad developed in Europe during this period reflected both the organization's growing sophistication and the changing nature of the threats it faced. Traditional recruitment methods focused on individuals with direct access to valuable intelligence, but the new international environment required broader networks that could provide early warning of threats and opportunities across multiple countries and target sets. The network that was established to monitor Palestinian activities in Western Europe exemplified this new approach. Rather than attempting to penetrate Palestinian organizations directly, a dangerous and often impossible task, Mossad focused on recruiting individuals who came into contact with Palestinian operatives through legitimate business or social activities. Hotel employees who could report on suspicious guests, bank personnel who could monitor financial transactions, and immigration officials who could track the movements of suspected terrorists all became valuable sources of information about Palestinian operations. The coordination between Mossad's international operations and domestic Israeli priorities required new institutional mechanisms that could integrate global intelligence collection with national strategic planning. The Joint Intelligence Committee that was established in 1969 brought together representatives from Mossad, Shin Bet, and military intelligence to assess threats and coordinate responses that might require activities across multiple jurisdictions. This coordination proved crucial as Palestinian organizations began mounting international operations that required coordinated responses by multiple Israeli agencies. The early operations that Mossad conducted, using its expanded international capabilities, demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of the new approach. The successful tracking of Palestinian operatives across European cities provided crucial intelligence about planned terrorist attacks, enabling Israeli authorities to warn potential targets and coordinate with European security services to prevent operations. However, the same capabilities that enabled defensive intelligence collection also created temptations for more aggressive operations that risked diplomatic complications. The psychological impact of Israel's global intelligence presence extended beyond its immediate operational value. The knowledge that Israeli intelligence officers were operating across multiple continents created a deterrent effect that complicated Palestinian planning while enhancing Israeli diplomatic influence. European governments, aware that Israeli intelligence capabilities now extended to their territories, were compelled to take Israeli security concerns more seriously when formulating policies toward Middle Eastern issues. Yet the expansion also created new vulnerabilities that had not existed when Mossad operations were confined to the Middle East. European counterintelligence services, while generally sympathetic to Israeli security concerns, could not tolerate unlimited intelligence activities on their territories. The delicate balance between cooperation and competition with allied intelligence services required diplomatic skills that traditional intelligence officers had not developed, creating new requirements for officers who could operate effectively in the complex world of international intelligence. Established to prepare officers for international operations reflected the dramatically expanded requirements of global intelligence work. Language training had to encompass not merely Arabic and Hebrew, but the European languages necessary for operations across multiple countries. Cultural preparation had to address the social customs and legal systems of Western societies, rather than the Middle Eastern environments where Mossad had developed its expertise. Most challenging was the development of officers who could maintain cover identities that would withstand scrutiny in sophisticated societies, with extensive public records and professional counterintelligence services. The financial resources required to sustain international operations dwarfed anything in Mossad's previous experience. Safe houses in major European cities commanded premium rents, while the technical equipment necessary for sophisticated surveillance operations required substantial capital investments. The operational expenses of officers working under commercial cover in expensive European cities created budget pressures that forced fundamental reconsiderations of resource allocation and operational priorities. The human cost of international operations proved different from but no less significant than the prices paid in traditional Middle Eastern operations. Officers operating under deep cover in European cities faced psychological pressures that differed from those experienced by agents in Arab societies, but were no less severe. The isolation of living false identities in foreign countries, combined with the constant vigilance required to avoid detection by counterintelligence services, created stress patterns that Mossad's medical and psychological support systems were ill-equipped to address. As 1972 approached, the global infrastructure that Mossad had constructed during the previous 5 years would face its greatest test. The Palestinian organizations that had initially appeared defeated by the Six-Day War had regrouped and internationalized their operations, culminating in spectacular terrorist attacks that would shock the world and demand unprecedented responses. The capabilities that Mossad had developed for global intelligence collection would soon be tested in operations that would transform both the organization and the nature of international terrorism. The expansion that had begun with Meir Amit's audacious telegram in 1967 had succeeded beyond its creator's most optimistic projections. Mossad had evolved from a regional intelligence service into a global organization capable of operating across continents and cultures. Yet this success had also created new responsibilities and moral complexities that would challenge the organization's traditional methods and assumptions. The invisible hand that had been born in the modest circumstances of 1949 now possessed a reach that extended across the world, touching lives and shaping events in ways that its founders could never have imagined. 1972-1973. The telephone that rang in Prime Minister Golda Meir's Jerusalem residence at 3:47 a.m. on September 5, 1972, carried news that would transform Israel's approach to international terrorism and challenge the moral foundations upon which the state had been built. The voice on the other end, hoarse with exhaustion and barely controlled rage, belonged to Zvi Zamir, the Mossad director who had rushed to Munich's Olympic Village as the hostage crisis unfolded. His words were stark. "They're all dead. Our boys are all dead. The Germans botched the rescue, and every one of our athletes is dead." 11 young Israelis, swimmers, wrestlers, weightlifters, fencers, had traveled to Munich with dreams of Olympic glory, carrying with them the hopes of a nation that had always drawn disproportionate pride from its athletes' achievements. Now they lay murdered in the concrete corridors of Olympic Village, victims of a Palestinian terrorist operation that had been conceived not merely to kill Jews, but to transform the very nature of international terrorism. The Black September organization had succeeded beyond its planners' most ambitious calculations, not only in murdering Israeli athletes, but in demonstrating that no Israeli citizen was safe anywhere in the world. Meir's response, delivered in the terse Hebrew that marked her most decisive moments, would echo through the corridors of international terrorism for decades to come. We cannot allow this to pass without response. These people must understand that Jewish blood is no longer free for the taking. The woman who had guided Israel through the euphoria of the Six-Day War and the trauma of the Yom Kippur War was about to authorize the most controversial operation in Mossad's history, a systematic campaign of assassination that would span continents and blur the boundaries between justice and vengeance. The meeting that convened in the Prime Minister's office later that morning possessed the somber character of a war council rather than a routine intelligence briefing. The participants, Meir, Defense Minister Moshe Dayan, Zamir, and a handful of senior security officials, understood that they were contemplating actions that would place Israel outside the boundaries of international law while potentially compromising the moral authority that had sustained the Jewish state since its founding. The operational concept that emerged from these deliberations reflected both the sophistication of Israeli intelligence capabilities and the primitive fury that the Munich massacre had unleashed. Rather than mounting a single retaliatory strike against Palestinian targets, Israel would systematically hunt down and eliminate the individuals responsible for planning and executing terrorist operations against Israeli citizens. The campaign would be global in scope, professional in execution, and implacable in its pursuit of those who had declared war on Israeli civilians. The code name chosen for this operation, Wrath of God, captured both its biblical resonance and its secular ruthlessness. The Hebrew phrase Za'am El evoked the divine retribution that had destroyed the enemies of ancient Israel, while the operational reality involved the calculated application of state violence in pursuit of strategic objectives. The tension between these moral and practical dimensions would haunt every aspect of the campaign that followed. The formation of the specialized assassination teams required the recruitment and training of individuals whose psychological profiles differed markedly from traditional intelligence officers. Where conventional espionage demanded patience, subtlety, and the ability to operate for extended periods without decisive action, assassination operations required officers capable of killing strangers at close range while maintaining the emotional detachment necessary for extended campaigns. The selection process identified individuals who possessed both the technical skills and the moral flexibility that such assassination team was a man whose biography read like a handbook of Israeli military and intelligence service. Avner Kaufman had served with distinction in the paratroopers before joining Mossad, where his talent for languages and his ability to blend into European societies had marked him for special operations. Compact, quietly intense, with the kind of forgettable features that served intelligence officers well, he possessed the rare combination of operational competence and moral certainty that enabled him to kill in service of his country without destroying himself in the process. The team that Kaufman assembled reflected the international character of Israeli society and the specialized skills that assassination operations required. Hans, a German-born saboteur whose parents had fled the Nazis, brought expertise in explosives and mechanical devices. Robert, a former soldier whose South African origins provided perfect cover for European operations, specialized in surveillance and target identification. Karl, a soft-spoken intellectual who could have passed for a university professor, possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of European cities and an uncanny ability to anticipate human behavior patterns. The target list that these men would pursue had been compiled through months of painstaking intelligence work that drew upon every source and method available to Israeli intelligence. The names included not only the operational planners of the Munich massacre, but the broader network of Black September leadership that had authorized and supported the operation. Each target represented years of terrorist activity, dozens of planned or executed attacks, and a continuing threat to Israeli citizens worldwide. Ali Hassan Salameh, the elegant Palestinian intellectual who served as Black September's operational commander, occupied the top position on this list. Known to his admirers as the Red Prince for his combination of revolutionary fervor and aristocratic bearing, Salameh had transformed Palestinian terrorism from the amateur operations of earlier years into a sophisticated international threat. His networks extended across Europe and the Middle East, while his personal charisma had attracted support from radical groups that had previously shown little interest in Middle Eastern causes. The operational methods that the assassination teams employed reflected both the sophistication of modern intelligence tradecraft and the ancient simplicities of personal violence. Rather than relying on dramatic explosions or spectacular shootings that would attract international attention, the operations were designed to appear accidental or to suggest involvement by criminal organizations rather than state intelligence services. Car bombs were constructed to detonate when targets turned ignition keys, creating the impression of mechanical failure rather than deliberate sabotage. Poison was administered through methods that would suggest natural causes rather than foul play. The first operation, conducted in Rome on October 16, 1972, established the pattern that would characterize the entire campaign. Wael Zweiter, a Palestinian intellectual who served as Black September's chief of operations in Italy, was returning to his apartment after an evening at the opera when two men approached him near his doorway. The gunshots that killed him were muffled by sound suppressors, while the killers disappeared into the Roman night with the efficiency that marked professional assassination. The operation had taken less than 30 seconds from approach to withdrawal, leaving Italian authorities with a crime scene that revealed nothing about the perpetrator's identity or motives. The psychological impact of Zweiter's death reverberated throughout Palestinian circles with an effect that exceeded its operational significance. The message was clear. Israel possessed both the capability and the determination to strike at Palestinian terrorists anywhere in the world. No European capital would provide sanctuary, no operational security would guarantee protection, and no level of caution would ensure survival for those who targeted Israeli civilians. Yet the very success of these early operations created moral dilemmas that intelligence officers had not anticipated. Zweiter, while connected to Black September's operational network, was also a poet and translator whose literary work had earned respect in European intellectual circles. His assassination raised questions about the legitimacy of killing individuals whose connection to terrorism was primarily intellectual rather than operational. The distinction between combatants and non-combatants, clear in conventional warfare, became murky in the shadow world of international terrorism. Paris 2 months later eliminated a target whose terrorist credentials were unambiguous. Mahmoud Hamshari, Black September's representative in France, had personally recruited the gunman who carried out the Munich massacre while coordinating logistical support for terrorist operations across Western Europe. His assassination, accomplished through a telephone bomb that detonated when he answered a call from his killers, demonstrated the technical sophistication that Israeli operations had achieved. The Paris operation also revealed the moral complexities that accompanied even the most justified assassinations. Hamshari's death occurred in his apartment, where his wife and young daughter were present. While the timing was carefully planned to minimize civilian casualties, the psychological trauma inflicted on innocent family members raised questions about the acceptable costs of counter-terrorist operations. The image of a child witnessing her father's violent death haunted some of the operatives involved, creating psychological burdens that their training had not prepared them to bear. The operational tempo accelerated through 1973 as Israeli assassination teams pursued their targets across European capitals with methodical precision. Cyprus, Athens, Paris, Rome. Each city witnessed the sudden death of Palestinians connected to terrorist operations, while European security services struggled to comprehend the scope and sophistication of the campaign they were witnessing. The assassinations were clearly the work of professional intelligence operatives, but the operational security was so complete that authorities could obtain no definitive evidence of Israeli involvement. The methods employed in these operations reflected years of experience in covert operations, while adapting to the specific requirements of assassination missions. Surveillance teams would spend weeks studying target behavior patterns, identifying vulnerabilities and escape routes before operations teams moved into position. Communications were maintained through dead drops and brief personal meetings rather than electronic methods that might be intercepted by counterintelligence services. Weapons and explosives were acquired locally rather than transported across international borders, reducing the risk of detection while complicating forensic investigation. The human cost of sustained assassination operations proved more severe than operational planners had anticipated. The psychological burden of killing strangers, even those whose terrorist activities justified their deaths, accumulated over time in ways that surprised even experienced intelligence officers. Several team members required extended psychological support, while others requested reassignment to conventional intelligence duties rather than continue with assassination operations. The operational security that had protected Israeli assassination teams for more than a year was finally compromised in the summer of 1973 through a combination of operational overconfidence and intelligence failure that would become known as the Lillehammer Affair. The target was Ali Hassan Salameh, the Red Prince, whose capture or elimination had become an obsession for Israeli intelligence. Information suggesting that Salameh was living quietly in the Norwegian town of Lillehammer under an assumed identity prompted the deployment of a large surveillance and assassination team to confirm his presence and plan his elimination. The intelligence was fatally flawed. The man identified as Salameh was Ahmed Bouchiki, a Moroccan waiter whose resemblance to the Palestinian terrorist leader was purely coincidental. The extensive surveillance operation that preceded the planned assassination had been conducted with professional competence, but the fundamental error in target identification had doomed the entire operation from its inception. The assassination itself, carried out on July 21, 1973, proceeded with the technical precision that had characterized earlier operations. Two gunmen approached Bouchiki as he returned home from work, killing him with multiple gunshots before attempting to escape through carefully planned routes. However, Norwegian authorities had become suspicious of the unusual number of foreigners who had appeared in their quiet town, conducting surveillance operations that suggested professional intelligence exposed the Israeli operation with devastating completeness. 6 team members were captured by Norwegian police. Their false identities quickly penetrated through forensic investigation that revealed the sophisticated documentation that had supported their cover stories. The diplomatic crisis that ensued forced Israel to acknowledge its assassination campaign while defending the moral and legal justifications for hunting terrorists who had declared war on Israeli civilians. The Lillehammer affair marked more than an operational failure. It represented the collision between Israel's security imperatives and the legal constraints of international society. Norwegian authorities, while sympathetic to Israeli security concerns, could not tolerate assassination operations on their territory, regardless of the target's terrorist affiliations. The trial that followed became a forum for debating the legitimacy of extrajudicial killing in the context of international terrorism. The ethical questions raised by the Wrath of God operations extended beyond the immediate circumstances of individual assassinations to fundamental issues of state behavior and moral authority. Israel had always prided itself on maintaining higher moral standards than its enemies, conducting military operations with attention to civilian casualties that exceeded international legal requirements. The systematic assassination campaign represented a departure from these standards that troubled many Israelis even as they supported its security objectives. The legal framework within which these operations occurred remained deliberately ambiguous. Israel never officially acknowledged the assassination campaign, maintaining the plausible deniability that enabled continued diplomatic relations with European allies. Yet the pattern of deaths was too systematic, and the operational methods too sophisticated to suggest anything other than state-sponsored assassination. The legal fiction that enabled diplomatic cooperation coexisted uneasily with the operational reality that everyone understood, but no one would openly discuss. The strategic effectiveness of the assassination campaign remained a subject of debate among intelligence professionals and academic analysts. The elimination of key Black September operatives had clearly disrupted Palestinian terrorist capabilities while demonstrating Israeli determination to defend its citizens worldwide. Yet terrorism as a political strategy had proven remarkably resilient to decapitation attacks, with new leaders emerging to replace those who had been eliminated. More troubling was the possibility that the assassination campaign had contributed to the escalation of international terrorism rather than its suppression. The Palestinian response to Israeli assassinations included increasingly spectacular attacks designed to demonstrate that terrorism could not be defeated through counterterrorism. The cycle of violence that ensued would continue for decades, raising questions about whether the Wrath of God operations had achieved their strategic objectives or merely perpetuated the conflict they were designed to resolve. The moral legacy of the assassination campaign would haunt Israeli society long after its operational objectives had been achieved or abandoned. The young men who had been recruited to kill in service of their country returned to civilian life carrying psychological burdens that few could understand or address. The society that had authorized their actions struggled to reconcile its commitment to moral behavior with the brutal necessities of survival in a hostile world. The transformation of Israeli intelligence capabilities that the assassination campaign represented extended far beyond the immediate tactical requirements of counterterrorism. The global infrastructure that had been created to support assassination operations could be adapted to other intelligence missions, while the operational experience gained in hunting terrorists provided skills that would prove valuable in conventional espionage operations. Yet the human cost of this transformation remained incalculable. The officers who had participated in assassination operations were forever changed by the experience, their understanding of moral boundaries altered by the necessities of their missions. The society that had sent them to kill in its name was similarly transformed, its collective innocence sacrificed to the requirements of survival in a world where Jewish blood was no longer drew to a close. The wrath of God operations were quietly suspended, their objectives partially achieved, and their political costs increasingly apparent. The Palestinian terrorist threat had been disrupted but not eliminated, while Israel's moral authority had been compromised in ways that would complicate its international relationships for years to come. The invisible hand that had reached across continents to strike at Israel's enemies had achieved its immediate tactical objectives while raising questions about the long-term strategic wisdom of assassination as an instrument of state policy. The legacy of these operations would endure long after their operational details had been forgotten, serving as both inspiration and warning for future generations of intelligence officers who would face similar moral dilemmas in their own struggles against terrorism. The young athletes who had died in Munich had been avenged, but the price of that vengeance had proven higher than anyone had anticipated, changing not only those who carried it out, but the nation in whose name they had 1974 and 1976. The intelligence cable that arrived at Mossad headquarters on the morning of June 28, 1976, contained information so precise that even veteran analysts initially suspected deception. An Air France flight hijacked the previous day had been diverted to Entebbe airport in Uganda, where 248 passengers and crew were being held by Palestinian and German terrorists under the protection of Idi Amin's regime. But buried within the routine details of hijacking and hostage-taking was intelligence that would transform a seemingly impossible rescue mission into one of the most audacious operations in military history. Architectural blueprints of Entebbe Airport's old terminal building, acquired years earlier by an Israeli construction company that had helped build the facility. The irony was not lost on those who understood the deeper currents of Israeli-African relations. The same airport where Jewish hostages now awaited an uncertain fate had been constructed with Israeli expertise during the early 1960s, when the young Jewish state had sought to build diplomatic relationships through technical assistance programs. The blueprints that now lay spread across planning tables in Tel Aviv had once represented hopes for international cooperation and mutual development. Now they would serve as the foundation for an operation that would redefine the possibilities of long-range military intervention. Yitzhak Rabin, the former general who had become prime minister just 2 years earlier, faced a decision that would test both his military judgment and his political courage. The hostages included 83 Israelis and Jews from other nations, selected by their captors in a process that evoked the darkest memories of the Holocaust. The terrorists' demands, release of 53 Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli jails and international recognition of Palestinian national claims, created a diplomatic crisis that extended far beyond the immediate fate of the hostages. The intelligence preparation that would make the Entebbe rescue possible reflected the global capabilities that Mossad had developed over the previous decade. The airport blueprints were merely the foundation for a comprehensive intelligence picture that drew upon sources and methods spanning 3 continents. Former Israeli technicians who had worked at Entebbe provided detailed knowledge of the terminal's layout and security systems. Ugandan dissidents living in European exile offered insights into Amin's military capabilities and likely responses to intervention. European intelligence services, while officially neutral, provided crucial information about the hijackers' identities and operational methods. The coordination between Mossad and Sayeret Matkal, the elite special forces unit that would conduct the actual rescue, demonstrated the institutional maturity that Israeli intelligence and military organizations had achieved since the early days of improvisation and bureaucratic rivalry. The joint planning sessions that convened in a secure facility outside Tel Aviv brought together intelligence analysts, military planners, and operational specialists in a collaboration that transcended traditional organizational boundaries. Lieutenant Colonel Yonatan Netanyahu, the Sayeret Matkal commander who would lead the rescue force, embodied the new generation of Israeli officers who had emerged from the crucible of the Six-Day War and the ongoing struggle against terrorism. Tall, intellectual, with the bearing of a scholar warrior, he possessed both the tactical expertise necessary for complex special operations and the moral clarity that enabled decisive action in ambiguous circumstances. His younger brother Benjamin, serving as a junior officer in the same unit, would carry the lessons learned from this operation into a political career that would span decades. The operational concept that emerged from weeks of intensive planning was audacious even by Israeli standards. Rather than attempting to negotiate with the terrorists or mount a limited strike against Ugandan targets, Israel would deploy a force capable of conducting a precision rescue operation 2,500 miles from home in the heart of a hostile nation protected by Soviet-supplied military equipment. The mission would require not merely tactical excellence, but logistical capabilities that pushed Israeli military resources that Mossad assembled during the first week of July 1976 revealed both opportunities and dangers that would determine the operation's feasibility. The hostages were being held in the old terminal building, separated from Ugandan military forces by several hundred meters of open ground. The terminal's construction, familiar to Israeli planners through the original blueprints, featured large windows and multiple entrances that could facilitate rapid assault. Most crucially, intelligence sources indicated that the Ugandan forces guarding the facility were poorly trained and unlikely to mount effective resistance against professional assault troops. Yet the same intelligence revealed vulnerabilities that could transform success into catastrophe. The hostages were guarded by at least 4 heavily armed terrorists who had demonstrated their willingness to kill innocent civilians. Ugandan forces, while not formidable by Israeli standards, possessed sufficient firepower to threaten transport aircraft on the ground. The distance from Israel created logistical challenges that left no margin for mechanical failure or navigational error. The technical intelligence that proved crucial to mission planning came from sources that demonstrated the international scope of Israeli intelligence capabilities. Satellite photographs provided by friendly intelligence services revealed the precise layout of Entebbe airport and the deployment of Ugandan military forces. Communications intercepts, gathered through Israeli listening posts and cooperative arrangements with allied services, provided insights into Ugandan command procedures and response capabilities. Human intelligence sources within Uganda and among Palestinian networks offered details about terrorist intentions and hostage conditions that could not be obtained through technical means. The moral dimensions of the rescue operation created dilemmas that extended beyond immediate tactical considerations. The selection of Jewish hostages by their captors had transformed what might have been a routine hijacking into a symbolic replay of Holocaust-era persecution. The decision to risk military intervention rather than negotiate for hostage release reflected not merely security calculations but fundamental questions about Jewish powerlessness and the obligations of the Jewish state to Jews worldwide. The preparation of the assault force during the final days before the operation revealed the extraordinary attention to detail that characterized Israeli special operations. Mock-ups of the terminal building were constructed based on the architectural blueprints, allowing assault teams to rehearse their movements until they could navigate the building's corridors in complete darkness. Role-playing exercises simulated the psychological pressures that operators would face when confronting armed terrorists holding civilian hostages. Medical teams prepared for mass casualty scenarios, while intelligence officers developed contingency plans for dozens of possible complications. The deception operation that preceded the actual rescue demonstrated the sophisticated psychological warfare capabilities that Israeli intelligence had developed. false intelligence was planted, suggesting that Israel was preparing to negotiate with the hijackers, while diplomatic contacts were used to convey an impression of political division within the Israeli government. The goal was to maintain terrorist vigilance at manageable levels while preventing any escalation that might prompt the execution of hostages before rescue forces could arrive. The logistical challenges of mounting a military operation at such distance required innovations that pushed Israeli capabilities beyond their tested limits. The C-130 transport aircraft that would carry assault forces to Entebbe had to be modified with additional fuel tanks, while maintaining the capacity for rapid tactical deployment. Navigation systems had to be calibrated for the precise timing that would bring rescue forces to their target under cover of darkness. Medical facilities had to be prepared to treat wounded hostages and operators during the extended flight. Most crucial to operational success came from an unexpected source: released hostages who had been freed by their captors during the first days of the crisis. The non-Jewish passengers who were allowed to leave Entebbe provided detailed information about terminal layouts, terrorist positions, and hostage conditions that could not be obtained through technical intelligence methods. Their debriefings revealed security procedures, guard rotations, and psychological profiles of individual terrorists that would prove vital during the actual assault. The psychological preparation of assault forces reflected lessons learned from previous counterterrorism operations and the unique challenges of the Entebbe mission. Unlike conventional military operations, where enemy forces could be engaged without concern for civilian casualties, the airport assault would require operators to distinguish instantly between hostages and terrorists while operating in unfamiliar terrain under severe time constraints. The psychological stress of such operations could be as debilitating as physical wounds, requiring specialized training that Israeli forces were still developing. The coordination with Allied intelligence services during the operation's preparation revealed both the possibilities and the limitations of international intelligence cooperation. European services provided crucial information about the hijackers' backgrounds and operational methods, while maintaining official neutrality toward Israeli military planning. African intelligence contacts offered insights into Ugandan military capabilities and political dynamics that would influence the operation's aftermath. Yet the sensitive nature of the planned operation required Israel to limit information sharing, even with sympathetic allies, creating intelligence gaps that could have proven fatal. The final intelligence briefing that preceded the assault force's departure took place in a secure facility outside Tel Aviv on the evening of July 3, 1976. The assembled officers, military commanders, intelligence analysts, and operational specialists reviewed every aspect of a plan that had consumed weeks of intensive preparation. The intelligence picture was as complete as available resources could make it, yet crucial uncertainties remained about terrorist intentions, Ugandan responses, and the precise condition of the hostages themselves. The psychological burden carried by intelligence officers who contributed to the operation's planning reflected the human cost of decisions that balanced lives against strategic objectives. The analysts who assessed terrorist psychology knew that their judgments might determine whether hostages lived or died during the assault. The case officers who managed human intelligence sources understood that operational security failures could expose agents to torture and execution. The planners who coordinated with military forces faced the possibility that intelligence failures might doom the entire rescue attempt. The operation that unfolded during the early hours of July 4, 1976, demonstrated both the possibilities and the limitations of intelligence-driven military intervention. The assault forces that landed at Entebbe possessed detailed knowledge of their objectives and comprehensive understanding of the challenges they would face. Yet the actual combat environment presented complications that no amount of planning could anticipate, requiring instant decisions based on tactical judgment rather than intelligence analysis. The death of Yonatan Netanyahu during the terminal assault represented both the price of operational success and the unpredictable nature of military action. The young commander, who had embodied Israel's new generation of warrior intellectuals, was killed by a Ugandan sniper whose position had not been identified during intelligence preparation. His death transformed a tactical victory into a national tragedy. reminding Israelis that even the most successful operations exact costs that statistics cannot measure. The strategic impact of the Entebbe rescue extended far beyond the immediate liberation of 102 hostages. The operation demonstrated Israeli capabilities that few had imagined possible, while establishing precedents for international counterterrorism that would influence operations for decades. The message to terrorist organizations was unmistakable. No distance was too great and no sanctuary too secure to protect those who targeted the limitations of military solutions to political problems. The Palestinian cause that had motivated the hijacking was not eliminated by the rescue's success, while the cycle of terrorism and counterterrorism continued unabated. The tactical brilliance of the Entebbe operation could not resolve the fundamental political conflicts that generated terrorist threats in the first place. The intelligence lessons learned from Entebbe would influence Israeli operations for years to come. The value of human intelligence sources who could provide details unavailable through technical means was demonstrated conclusively. The importance of international intelligence cooperation, even in the most sensitive operations, became a cornerstone of Israeli strategic planning. Most significantly, the operation proved that carefully planned military intervention could succeed even in the most challenging circumstances, provided that intelligence preparation was thorough and operational coordination was seamless. The moral legacy of Entebbe reflected the eternal tension between Jewish powerlessness and Jewish power that had shaped Israeli identity since independence. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had demonstrated its willingness to project power across continents to protect Jews in danger. Yet this very power created new moral obligations and strategic vulnerabilities that would complicate Israeli policy for decades to come. The era of daring that Entebbe inaugurated would be characterized by increasingly ambitious operations that pushed the boundaries of international law and diplomatic convention. The success at Entebbe had proven that Israeli forces could operate successfully anywhere in the world, creating both opportunities and temptations that would shape the country's approach to international terrorism. The invisible hand that had been born in the modest circumstances of 1949 had now demonstrated its ability to reach across continents and deliver both justice and vengeance to those who threatened Jewish lives. As news of the rescue's success reached Israel on the morning of July 4, 1976, citizens who had lived with the constant threat of terrorism experienced a moment of collective pride and relief that transcended political divisions. The young men and women who had volunteered for the most dangerous mission in Israeli military history had succeeded beyond anyone's expectations, proving that Jewish powerlessness was indeed a relic of the past. Yet the price paid for this victory, measured in the life of Yonatan Netanyahu and the psychological costs borne by all who participated, served as a reminder that power, however necessary, could never be exercised without consequence. 1979 to 1988. The coded telegram that arrived at Mossad headquarters on February 14, 1979, contained intelligence so extraordinary that even veteran analysts required multiple confirmations before accepting its implications. An Iranian general, whose identity would remain classified for decades, was offering to provide Israel with detailed intelligence about Iraq's nuclear program in exchange for spare parts for American-made weapons that the revolutionary regime desperately needed. The offer encapsulated the bewildering realignments that followed Ayatollah Khomeini's rise to power. Israel and Iran, now sworn enemies in public rhetoric, were about to become secret partners in one of the most consequential intelligence relationships of the Cold War. The strategic calculations that led Israel to embrace this unlikely partnership reflected the harsh realities of Middle Eastern geopolitics. Rather than any sentiment or ideology, Saddam Hussein's Iraq had emerged as Israel's most dangerous conventional military threat, possessing both the resources and the determination to develop weapons of mass destruction that could threaten Israeli existence. The Iranian Revolution, for all its anti-Zionist rhetoric, had eliminated Israel's primary regional rival while creating opportunities for intelligence cooperation that transcended religious and political differences. David Kimche, the soft-spoken intellectual who had risen through Mossad's ranks to become one of its most influential strategic thinkers, understood better than most the moral complexities of the situation Israel now faced. A man whose scholarly appearance concealed decades of operational experience, Kimchi had spent his career navigating the ambiguous terrain where intelligence requirements conflicted with diplomatic necessities. The Iranian relationship would test his considerable skills in managing contradictions that could not be resolved through conventional diplomatic methods. The intelligence networks that Israel began constructing in post-revolutionary Iran required unprecedented adaptation to circumstances that defied traditional operational planning. The chaos that accompanied the Shah's overthrow had created opportunities for recruitment among Iranian officials who found themselves isolated by revolutionary purges, yet the same chaos made communication and coordination extremely dangerous. Mossad officers had to distinguish between Iranian contacts motivated by genuine strategic partnership and those who might be acting as double agents for the revolutionary regime. The key to understanding Israel's Iranian strategy lay in recognizing that the relationship served immediate tactical needs rather than long-term strategic objectives. Israeli officials harbored no illusions about Iranian intentions toward the Jewish state. Khomeini's regime had made its hostility abundantly clear through both rhetoric and action. Yet the opportunity to gain intelligence about Iraq's nuclear program, while simultaneously weakening both regional rivals through prolonged warfare, created strategic advantages that transcended ideological considerations. The nuclear intelligence that began flowing from Iranian sources during 1980 revealed the scope and sophistication of Iraq's weapons development program with unprecedented detail. The French-built Osirak research reactor, officially designed for peaceful nuclear research, was being modified to produce weapons-grade plutonium with technical assistance from European contractors who either ignored or deliberately concealed the military implications of their work. More alarming were reports suggesting that Iraqi scientists had achieved significant progress toward developing the expertise necessary for weapons production. The transformation of this intelligence into actionable military plans required coordination between Mossad's analytical capabilities and the Israel Defense Force's operational requirements. The Joint Intelligence Committee that had been established after the Six-Day War proved inadequate to the complexities of nuclear target assessment, leading to the creation of specialized units that combined technical expertise with operational planning capabilities. These organizations, while small in personnel, would grow to exercise influence on Israeli strategic planning that far exceeded their that provided crucial information about Iraqi nuclear activities, reflected both the international character of nuclear technology and the vulnerabilities created by technological dependence. Iraqi scientists trained at European universities maintained professional relationships that could be exploited for intelligence collection. Foreign technicians working at nuclear facilities required security clearances that created bureaucratic vulnerabilities. The international nuclear supply chain offered multiple opportunities for monitoring and, when necessary, disruption. Among the most valuable sources was a Pakistani metallurgist whose work at European nuclear facilities had brought him into contact with Iraqi procurement networks. Dr. Abdul Rahman, whose name would remain classified for decades, had been recruited through a combination of financial inducement and ideological persuasion that reflected Mossad's sophisticated understanding of human motivation. His access to technical specifications and procurement schedules provided intelligence that could not be obtained through conventional espionage methods. The coordination between Israeli intelligence and Iranian military forces during the early phases of the Iran-Iraq War created operational challenges that tested both organizations' adaptability. Iranian requests for Israeli military equipment had to be balanced against the need to maintain operational security while avoiding actions that might compromise long-term Israeli interests. The weapons transfers that resulted, spare parts for American-made aircraft, advanced anti-aircraft missiles, and sophisticated electronic warfare equipment, were conducted through intermediaries who could provide plausible deniability for both parties. The moral complexities of supporting both sides in a devastating regional war troubled many Israeli officials who had entered government service to serve clear moral purposes. The Iran-Iraq conflict would ultimately claim over 1 million lives while devastating the economies and infrastructures of both nations. Israeli assistance to Iran, while strategically justified, contributed to the prolongation of a conflict that served Israeli interests, precisely because of its destructive impact on potential enemies. Operation Babylon, the codename for the intelligence operation that preceded Israel's strike on the Osirak reactor, demonstrated the sophisticated coordination between human intelligence and technical collection that had become Mossad's hallmark. The operation began with Iranian intelligence reports about Iraqi nuclear progress, but expanded to include sources throughout the international nuclear supply chain. French technicians working at the reactor site, Italian contractors providing specialized equipment, and European scientists consulting on reactor operations all became potential intelligence targets. The most crucial intelligence breakthrough came from an unexpected source: a French nuclear engineer whose gambling debts had made him vulnerable to recruitment by Israeli intelligence. Jean-Claude Pelletier's access to reactor specifications and operational schedules provided the precise targeting information that would enable Israeli pilots to destroy the facility with minimal civilian casualties. His intelligence revealed not only the reactor's physical vulnerabilities, but the timing necessary to strike before the facility became operational and radioactive. The technical intelligence that complemented human sources required innovations that pushed Israeli surveillance capabilities beyond their previous limits. Satellite photography, while useful for assessing construction progress, could not penetrate the reactor building to reveal internal components. Electronic surveillance could monitor communications, but could not determine the reactor's operational status. The combination of human intelligence and technical collection created a comprehensive intelligence picture that enabled precise that accompanied Israeli intelligence operations in the Gulf region, required careful coordination between intelligence requirements and foreign policy objectives. European governments, while officially neutral in the Iran-Iraq conflict, possessed strong commercial interests in maintaining relationships with both sides. Israeli operations that might compromise European business relationships or intelligence sources required advanced coordination to prevent diplomatic crises that could undermine broader strategic objectives. The intelligence preparation for the Osirak strike revealed both the capabilities and the limitations of Israeli nuclear surveillance systems. The reactor's construction had been monitored from its inception through a combination of human sources and technical collection, yet crucial uncertainties remained about the facility's operational status and defensive capabilities. The decision to strike required political leaders to act on incomplete information while accepting risks that could not be precisely calculated. The operational security requirements for intelligence activities related to Iraqi nuclear programs created unprecedented challenges for Mossad's traditional methods. The international attention focused on nuclear proliferation meant that intelligence operations faced scrutiny from multiple national security services and international monitoring organizations. The compartmentalization necessary to protect sources and methods conflicted with the coordination requirements for effective intelligence analysis and operational planning. The psychological pressure on intelligence officers involved in nuclear-related operations reflected the existential stakes that such missions entailed. Unlike conventional military threats that could be addressed through diplomatic or military means, nuclear weapons posed challenges that could not be resolved through traditional methods. The officers who managed sources and analyzed intelligence about Iraqi nuclear programs understood that their work might determine whether Israel survived as a Jewish state or faced destruction through nuclear attack. The birth of Israel's specialized weapons of mass destruction surveillance capability during this period reflected recognition that nuclear proliferation represented a qualitatively different threat from conventional military challenges. The organizational changes that created dedicated units for monitoring WMD programs involved not merely bureaucratic restructuring, but fundamental reconsiderations of intelligence priorities and methods. The officers recruited for these units required scientific expertise that traditional intelligence officers did not possess, while the targets they pursued demanded technical knowledge that exceeded conventional espionage requirements. The international networks that supported Israeli WMD surveillance reflected both the global character of nuclear technology and the diplomatic complexities of non-proliferation efforts. European governments that officially supported non-proliferation nevertheless maintained commercial relationships with potential proliferators that created conflicts between political objectives and economic interests. Israeli intelligence operations had to navigate these contradictions while avoiding actions that might compromise relationships with crucial allies. The intelligence that Israeli operations provided about Iraqi nuclear capabilities proved crucial not only for Israeli security, but for broader international non-proliferation efforts. The information that Mossad shared with allied intelligence services revealed procurement networks and technical capabilities that threatened regional stability beyond the immediate Israeli-Arab conflict. The destruction of the Osirak reactor, while controversial in international law, eliminated a nuclear threat that could have destabilized the entire Middle East. The regional implications of Israeli intelligence operations during the Iran-Iraq War extended far beyond the immediate tactical advantages they provided. The prolongation of the conflict through Israeli assistance to Iran weakened both potential enemies while demonstrating Israeli capabilities to influence regional developments through covert action. Yet the same operations also created precedents for intelligence activities that would complicate future diplomatic relationships, and operations during this period remained largely hidden from public view. Yet the psychological burden on officers involved in WMD surveillance proved severe. The knowledge that intelligence failures might result in nuclear attacks created stress levels that traditional intelligence work had not generated. The officers who managed sources reporting on nuclear programs understood that their professional failures might have consequences that extended far beyond career disappointment or operational setbacks. The technological innovations that emerged from Israeli WMD surveillance during the 1980s would influence intelligence methods for decades to come. The integration of human intelligence with technical collection, the development of specialized analytical techniques for assessing nuclear programs, and the creation of operational methods for disrupting proliferation networks all became standard elements of counter-proliferation efforts worldwide. As the Iran-Iraq War drew toward its inconclusive end in 1988, the intelligence relationships that Israel had developed during the conflict faced fundamental reconsideration. The Iranian regime that had provided crucial intelligence about Iraqi nuclear programs remained implacably hostile to Israeli existence, while the Iraqi nuclear threat that had justified cooperation with Iran continued to evolve in new and dangerous directions. The strategic environment that had enabled Israeli intelligence operations during the war would be transformed by its conclusion, requiring new approaches to persistent threats. The legacy of Israeli intelligence operations during the Iran-Iraq War would endure long after the specific tactical advantages they provided had been superseded by changing circumstances. The precedents established for WMD surveillance, the methods developed for operating in hostile environments, and the organizational innovations that enabled effective intelligence coordination would all influence Israeli strategic planning for decades to come. Most significantly, the war had demonstrated that Israeli intelligence could adapt to revolutionary changes in the regional strategic environment while maintaining the operational effectiveness that national survival required. The invisible hand that had reached across the Gulf to influence the course of a devastating regional war had achieved objectives that conventional diplomacy could never have accomplished. Yet the moral costs of these achievements, measured in the prolongation of human suffering and the compromise of principles that had traditionally guided Israeli policy, served as reminders that intelligence success could not be measured solely through tactical effectiveness. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had learned to manipulate regional conflicts with a sophistication that exceeded that of much older and more established powers. Yet this very sophistication raised questions about the compatibility of such methods with the moral purposes that had justified Israel's 1980s. The man who walked into the American embassy in Beirut on a sweltering August morning in 1983 carried secrets that would reshape Israeli understanding of the emerging Shia threat in southern Lebanon. Hassan Dirani appeared to be another Lebanese businessman seeking a visa to visit relatives in Detroit, but the documents he carried in a concealed compartment of his briefcase contained detailed intelligence about a new organization called Hezbollah, the Party of God, that was transforming the landscape of Middle Eastern terrorism. What American diplomats did not know, and what would remain classified for decades, was that Dirani was a double agent whose primary loyalty lay not with the militant organization he served, but with the Israeli intelligence officers who had recruited him 3 years earlier. The emergence of Hezbollah from the chaos of Israel's 1982 invasion of Lebanon had caught Israeli intelligence as unprepared as a medieval army facing gunpowder for the first time. Unlike the secular Palestinian organizations that had dominated Lebanese militancy for decades, this new movement combined revolutionary Shia theology with sophisticated operational methods learned from Iranian Revolutionary Guard trainers. The organization's structure, based on religious cells that mixed spiritual devotion with military discipline, proved nearly impenetrable to the recruitment methods that had served Israeli intelligence well against other Arab groups. Nahum Admoni, who had assumed leadership of Mossad in 1982, faced challenges that differed qualitatively from those that had confronted his predecessors. A soft-spoken man whose academic demeanor concealed decades of operational experience, Admoni understood that traditional intelligence methods required fundamental adaptation to address threats that combined religious fanaticism with professional competence. The secular nationalist movements that had characterized earlier phases of the Arab-Israeli conflict could be understood through conventional political analysis, but Hezbollah represented something entirely new. A theocratic organization whose members viewed martyrdom not as a tragic necessity, but as a spiritual privilege. The recruitment of Hassan Dirani reflected both the opportunities and the moral complexities that characterized Israeli intelligence operations during this period. A mid-level merchant whose family had been displaced by the Lebanese civil war, Dirani possessed the cultural knowledge and religious credentials necessary to operate within Hezbollah's networks, while maintaining the psychological distance required for effective espionage. His initial approach to Israeli intelligence had been motivated by financial desperation rather than ideological conviction, but careful handling had transformed him into one of Mossad's most valuable assets in southern Lebanon. The operational methods that Dirani employed reflected the sophisticated tradecraft that Israeli intelligence had developed for penetrating closed societies. Rather than attempting to gather information through direct questioning or document theft, methods that would have aroused immediate suspicion, he established himself as a reliable facilitator who could provide logistical support for Hezbollah operations. His commercial activities created legitimate reasons for travel throughout southern Lebanon, while providing cover for intelligence collection that appeared to be routine business activity. The intelligence that flowed from Dirani and other sources like him revealed the extent to which Hezbollah differed from previous terrorist organizations. The group's operational security, based on compartmentalized cells that limited contact between different units, made comprehensive penetration extremely difficult. More troubling was the discovery that Hezbollah operatives were willing to sacrifice their lives not merely for tactical advantage, but as expressions of religious devotion that transcended Hezbollah's theological motivations, required Israeli intelligence to develop analytical capabilities that extended far beyond traditional political and military assessment. Religious scholars were recruited to analyze the organization's ideological foundations, while psychologists studied the mental processes that enabled ordinary individuals to embrace martyrdom. The resulting analysis revealed that Hezbollah represented not merely a more fanatical version of familiar terrorist organizations, but a qualitatively different phenomenon that combined modern operational methods with medieval religious certainties. The double-agent operations that proved most successful against Hezbollah required unprecedented attention to religious and cultural authenticity. Agents operating within the organization had to demonstrate not merely political commitment, but genuine religious knowledge that could withstand scrutiny from theologically sophisticated leaders. The training programs that prepared agents for such missions included intensive instruction in Shia theology, Islamic law, and the particular doctrinal positions that distinguished Hezbollah from other religious movements. Among the most successful of these operations was the recruitment of a young Lebanese cleric whose theological education had been financed by Iranian Revolutionary Guard funds. Sheikh Ahmad Qasir, whose real name would never be revealed, had been identified as a potential recruitment target through financial intelligence that revealed his family's desperate economic circumstances. The approach that eventually secured his cooperation took more than 2 years to complete. involving careful cultivation that exploited his genuine intellectual doubts about the theological justifications for suicide attacks against civilian targets. The intelligence that Qasir provided revealed the organizational structure and operational methods that enabled Hezbollah to conduct sophisticated attacks while maintaining security that defeated conventional counterintelligence efforts. The organization's use of religious seminaries as recruitment centers, its employment of charitable organizations as cover for military activities, and its integration of theological instruction with operational training all represented innovations that traditional intelligence analysis had not anticipated. The European surveillance operations that complemented Middle Eastern intelligence collection reflected the international dimensions of the threats that Israel now faced. Hezbollah's ability to operate in European cities through networks of Lebanese immigrants created opportunities for attacks against Israeli targets that could not be prevented through traditional security measures. The surveillance networks that Mossad established in Paris, London, and other European capitals were designed to provide early warning of planned attacks while identifying vulnerabilities that could be exploited for intelligence collection. The technical capabilities that supported these surveillance operations represented significant advances over the methods available during earlier decades. Miniaturized electronic devices enabled monitoring of conversations in circumstances where human agents could not operate, while sophisticated photographic equipment allowed documentation of meetings and activities that revealed operational patterns and personal relationships. The integration of technical surveillance with human intelligence created comprehensive pictures of target organizations that exceeded what either method could. Double-agent operations became particularly acute when agents were required to participate in activities that resulted in civilian casualties. The psychological burden of maintaining operational cover while witnessing or facilitating violence against innocents created stress levels that traditional intelligence training had not addressed. Several agents required extensive psychological support, while others requested extraction from deep cover assignments rather than continue participating in activities that violated their personal moral boundaries. The case that would ultimately overshadow all of Mossad's operational successes during this period began with what appeared to be a routine recruitment approach to a mid-level American intelligence analyst. Jonathan Pollard, a naval intelligence specialist whose financial difficulties and psychological instabilities had been carefully documented, seemed an ideal target for recruitment by Israeli intelligence officers seeking access to American technical capabilities. The operation that followed would demonstrate both the possibilities and the catastrophic risks of intelligence activities directed against allied nations. The recruitment of Pollard reflected operational methods that had proven successful in other contexts, but were inappropriate for use against citizens of friendly nations. The financial inducements that secured his cooperation, the security procedures that protected his identity, and the intelligence requirements that guided his activities all suggested that Israeli intelligence had failed to distinguish between recruitment operations directed against enemies and those involving citizens of allied nations. The intelligence that Pollard provided during his brief but extraordinarily productive period of cooperation revealed American capabilities and limitations that were of immense value to Israeli strategic planning. Satellite photographs of Middle Eastern targets, communications intercepts that revealed Arab military capabilities, and analytical assessments of regional threats all enhanced Israeli understanding of the strategic environment in ways that conventional intelligence sharing had not provided. Yet the very value of this intelligence created risks that Israeli handlers either ignored or underestimated. The volume of classified material that Pollard provided far exceeded what a single analyst could normally access, creating patterns that competent counterintelligence services would inevitably detect. More fundamentally, the intelligence requirements that drove the operation reflected strategic needs that could have been addressed through conventional diplomatic channels, raising questions about the operational judgment that authorized espionage activities against a crucial ally. The exposure of the Pollard operation in November 1985 created a diplomatic crisis that threatened to undermine the entire structure of U.S.-Israeli intelligence cooperation. The revelation that Israel had been conducting systematic espionage operations against American government agencies challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between allied nations while raising questions about Israeli trustworthiness that would influence American policy for decades. The institutional damage that the Pollard affair inflicted on Mossad extended far beyond the immediate diplomatic complications it created. The operation's exposure revealed operational methods and security procedures that compromised other intelligence activities, while forcing fundamental reconsiderations of the risks and benefits of espionage operations directed against friendly nations. The long-term costs of the intelligence gained through Pollard's cooperation proved to far exceed its strategic value, demonstrating the dangers of short-term operational thinking in intelligence planning. The psychological impact on intelligence officers involved in the Pollard operation reflected the moral complexities that had always characterized espionage activities, but were magnified when directed against allied nations. The officers who had handled Pollard understood that they had betrayed the trust of a nation that had provided crucial support for Israeli security. Yet they also recognized that the intelligence obtained had enhanced Israeli capabilities in ways that might prove vital for Israeli intelligence operations during the 1980s, extended beyond immediate tactical successes to fundamental questions about the relationship between intelligence activities and diplomatic objectives. The sophisticated capabilities that enabled successful penetration of hostile organizations like Hezbollah also created temptations for operations that served immediate intelligence requirements, while undermining long-term strategic relationships. The European surveillance networks that Mossad had established to monitor terrorist activities provided intelligence that proved crucial for preventing attacks against Israeli targets. Yet the same networks created diplomatic complications when their activities were discovered by host nation security services. The balance between operational effectiveness and diplomatic discretion required constant recalibration as international awareness of intelligence activities increased. The technological innovations that emerged from Israeli intelligence operations during this period would influence espionage methods worldwide. The integration of human intelligence with technical surveillance, the development of specialized analytical techniques for assessing religious terrorist organizations, and the creation of operational methods for managing long-term double-agent operations all became standard elements of modern intelligence practice. The human cost of intelligence operations during the 1980s remained largely hidden from public view, yet the psychological burden on officers and agents involved in deep cover operations proved increasingly severe. The extended periods of deception required for successful penetration of closed societies created stress levels that traditional support systems could not address, while the moral complexities of manipulating human relationships for intelligence purposes challenged fundamental assumptions about professional ethics. The recruitment and management of double agents like Hassan Dirani and Sheikh Ahmad Qasir required skills that extended far beyond conventional intelligence training. The officers who handled such agents had to understand not merely the technical aspects of espionage, but the cultural and religious factors that motivated their sources. The failure to appreciate these deeper dimensions of human motivation could result not only in operational failure, but in the betrayal of agents whose cooperation had been secured through years of careful cultivation. The organizational changes that Israeli intelligence underwent during this period reflected recognition that the threats of the 1980s required capabilities that differed fundamentally from those that had sufficed during earlier decades. The creation of specialized units for monitoring religious terrorist organizations, the development of advanced technical surveillance capabilities, and the establishment of comprehensive support systems for long-term operations all represented adaptations to strategic challenges that traditional intelligence methods could not address. As the 1980s drew to a close, the intelligence operations that had characterized the decade faced fundamental reconsideration in light of changing strategic circumstances and diplomatic realities. The success in penetrating organizations like Hezbollah had provided crucial intelligence that enhanced Israeli security, yet the costs of operations like the Pollard affair had demonstrated the risks of intelligence activities that served immediate tactical needs while undermining broader strategic relationships. The legacy of intelligence operations during the 1980s would endure long after the specific tactical advantages they provided had been superseded by changing circumstances. The methods developed for penetrating religious terrorist organizations, The techniques created for managing complex double-agent operations and the analytical capabilities established for assessing ideological threats would all influence Israeli intelligence planning for decades to come. The invisible hand that had reached into the shadows of southern Lebanon and the corridors of Allied capitals had achieved operational successes that exceeded the expectations of even the most optimistic planners. Yet the moral costs of these achievements, measured in betrayed trust, compromised relationships, and psychological burdens that could never be fully calculated, served as reminders that intelligence effectiveness could not be measured solely through tactical results. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had learned to operate in the moral ambiguities of the modern intelligence world with a sophistication that rivaled the great powers. Yet this very sophistication raised fundamental questions about the compatibility of such methods with the ethical principles that had justified Israel's 1989-1992. The coded message that reached Mossad headquarters on November 9, 1989, contained just 4 words that would transform the strategic landscape of an entire continent. The wall is falling. As crowds of Berliners wielded hammers and pickaxes against the concrete barrier that had divided their city for 28 years, intelligence officers in Tel Aviv understood that they were witnessing not merely the collapse of a physical structure, but the disintegration of the entire Cold War order that had shaped Middle Eastern politics since Israel's founding. The fall of the Berlin Wall would create opportunities for Israeli intelligence that exceeded the most optimistic projections, yet it would also unleash chaos that would challenge every assumption about international stability and regional security. Shabtai Shavit, the former fighter pilot who had assumed leadership of Mossad in 1989, possessed both the strategic vision and the operational experience necessary to navigate the revolutionary changes that were transforming the intelligence world. A man whose military background had instilled appreciation for both planning and improvisation, Shavit understood that the collapse of Soviet power would create a brief window of opportunity, during which Israeli intelligence could achieve objectives that had been impossible throughout the Cold War decades. The most immediate and overwhelming challenge was the massive wave of Soviet Jewish immigration that began even before the formal dissolution of the USSR. Nearly 1 million Jews would leave the Soviet Union between 1989 and 1992, creating the largest population movement in Jewish history since the Holocaust. Yet this humanitarian triumph posed intelligence challenges of unprecedented complexity, as Mossad struggled to distinguish between genuine refugees and potential infiltrators, while managing logistics that strained Israeli resources to their breaking point. The intelligence networks that facilitated Soviet Jewish emigration had been constructed over decades of patient work under the most restrictive conditions imaginable. Jewish activists who had maintained underground organizations despite constant surveillance by the KGB now found themselves operating in an environment where their activities were not merely tolerated, but actively encouraged by reformist Soviet officials. The transformation was so rapid that many activists initially suspected deception, unable to believe that the system they had spent their lives opposing was simply dissolving around them. Among the most crucial figures in this transformation was Natan Sharansky, the former refusenik whose imprisonment and release had symbolized the struggle for Soviet Jewish freedom. His emergence from the Gulag had provided Israeli intelligence with an insider's understanding of Soviet Jewish communities, while his moral authority enabled coordination between diverse Jewish organizations that had previously operated in isolation. The networks he helped establish would prove crucial for managing the massive emigration that followed. The operational challenges of processing nearly 1 million potential immigrants required Israeli intelligence to develop capabilities that resembled those of a major international relief organization, more than a traditional espionage service. Temporary processing centers had to be established across Eastern Europe, transportation networks had to be coordinated across multiple countries, and security screening procedures had to be implemented that could distinguish between genuine refugees and potential threats without creating humanitarian crises. The most complex security challenge involved identifying individuals who might pose threats to Israeli security while avoiding discrimination that would violate the humanitarian principles underlying the immigration program. Soviet intelligence services, facing their own institutional collapse, had little incentive to prevent the emigration of Jewish citizens, yet the possibility remained that hostile intelligence services might attempt to infiltrate agents among genuine refugees. The screening procedures that Mossad developed required unprecedented integration of humanitarian concerns with security had created opportunities throughout Eastern Europe that Israeli intelligence moved quickly to exploit. The satellite states that had faithfully served Soviet interests for 4 decades were now seeking new relationships with Western nations, creating openings for intelligence cooperation that would have been unthinkable during the Cold War. The archives of communist intelligence services contained decades of information about Middle Eastern affairs, while their operational networks offered potential access to targets that had previously been beyond Israeli reach. The intelligence relationships that Israel established with newly liberated Eastern European nations reflected both strategic opportunities and historical complexities that required careful navigation. Countries like Poland and Hungary, whose populations had suffered under Nazi occupation, possessed moral commitments to Holocaust remembrance that facilitated cooperation with Israeli intelligence. Yet the same nations also harbored populations whose complicity in wartime persecution created sensitivities that complicated intelligence relationships. The East German intelligence archives that became accessible after reunification contained information about Palestinian terrorist organizations that had operated under communist protection for decades. The Stasi files revealed the extent to which East German intelligence had supported Palestinian groups through training, funding, and operational assistance, providing Israeli analysts with comprehensive pictures of terrorist networks that had previously been only partially understood. The intelligence bonanza that resulted required massive analytical efforts to extract actionable information from millions of pages of documents. The chaos that accompanied the Soviet collapse created both opportunities and dangers that tested Israeli intelligence capabilities in unprecedented ways. Nuclear weapons and materials that had been secure under centralized Soviet control now faced uncertain security arrangements in newly independent republics whose governments possessed limited institutional capabilities. The possibility that nuclear materials might be diverted to hostile nations or terrorist organizations created threats that exceeded anything Israel had previously confronted. The monitoring networks that Israeli intelligence established to track nuclear materials required cooperation with Western intelligence services that had been impossible during the Cold War. The shared threat of nuclear proliferation created common interests that transcended traditional rivalries, yet the sensitivity of nuclear intelligence required operational security that complicated multinational cooperation. The balance between information sharing and operational security became a constant challenge as Israeli officers worked with American, British, and other Western intelligence services to monitor potential proliferation threats. Operation Moses, the covert airlift that brought Ethiopian Jews to Israel between 1984 and 1985, had demonstrated Israeli capabilities for conducting complex humanitarian operations under hostile conditions. The operation's success in evacuating nearly 8,000 Ethiopian Jews through Sudan had required coordination between Israeli intelligence, military forces, and humanitarian organizations that established precedents for later rescue operations. Yet the exposure of the operation had also revealed the vulnerabilities that could compromise even the most carefully planned humanitarian missions. Operation Solomon, conducted in May 1991, represented the culmination of Israeli experience in conducting large-scale rescue operations under emergency conditions. The collapse of the Ethiopian government created a brief window of opportunity to evacuate the remaining Ethiopian Jewish community before civil war could trap them in a deteriorating security situation. The operation that resulted would demonstrate both the possibilities and the limitations of humanitarian intervention conducted under extreme time pressure. The intelligence preparation for Operation Solomon required comprehensive assessment of Ethiopian political and military conditions that changed almost daily as rebel forces advanced toward Addis Ababa. The sources that provided crucial information about government capabilities and rebel intentions included Ethiopian officials whose cooperation was secured through financial incentives, rebel commanders whose political objectives aligned with Israeli humanitarian goals, and international aid workers whose access to Ethiopian Jewish communities provided insights that could not be obtained through conventional evacuating 14,325 Ethiopian Jews in less than 36 hours exceeded anything Israeli forces had previously attempted. The aircraft required for such a massive airlift had to be assembled from multiple sources while maintaining operational security that prevented interference by hostile forces. The coordination between Israeli intelligence, military forces, and civilian aviation authorities required planning that addressed thousands of variables while maintaining flexibility to adapt to rapidly changing circumstances. The human drama that unfolded during Operation Solomon reflected both the extraordinary courage of the Ethiopian Jews, who risked everything for freedom, and the dedication of Israeli personnel who conducted the operation. Families that had walked hundreds of miles through hostile territory to reach Addis Ababa found themselves boarding aircraft for a journey to a homeland they knew only through religious tradition. The emotions that accompanied this reunion between ancient communities and the modern Jewish state created psychological dimensions that transcended operational considerations. The moral complexities of humanitarian rescue operations conducted under emergency conditions became apparent through the difficult decisions that operational commanders faced throughout Operation Solomon. Limited aircraft capacity required painful choices about priority for evacuation, while deteriorating security conditions created pressures to complete the operation quickly, even if some community members might be left behind. The ethical framework that guided these decisions reflected both Jewish religious obligations and practical constraints that could not be ignored. The intelligence networks that Mossad established in the former Soviet republics during the early 1990s reflected both the opportunities created by Soviet collapse and the dangers posed by institutional breakdown. The newly independent nations possessed limited capabilities for controlling their borders or monitoring their populations, creating environments where intelligence operations could be conducted with reduced risk of detection. Yet the same institutional weaknesses that facilitated intelligence collection also created instabilities that could threaten regional security. The recruitment operations that Israeli intelligence conducted among former Soviet officials required careful assessment of motivations that differed significantly from those that had characterized recruitment during the Cold War. Officials who had served the communist system faithfully for decades now found themselves in nations whose political orientations remained undefined, creating psychological dislocations that skilled intelligence officers could exploit. Yet the same psychological pressures that created recruitment opportunities also generated instabilities that made agent management extremely challenging. The technical intelligence capabilities that became available through cooperation with Western services expanded Israeli understanding of regional threats in ways that exceeded previous possibilities. Satellite imagery that had been classified at the highest levels was now shared through intelligence relationships that reflected common interests in preventing proliferation and terrorism. Communications intercept capabilities that had been limited to superpower intelligence services were now accessible through cooperative arrangements that enhanced Israeli analytical capabilities. The counterintelligence challenges that accompanied Israeli operations in the former Soviet Union reflected the uncertain loyalties and institutional affiliations that characterized the post-Cold War environment. Russian intelligence services, while diminished in capability, retained both the motivation and the resources to monitor Israeli activities in their former sphere of influence. The challenge of conducting effective intelligence operations while avoiding provocations that might complicate broader diplomatic relationships required constant attention to operational security and political. Soviet Jewish immigrants, of their transition from oppression to freedom, created both opportunities and challenges for Israeli intelligence. Many immigrants possessed technical knowledge and professional skills that could enhance Israeli capabilities, yet their integration into Israeli society required support systems that addressed cultural, linguistic, and psychological barriers that traditional absorption programs had not anticipated. The intelligence value of immigrant knowledge had to be balanced against humanitarian obligations that transcended operational considerations. The transformation of Palestinian terrorist organizations that resulted from Soviet collapse forced fundamental reconsiderations of Israeli counterterrorism strategies. Groups that had depended on Soviet and East European support now faced financial crises that reduced their operational capabilities while forcing them to seek alternative sources of funding and assistance. The intelligence opportunities created by these disruptions enabled Israeli services to penetrate organizations that had previously been largely inaccessible. The diplomatic complications that accompanied Israeli intelligence expansion in Eastern Europe required careful coordination between operational requirements and foreign policy objectives. Newly democratic governments that sought Western integration were generally willing to cooperate with Israeli intelligence, yet the same governments faced domestic political pressures that limited their ability to provide overt support for Israeli operations. The balance between intelligence cooperation and diplomatic discretion became a constant challenge as Israeli officers worked to establish long-term relationships that could survive political changes. The organizational changes that Israeli intelligence underwent during this period reflected both the opportunities created by Soviet collapse and the resource constraints that limited Israeli capabilities. The massive increase in potential targets and operational opportunities far exceeded available personnel and financial resources, forcing difficult choices about priorities that would determine Israeli intelligence capabilities for decades to come. The decisions made during this brief window of opportunity would shape Israeli strategic position in ways that far exceeded their immediate tactical impact. The moral legacy of Israeli intelligence operations during the Soviet collapse reflected both the humanitarian achievements they enabled and the ethical complexities they entailed. The successful evacuation of Ethiopian and Soviet Jews represented triumphs of humanitarian intervention that saved lives while strengthening Israeli society. Yet the methods employed in these operations raised questions about the relationship between humanitarian objectives and intelligence requirements that had no easy resolution. As 1992 drew to a close, the Cold War world that had shaped Israeli intelligence since its founding had been completely transformed. The opportunities created by Soviet collapse had enabled achievements that exceeded the most optimistic projections. Yet the instabilities that accompanied this transformation had also created new threats that traditional intelligence methods were ill-equipped to address. The invisible hand that had operated within the constraints of Cold War bipolarity now faced a multipolar world where traditional allies and enemies could no longer be clearly distinguished. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had demonstrated its ability to reach across continents to rescue endangered Jewish communities while simultaneously establishing intelligence capabilities that rivaled those of much larger nations. Yet the very success of these operations had created expectations and obligations that would influence Israeli policy for decades to come. The humanitarian imperative that had driven Operations Moses and Solomon could not be easily reconciled with the security requirements that demanded continued intelligence operations in an increasingly complex and dangerous world. The decade that began with the fall of the Berlin Wall had witnessed transformations that exceeded the scope of any previous period in Israeli history. The capabilities that had been developed to manage Soviet Jewish immigration and conduct humanitarian rescue operations had established precedents for Israeli international engagement that transcended traditional security concerns. Yet the same period had also revealed the limitations of intelligence solutions to political problems and the moral costs of maintaining extensive covert operations in an increasingly transparent 1992-1995. The handshake that occurred on the White House lawn on September 13, 1993, between Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat, represented more than a diplomatic breakthrough. It marked the most profound transformation in Israeli intelligence priorities since the state's founding. For 45 years, Mossad had devoted its considerable resources to penetrating Arab societies, disrupting Palestinian organizations, and preventing terrorist attacks against Israeli targets. Now, as the world watched two longtime enemies clasp hands in a gesture of reconciliation, intelligence officers in Tel Aviv faced a bewildering new reality. Their primary targets were becoming, officially at least, their partners in peace. The secret negotiations that had produced the Oslo Accords had unfolded without Mossad's direct involvement, conducted instead through Norwegian intermediaries who possessed neither the intelligence capabilities nor the security concerns that had traditionally shaped Israeli-Palestinian interactions. Yet the intelligence work that had made Oslo possible extended back years before the first secret meeting in a Norwegian manor house, encompassing operations that had mapped Palestinian political networks, assessed leadership personalities, and identified the strategic pressures that might eventually force compromise. Yitzhak Rabin himself embodied the contradictions that peace negotiations imposed on Israeli intelligence. The former general who had served as prime minister during the traumatic aftermath of the Yom Kippur War understood better than most civilians the intelligence requirements that effective diplomacy demanded. Yet the same man who had authorized some of Mossad's most aggressive operations now found himself attempting to transform enemies into partners while maintaining the intelligence capabilities that might prove necessary if peace efforts collapsed. The operational challenges that accompanied the shift from confrontation to negotiation required fundamental adaptations that tested every assumption about intelligence work. The Palestinian leaders, who had been primary targets for assassination or recruitment, now required protection as partners in a delicate diplomatic process. The networks that had been developed to disrupt Palestinian activities now needed to be reconfigured to support Palestinian capabilities while monitoring their compliance with negotiated agreements. Ephraim Halevi, the scholarly intelligence officer who would later lead Mossad, understood better than most the intellectual complexities that peace negotiations imposed on intelligence work. A man whose academic background in international relations complemented decades of operational experience. Halevi recognized that the transition from war to peace required not merely tactical adjustments, but fundamental reconceptualizations of intelligence priorities and methods. The surveillance operations that Mossad conducted during the Oslo negotiations revealed both the possibilities and the limitations of intelligence support for diplomatic processes. The comprehensive monitoring of Palestinian political dynamics that had been developed for counterterrorism purposes now provided crucial insights into factional disputes and leadership pressures that could determine the success or failure of peace negotiations. Yet the same surveillance capabilities that enhanced Israeli negotiating positions also created moral dilemmas about the compatibility of espionage with diplomatic partnership. The intelligence networks that had penetrated Palestinian organizations for decades now faced impossible contradictions as their sources found themselves reporting on leaders who were simultaneously targets and partners. Agents who had risked their lives to provide information about Palestinian military capabilities were now asked to report on political developments that might influence negotiating positions. The psychological burden of maintaining these dual loyalties proved devastating for many sources, while the moral complexities challenged the case that supported the Oslo process extended far beyond traditional intelligence collection to encompass activities that resembled diplomatic facilitation more than espionage. Mossad officers found themselves serving as intermediaries between Palestinian factions, providing communications channels that enabled coordination among groups that lacked formal diplomatic recognition. The same officers who had spent their careers developing methods to exploit Palestinian divisions now worked to bridge those divisions in service of negotiated agreements. The most sensitive aspect of these operations involved the protection of Palestinian leaders who had become targets for extremist groups opposed to peace negotiations. Yasser Arafat, who had been the object of numerous Israeli assassination attempts, now required Israeli intelligence support to survive attacks by Palestinian rejectionists and Arab state opponents of the peace process. The irony of former enemies cooperating to protect each other created psychological pressures that traditional intelligence training had not anticipated. Yet even as Mossad adapted its external operations to support peace negotiations, a more troubling challenge was emerging within Israeli society itself. The opposition to the Oslo Accords among segments of the Israeli population included extremist elements whose rhetoric and behavior suggested potential for violence that exceeded anything in Israeli political history. The surveillance of Jewish extremist groups required capabilities and legal authorities that had been designed for external threats rather than domestic political opposition. The internal surveillance operations that began during the early Oslo period revealed the institutional limitations that constrained Israeli intelligence capabilities within the country's borders. Shin Bet, the domestic security service, possessed legal authority for monitoring internal threats, yet its traditional focus on Arab terrorist organizations had provided limited experience with Jewish extremist groups. The cultural and religious knowledge required to penetrate Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox communities proved as challenging as any foreign intelligence target. The rabbinical authorities who provided spiritual guidance to extremist groups operated within religious frameworks that created unique challenges for intelligence penetration. Unlike secular political organizations, whose decision-making processes could be understood through conventional analysis, religious extremist groups made decisions based on theological considerations that required specialized knowledge to assess. The recruitment of sources within these communities demanded understanding of religious law, community structure, and spiritual authority that few intelligence officers possessed. Among the most troubling intelligence reports that emerged during this period were assessments suggesting that some extremist groups viewed violence against government officials as religiously justified resistance to policies they considered contrary to divine will. The theological concepts of din rodef, law of the pursuer, and Mossad, informer, provided religious frameworks that could justify violence against Jews who were perceived as endangering Jewish lives or Jewish land through political compromise. The surveillance of extremist activities during 1994 and 1995 revealed patterns of escalating rhetoric and organizational preparation that intelligence analysts recognized as indicators of potential violence. Prayer meetings that combined religious instruction with political agitation, weapons training conducted under the guise of settlement security, and increasingly explicit discussions of violence against government officials all suggested movements toward action that traditional political opposition would not contemplate. The legal constraints that limited domestic surveillance operations created gaps in intelligence coverage that proved tragically significant. The rights of Israeli citizens to freedom of speech, assembly, and religion limited the ability of security services to monitor political activities that remained within legal boundaries regardless of their extremist content. The challenge of distinguishing between protected political expression and illegal incitement to violence required legal judgments that intelligence officers were not and Mossad during this period reflected both the necessities of comprehensive security coverage and the institutional rivalries that continued to complicate Israeli intelligence operations. The external threats that remained despite peace negotiations required continued Mossad attention, while the internal threats that emerged from opposition to those negotiations demanded expanded Shin Bet capabilities. The overlap between these jurisdictions created coordination requirements that tested both organizations' institutional flexibility. The psychological profile of potential assassins that intelligence analysts developed during this period reflected understanding of extremist psychology that had been acquired through decades of studying Arab terrorists. The characteristics that marked individuals capable of political violence, social isolation, ideological obsession, and psychological displacement of personal failures onto political causes appeared to transcend cultural and religious boundaries. Yet the specific cultural and religious contexts that shaped Jewish extremism required analytical frameworks that differed from those developed for understanding Arab terrorism. Yigal Amir, the law student whose name would become synonymous with political assassination in Israel, appeared in intelligence files as early as 1994 as a minor figure associated with extremist groups opposed to territorial compromise. The reports that documented his activities described a young man whose political views had evolved from mainstream religious Zionism toward increasingly extreme positions that combined nationalist ideology with religious fanaticism. Yet nothing in these early assessments suggested the psychological profile of a potential assassin. The surveillance gaps that enabled Amir to plan and execute his attack on November 4, 1995, reflected both resource limitations and analytical failures that would haunt Israeli intelligence for years. The legal constraints that protected citizen privacy had limited the extent of surveillance that could be conducted without specific criminal evidence, while the resource demands of monitoring numerous extremist groups had forced difficult choices about investigative priorities. The security arrangements for the peace rally at Kings of Israel Square in Tel Aviv demonstrated both the sophistication and the limitations of Israeli protective capabilities. The coordination between multiple security agencies had created comprehensive coverage of external threats while maintaining the open atmosphere that democratic political events required. Yet the focus on preventing attacks by Arab terrorists had created blind spots regarding threats from Jewish extremists who possessed legitimate access to public events. The moments that preceded Rabin's assassination captured the tragic irony of a peace process that had created new enemies while attempting to reconcile with old ones. The prime minister who had devoted his life to Israeli security was struck down not by the Arab enemies he had fought for decades, but by a Jewish extremist who viewed peace negotiations as betrayal of divine will. The intelligence services that had successfully protected Israeli leaders from external threats for nearly 50 years had failed to prevent an attack by one of their own citizens. The investigation that followed Rabin's assassination revealed both institutional failures and individual oversights that had enabled the attack to succeed. The intelligence reports that had documented extremist activities had failed to synthesize patterns that, in retrospect, clearly indicated escalating threats against government officials. The security procedures that had protected Rabin from external threats had been inadequate for preventing attacks by individuals with legitimate access to public events. The moral complexities that accompanied internal surveillance operations became painfully apparent in the aftermath of Rabin's assassination. The democratic values that limited security services' ability to monitor citizens had facilitated the very attack they were designed to prevent, creating fundamental contradictions between security requirements and civil liberties that had no easy resolution. The protection of democracy required vigilance against threats to democratic institutions. Yet excessive vigilance could itself become a threat to the democratic values. Of Rabin's assassination on Israeli intelligence officers reflected both professional failure and personal tragedy. The analysts who had assessed extremist threats understood that their work might have prevented the attack if different judgments had been made about priorities and resources. The case officers who had attempted to penetrate extremist groups recognized that their failures had contributed to the loss of a leader whose vision had offered hope for ending the Arab-Israeli conflict. The institutional changes that followed Rabin's assassination included expanded authorities for domestic surveillance that reflected recognition of internal threats that had been inadequately addressed. The legal frameworks that governed intelligence operations within Israel were revised to provide broader powers for monitoring activities that might threaten government officials, while maintaining protections for legitimate political expression. The balance between security requirements and civil liberties remained delicate, yet the tragic consequences of inadequate surveillance had demonstrated the costs of excessive restraint. The strategic implications of Rabin's assassination extended far beyond its immediate impact on Israeli politics to encompass fundamental questions about the relationship between intelligence capabilities and democratic governance. The failure to prevent the attack had demonstrated that even the most sophisticated intelligence services could not eliminate all threats in democratic societies that valued individual freedom over collective security. Yet the alternative, comprehensive surveillance of all citizens, represented a cure that could destroy the democratic values it was meant to protect. The peace process that Rabin had championed would continue after his death, yet the assassination had demonstrated the fragility of diplomatic progress in societies where extremist minorities possessed both the motivation and the capability to derail negotiations through violence. The intelligence operations that had supported peace negotiations would continue, yet the awareness of internal threats would complicate future diplomatic initiatives in ways that negotiators had not anticipated. The legacy of the Rabin years reflected both the possibilities and the limitations of intelligence support for diplomatic processes. The successful penetration of Palestinian organizations had provided crucial insights that enabled realistic assessment of negotiating possibilities, while the protection of Palestinian leaders had demonstrated Israeli commitment to peace negotiations. Yet the failure to prevent internal threats had revealed gaps in intelligence coverage that questioned the adequacy of existing capabilities for protecting democratic institutions. The transformation of intelligence priorities that had begun with the Oslo Accords would continue long after Rabin's death. Yet the assassination had demonstrated that the transition from war to peace created new vulnerabilities that traditional intelligence methods were ill-equipped to address. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had learned that the greatest threats to its democratic institutions might come not from external enemies, but from internal extremists who viewed compromise as betrayal and violence as divine obligation. The invisible hand that had reached across continents to protect Jewish lives and Israeli interests had failed to prevent the death of the leader who had offered the greatest hope for ending the conflict that had shaped Israeli existence since independence. The tragedy of November 4, 1995, would serve as a permanent reminder that intelligence capabilities, however sophisticated, could not eliminate the human capacity for violence that transcended rational political calculation. The young man who had taken Rabin's life had not been motivated by foreign enemies or external threats, but by religious and ideological convictions that no amount of surveillance could predict or prevent. 1996-2000. The grainy surveillance footage that flickered across computer screens in intelligence headquarters throughout Europe during the winter of 1997 marked a watershed moment in the history of espionage. For the first time, closed-circuit television cameras had captured what appeared to be a professional assassination team, conducting a systematic elimination operation in broad daylight on the streets of a major Western city. The target was a mid-level Hamas operative whose death would barely register in international headlines. Yet the methods employed to kill him would revolutionize both the practice of intelligence operations and the capabilities available to counter them. The victim, whose name would remain classified for years, had been conducting what he believed to be routine business in the financial district of Zurich when he was approached by two men carrying diplomatic pouches. The brief conversation that followed appeared entirely normal to casual observers. Yet within hours, the Hamas operative was dead from what Swiss investigators would later determine to be an exotic poison that had been administered through a handshake. The sophistication of both the murder weapon and the operational methods would have impressed intelligence professionals in any era. Yet the comprehensive documentation provided by pervasive surveillance systems represented something entirely new in the annals of espionage. Danny Yatom, who had assumed leadership of Mossad in 1996, faced challenges that differed qualitatively from those that had confronted his predecessors. A former general whose military background had emphasized conventional warfare over intelligence operations, Yatom inherited an organization that was struggling to adapt to technological changes that were transforming both the possibilities and the vulnerabilities of covert action. The digital revolution that was reshaping commerce and communications worldwide was creating opportunities for intelligence collection that exceeded anything previously imagined. Yet the same technologies were also creating surveillance capabilities that threatened the operational security on which successful espionage depended. The passport operation that had enabled the Zurich assassination represented both the culmination of decades of Israeli expertise in document forgery and the beginning of vulnerabilities that would eventually compromise such methods entirely. The European passports that Israeli operatives had carried were technically perfect reproductions that could defeat any inspection available in 1997, yet they were based on identity theft that exploited the limited database capabilities that still characterized European passport systems. The same digital technologies that made perfect forgeries possible were also creating centralized databases that would soon make such deceptions impossible to sustain. The international investigation that followed the Zurich operation revealed the extent to which intelligence services had underestimated the capabilities that modern surveillance systems provided to law enforcement agencies. The Swiss police investigation that reconstructed the assassination team's movements relied not merely on witness interviews and physical evidence, but on comprehensive analysis of electronic records that documented every aspect of the operative's presence in the country. Credit card transactions, hotel registrations, telephone calls, and transportation records created digital footprints that could be analyzed to reveal operational patterns that traditional counterintelligence methods had never been able to detect. The biographical intelligence that emerged from the Swiss investigation provided unprecedented insights into the operational methods that Israeli intelligence had developed for conducting assassinations in hostile environments. The team members who had conducted the operation possessed extensive experience in European urban environments, sophisticated understanding of Swiss law enforcement capabilities, and detailed knowledge of Hamas networks that reflected years of patient intelligence collection. Yet their very professionalism had created behavioral patterns that advanced analytical techniques could identify, transforming intelligence operations during the late 1990s extended far beyond improvements in surveillance and communications to encompass fundamental changes in the nature of information itself. The digitization of government records, commercial databases, and personal communications was creating vast repositories of information that could be analyzed to reveal patterns and relationships that had been invisible to previous generations of intelligence analysts. The same technologies that enhanced collection capabilities also created vulnerabilities that traditional operational security methods could not address. The biometric identification systems that were beginning to appear in airports and government facilities during this period represented a particular challenge to intelligence services that had relied on false identities for decades. Unlike traditional identification methods that could be defeated through sophisticated forgery, biometric systems based on fingerprints, facial recognition, and iris scans created permanent records that could not be altered or duplicated. The operational implications of these technologies would not become fully apparent until years later. Yet intelligence services that failed to anticipate their impact would find their capabilities severely compromised. The cyber warfare capabilities that were emerging during the late 1990s created both opportunities and threats that intelligence services were only beginning to understand. The Internet's rapid expansion was creating new channels for intelligence collection and operational planning. Yet the same networks that enhanced intelligence capabilities also created vulnerabilities that hostile services could exploit. The distinction between intelligence operations and cyber warfare was becoming increasingly meaningless as digital technologies created new forms of conflict that transcended traditional categories. The Hamas networks that Israeli intelligence was targeting during this period had themselves begun adapting to technological changes that were transforming terrorist operations. The satellite phones and encrypted communications that were becoming available to non-state actors created secure communications capabilities that had previously been available only to major powers, while the Internet was facilitating coordination between terrorist groups that had traditionally operated in isolation. The technological arms race that was beginning to emerge between intelligence services and their targets would accelerate throughout the following decade. The psychological warfare campaigns that accompanied kinetic operations during this period reflected growing understanding of the role that media coverage played in determining operational success. The assassination in Zurich had been designed not merely to eliminate a single Hamas operative, but to create psychological pressure on the entire organization through demonstration of Israeli reach and capabilities. Yet the extensive media coverage that the operation received also provided intelligence to Hamas leaders about Israeli operational methods that could be used to improve their own security procedures. The diplomatic complications that followed each revealed operation created cumulative damage to Israeli international relationships that far exceeded the tactical benefits of individual assassinations. European governments that had tolerated limited Israeli intelligence activities during the Cold War were now facing domestic political pressures that made continued cooperation increasingly difficult. The sovereignty violations that intelligence operations necessarily entailed were becoming less acceptable to democratic societies that valued legal procedures over security considerations. The training programs that prepared Mossad operatives for urban operations during this period reflected both technological advances and growing awareness of surveillance vulnerabilities. The traditional skills of surveillance, infiltration, and operational security were supplemented by technical training in digital communications, electronic surveillance, and computer systems that previous generations of intelligence officers had not required. Yet the human elements of intelligence work, the ability to assess character, manage relationships, and make instant decisions under pressure, remained. Israeli intelligence conducted during the late 1990s revealed both the opportunities and the challenges created by technological change. The global communications networks that were transforming business and personal relationships also created new methods for identifying and approaching potential sources, while digital financial systems enabled more sophisticated methods for providing compensation and support. Yet the same technologies that facilitated recruitment also created electronic records that could compromise both sources and case officers if security procedures proved inadequate. The operational security measures that intelligence services developed during this period represented attempts to adapt traditional espionage methods to technological environments that had not existed when those methods were created. The techniques for avoiding surveillance, maintaining cover identities, and conducting clandestine meetings all required modification to address capabilities that modern technology provided to counterintelligence services. The learning curve was steep, and the costs of inadequate adaptation would become apparent only through operational failures that compromised both missions and personnel. The analytical capabilities that emerged from the integration of human intelligence with technical collection during this period created comprehensive pictures of target organizations that exceeded what either method could provide independently. The communications intercepts that revealed organizational structure and decision-making processes complemented human intelligence that provided insights into individual personalities and motivations, while financial intelligence revealed resource flows and operational capabilities that could not be assessed through other methods. The legal frameworks that governed intelligence operations during the late 1990s were struggling to keep pace with technological changes that were creating new forms of conflict and new requirements for both offensive and defensive capabilities. The international laws that had been developed to regulate conventional warfare and traditional espionage provided inadequate guidance for addressing cyber operations, biometric surveillance, and digital identity theft that were becoming standard elements of intelligence work. The moral complexities that had always characterized intelligence operations were being amplified by technological capabilities that enabled unprecedented intrusion into personal privacy and individual autonomy. The surveillance systems that could track individuals throughout their daily lives created ethical dilemmas that traditional intelligence oversight mechanisms were not equipped to address, while the assassination capabilities that new technologies enabled raised fundamental questions about the relationship between intelligence operations and judicial procedures. The strategic implications of technological change extended beyond immediate operational considerations to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of sovereignty and the role of intelligence services in democratic societies. The capabilities that enabled intelligence services to operate across international borders with minimal detection also created possibilities for interference in domestic political processes that threatened the democratic institutions they were created to protect. The organizational changes that intelligence services underwent during this period reflected both technological opportunities and institutional necessities that could not be ignored. The specialization required for effective cyber operations created new career tracks and organizational structures, while the integration of technical and human intelligence required coordination mechanisms that transcended traditional bureaucratic boundaries. The personnel recruited for these new capabilities possessed academic and technical backgrounds that differed significantly from those of traditional intelligence that became necessary for addressing technological threats, required intelligence sharing arrangements that exceeded anything previously attempted. The cyber vulnerabilities that threatened individual nations could be addressed only through collective action that required unprecedented coordination between intelligence services that had traditionally guarded their capabilities jealously. The balance between operational security and cooperative effectiveness became a constant challenge as threats evolved faster than institutional relationships could adapt. As the 20th century drew to a close, the intelligence operations that had characterized the previous decade were already being superseded by technological changes that would transform both the possibilities and the constraints of covert action. The assassination techniques that had seemed sophisticated in 1997 would appear primitive compared to the capabilities that emerged during the following decade, while the surveillance vulnerabilities that had been manageable during the analog era would become prohibitive in an age of digital omnipresence. The operational methods that Israeli intelligence would employ in Dubai 13 years later, the coordinated team movements, the sophisticated false identities, the precise timing that enabled complex assassination operations, all had their origins in the lessons learned during the late 1990s. Yet the comprehensive surveillance coverage that would ultimately expose the Dubai operation also reflected technological advances that were already apparent to intelligence professionals who understood the implications of the digital revolution that was transforming modern societies. The invisible hand that had operated in shadows for half a century was beginning to cast shadows of its own as surveillance technologies created permanent records of activities that had previously left no trace. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had developed intelligence capabilities that rivaled those of much larger nations. Yet the very sophistication of these capabilities was creating vulnerabilities that would ultimately limit their effectiveness. The moral ambiguities that had always characterized intelligence work were being magnified by technologies that enabled both unprecedented precision and unavoidable exposure, creating dilemmas that traditional ethical frameworks were inadequate to resolve. The decade that ended with the millennium would be remembered as the last period during which intelligence services could operate with reasonable confidence that their activities would remain secret indefinitely. The digital age that was beginning would create both opportunities and constraints that would fundamentally alter the relationship between intelligence operations and democratic governance. While the technological arms race between intelligence services and their targets would accelerate beyond anything that previous generations of intelligence officers
Allies
had
in the
imagined
shadows,
possible. 2001-2004. The secure telephone that rang in Meir Dagan's Tel Aviv office at 3:47 p.m. Israeli time on September 11, 2001, carried a message that would transform the relationship between Israeli and American intelligence more profoundly than any single communication in the history of both services. The voice belonged to George Tenet, Director of Central Intelligence, and his words cut through the static of an encrypted connection with crystalline urgency. "We need everything you have on Islamic terrorism. Everything. And we need it now." In the background, Dagan could hear the controlled chaos of the CIA's operations center, as America's intelligence establishment struggled to comprehend an attack that had succeeded beyond the most apocalyptic projections of any threat assessment. The images that flickered across television screens throughout the world that morning, commercial aircraft transformed into guided missiles, the collapse of structures that had symbolized American economic power, the Pentagon's damaged facade smoking against an azure sky, represented more than a terrorist spectacular. They marked the end of an era during which American intelligence services had regarded Middle Eastern terrorism as a regional problem that required only limited attention from a global superpower. The 19 men who had died in the execution of their mission had accomplished something that decades of conventional warfare had failed to achieve. They had forced the United States to adopt Israel's understanding of existential threat as its own. Meir Dagan, the former general who would assume leadership of Mossad in 2002, possessed both the operational experience and the strategic vision necessary to navigate the extraordinary opportunities that September 11th had created for Israeli intelligence. A man whose weathered features reflected decades of combat experience, Dagan understood that the attacks had eliminated the psychological barriers that had previously limited American willingness to embrace Israeli methods and Israeli intelligence. The moral qualms that had constrained American counterterrorism efforts throughout the 1990s had been incinerated in the flames that consumed the World Trade Center. The intelligence files that Israeli services began sharing with their American counterparts during the weeks following September 11th represented the culmination of more than 3 decades of experience in combating Islamic terrorism. The biographical data on terrorist leaders, the organizational charts that revealed operational networks, the technical intelligence about bomb-making techniques and operational methods. All of this information had been acquired through patient work that American services were only beginning to understand. The learning curve that faced American intelligence was steep, yet the motivation to climb it had never been stronger. The European surveillance networks that Israeli intelligence had established during the 1990s suddenly acquired strategic importance that far exceeded their original purposes. The monitoring posts that had been created to track Palestinian terrorist activities were now ideally positioned to collect intelligence about al-Qaeda networks that had established themselves in the same European cities where Palestinian groups had historically found sanctuary. The sources that had been developed to penetrate Middle Eastern immigrant communities could now provide insights into recruitment patterns and operational planning that American intelligence desperately needed. The human intelligence capabilities that Israeli services had developed for penetrating closed societies proved particularly valuable as American officials struggled to understand enemy organizations that operated according to cultural and religious principles that transcended Western analytical frameworks. The case officers, who had spent their careers learning to think like their targets, could provide insights into terrorist psychology and operational planning that technical collection methods could not duplicate. The recruitment techniques that had proven successful against Palestinian groups could be adapted for use against al-Qaeda networks that shared similar security consciousness between Israeli and American intelligence services during the months following September 11th required institutional adaptations that tested both organizations' bureaucratic flexibility. The liaison relationships that had been maintained at relatively low levels during the 1990s were suddenly elevated to strategic partnerships that involved the highest levels of both governments. The information sharing that had previously been limited to specific operations now expanded to encompass comprehensive intelligence exchange that covered global terrorist threats. The analytical capabilities that Israeli intelligence brought to the partnership reflected both cultural expertise and operational experience that American services had not yet acquired. The religious scholars who had been recruited to analyze Islamic extremism could provide theological context for terrorist statements and actions that secular Western analysts might misinterpret. The linguistic capabilities that had been developed for monitoring Arabic communications now proved crucial for understanding intercepts that revealed operational planning and strategic discussions among terrorist leaders. The technological integration that emerged from Israeli-American intelligence cooperation during this period created capabilities that exceeded what either service could achieve independently. The signals intelligence systems that monitored communications throughout the Middle East and Europe were enhanced through sharing of collection platforms and analytical techniques, while the human intelligence networks were coordinated to avoid redundancy and maximize coverage. The satellite imagery and technical collection capabilities that had been closely guarded during the Cold War were now shared through partnerships that reflected common strategic interests. The moral complexities that had traditionally constrained American intelligence operations were being reconsidered in light of threats that appeared to justify extraordinary measures. The assassination techniques that Israeli intelligence had employed for decades were now being studied by American officials who had previously regarded such methods as incompatible with democratic values. The torture techniques that had been developed by various intelligence services were being evaluated for their effectiveness in extracting information from captured terrorists who possessed knowledge of planned attacks. The European operations that Israeli intelligence conducted during this period required coordination with American services that were simultaneously expanding their own capabilities in the same geographic areas. The surveillance networks that monitored Islamic communities in London, Paris, and other European cities had to be coordinated to prevent interference between different intelligence services while maximizing the intelligence value of shared operations. The recruitment operations that targeted potential sources within terrorist networks required careful deconfliction to ensure that competing approaches did not compromise common objectives. The intelligence that flowed from these cooperative operations revealed the scope and sophistication of terrorist networks that had been developing throughout the 1990s, while Western intelligence services focused on other priorities. The financial networks that funded terrorist operations, the training camps that provided technical instruction, the safe houses that sheltered operational planners, all of these elements of terrorist infrastructure had been documented through Israeli sources that American intelligence was now able to exploit. The Iraq operation that began developing during 2002 created both opportunities and complications for Israeli-American intelligence cooperation. The weapons of mass destruction intelligence that had been collected through Israeli sources provided crucial support for American arguments about Iraqi capabilities and intentions. Yet the same intelligence also reflected the analytical biases and operational requirements that shaped Israeli strategic planning. The distinction between objective intelligence assessment and advocacy for particular policy positions became increasingly difficult to maintain as political leaders sought intelligence that supported predetermined strategies that emerged from Israeli sources during the Iraq War preparation period would later become the subject of extensive criticism and investigation. The reports about Iraqi chemical and biological weapons capabilities, the assessments of Saddam Hussein's intentions regarding WMD development, and the analysis of Iraqi connections to terrorist organizations all reflected intelligence collection that was shaped by Israeli strategic priorities as much as objective analytical assessment. The institutional pressures that existed within both Israeli and American intelligence services to provide intelligence that supported policy decisions created analytical distortions that would have profound consequences for both nations. The human sources that provided crucial intelligence about Iraqi capabilities included defectors whose credibility was difficult to assess and whose motivations were complicated by personal and political factors that could not be easily evaluated. The technical intelligence that complemented human reporting was subject to interpretation that could support multiple conclusions about Iraqi intentions and capabilities. The analytical process that synthesized this information into assessments that guided policy decisions was influenced by institutional pressures and political considerations that compromised objective evaluation. The moral burden that intelligence officers carried during this period reflected both the extraordinary stakes that terrorist threats represented and the ethical complexities that emerged from methods that had previously been considered unacceptable. The officers who managed sources reporting on terrorist activities understood that their failures might result in mass casualty attacks that could dwarf even the September 11th tragedy. Yet the methods required for effective counterterrorism operations raised fundamental questions about the compatibility of such techniques with democratic values and legal constraints. The transformation of intelligence priorities that occurred during this period extended beyond immediate operational requirements to encompass fundamental reconsiderations of the relationship between intelligence services and democratic governance. The surveillance capabilities that were developed to monitor terrorist communications also created possibilities for monitoring domestic political activities that threatened civil liberties. The detention and interrogation techniques that were employed against suspected terrorists established precedents that could be applied to other categories of suspects who posed lesser threats to national security. The psychological impact on intelligence officers who participated in counterterrorism operations during this period proved more severe than had been anticipated by support systems that had been designed for conventional intelligence work. The moral ambiguities that characterized interactions with sources who were simultaneously terrorists and intelligence assets created stress levels that traditional psychological support could not address. The knowledge that operational failures might result in catastrophic attacks created pressure that exceeded anything that intelligence officers had previously experienced. The international implications of Israeli-American intelligence cooperation during the War on Terror extended far beyond immediate operational benefits to encompass strategic relationships that would influence Middle Eastern politics for decades. The partnership that had been forged in response to the September 11th attacks created institutional bonds that transcended temporary policy differences while establishing precedents for intelligence sharing that would survive changes in political leadership. The methods that were developed for countering Islamic terrorism became models for addressing other forms of extremism that threatened democratic that emerged from cooperative intelligence operations during this period would influence intelligence capabilities for years to come. The data mining techniques that were developed to analyze terrorist communications, the biometric identification systems that were created to track terrorist movements, and the surveillance technologies that were deployed to monitor terrorist activities all represented advances that exceeded what individual intelligence services could have achieved independently. The organizational changes that both Israeli and American intelligence services underwent during this period reflected recognition that traditional bureaucratic structures were inadequate for addressing threats that transcended national boundaries and conventional categories. The joint operational centers that were established to coordinate counterterrorism activities, the liaison relationships that were formalized to facilitate information sharing, and the analytical capabilities that were developed to assess global threats all represented institutional innovations that would endure long after the immediate crisis had passed. The strategic deception operations that were conducted during this period raised fundamental questions about the relationship between intelligence activities and democratic decision-making processes. The information warfare campaigns that were designed to influence public opinion about terrorist threats and policy responses created possibilities for manipulation that could undermine democratic governance even while serving legitimate security objectives. The balance between operational effectiveness and democratic accountability became increasingly difficult to maintain as intelligence capabilities expanded beyond traditional constraints. As 2004 drew to a close, the intelligence relationships that had been forged in response to the September 11 attacks had fundamentally altered the strategic landscape of Middle Eastern politics. The cooperation between Israeli and American intelligence services had created capabilities that neither nation could have developed independently, while the methods that had been pioneered for countering Islamic terrorism had established precedents that would influence counterterrorism operations worldwide. Yet the same cooperation had also created moral obligations and strategic dependencies that would complicate future policy decisions for both nations. The invisible hand that had operated in shadows for more than half a century had emerged into unprecedented partnership with the world's dominant intelligence service, creating possibilities for global reach that exceeded anything that Israeli strategists had previously imagined. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had become a crucial partner in defending Western civilization against threats that transcended national boundaries and conventional political categories. The moral legacy of intelligence cooperation during the War on Terror would be debated for decades as democratic societies struggled to balance security requirements against civil liberties and legal constraints. The methods that had proven effective against terrorist threats had also established precedents for government surveillance and coercive interrogation that raised fundamental questions about the compatibility of such techniques with democratic values. The officers who had devoted their careers to protecting democratic societies from existential threats found themselves defending methods that many of their fellow citizens regarded as inconsistent with the principles they had sworn to protect. The decade that had begun with the most devastating terrorist attack in American history had witnessed the emergence of intelligence capabilities that exceeded anything previously imagined. Yet the same period had also revealed the moral costs of maintaining such capabilities in democratic societies. The partnership between Israeli and American intelligence that had been forged in response to common threats had proven extraordinarily effective in preventing subsequent attacks. Yet the methods employed had also created ethical dilemmas that would challenge democratic institutions for generations. 2005-2009. The computer virus that would ultimately cripple Iran's nuclear program began its existence not in the sterile laboratories of cyber warfare specialists, but in the mind of a soft-spoken physicist whose conscience had been tormented by equations that calculated the precise yield of nuclear weapons. Dr. Eli Cohen, whose academic credentials in nuclear engineering masked decades of experience in Israel's most classified defense programs, understood better than most the mathematical certainties that governed weapons of mass destruction. Iran's centrifuge cascades, spinning at precisely calibrated speeds, were transforming uranium hexafluoride gas into the highly enriched material that could incinerate Tel Aviv in a sphere of nuclear fire. The intelligence briefing that had crystallized Cohen's thinking took place in a windowless conference room beneath the Kiryat military complex in Tel Aviv during the autumn of 2005. The photographs spread across the polished table revealed the scope of Iran's nuclear ambitions with a clarity that no diplomatic negotiation could obscure. The underground facility at Natanz housed thousands of centrifuges arranged in configurations that served no conceivable civilian purpose. While intercepted communications revealed Iranian scientists discussing technical problems that arose only during weapons development, the choice facing Israeli decision-makers was stark: accept Iranian nuclear weapons capability or prevent it through methods that would fundamentally alter the nature of warfare itself. Meir Dagan, whose weathered features reflected 4 decades of operations that had tested every boundary of international law, faced a strategic challenge that differed qualitatively from any that Israeli intelligence had previously confronted. Unlike the Palestinian terrorists or Arab armies that had threatened Israel throughout its history, Iran possessed both the technical sophistication and the geographic distance that made conventional military responses inadequate. The nuclear facilities that required destruction were buried beneath meters of reinforced concrete, protected by air defense systems that could defeat conventional airstrikes, and located in a nation whose vast territory could absorb limited military punishment without strategic effect. The cyber warfare capabilities that would ultimately provide the solution to Iran's nuclear challenge had emerged from the partnership between Mossad and Unit 8200, Israel's signals intelligence organization, During the early 2000s, the digital revolution that was transforming global communications had created vulnerabilities in industrial control systems that previous generations of weapons had never exploited. The same computer networks that enabled precise control of complex manufacturing processes could be turned against themselves through malicious software that appeared benign while executing catastrophic instructions. The recruitment of computer specialists for what would become known as the Stuxnet operation required skills that traditional intelligence officers did not possess. The programmers who were approached during 2006 and 2007 possessed advanced degrees in computer science and engineering, yet their academic credentials concealed the psychological attributes that enabled them to design software intended to destroy rather than create. The moral transformation that converted peaceful technologists into weapons designers reflected both the existential nature of the Iranian threat and the seductive intellectual challenges that cyber warfare presented. Among the most crucial figures in the early development of cyber weapons was a young woman whose identity would remain classified for decades. Dr. Rachel Zimmerman had completed her doctoral studies in computer science at the Technion before joining Unit 8200 as a signals analyst. Yet her particular genius lay in understanding both the technical vulnerabilities of industrial control systems and the human psychology that governed their operation. Her insights into the behavioral patterns of Iranian nuclear technicians would prove as valuable as her technical expertise in exploiting the software that preceded the cyber attack required intelligence collection of unprecedented sophistication and scope. The centrifuge designs that Iran had acquired through the AQ Khan proliferation network were based on European technology that could be reverse-engineered through technical intelligence. Yet the specific configurations employed at Natanz reflected Iranian modifications that could be discovered only through human sources or direct observation. The challenge of penetrating Iran's nuclear program demanded capabilities that exceeded those required for conventional intelligence operations. The recruitment operations that provided crucial intelligence about Iranian nuclear facilities reflected both the international character of nuclear technology and the vulnerabilities created by Iran's isolation from legitimate suppliers. The sanctions that Western nations had imposed to prevent Iranian nuclear development had forced Iranian procurement networks to rely on intermediaries whose loyalty could be purchased or whose patriotism could be undermined through skilled psychological manipulation. The German engineer who provided detailed specifications for centrifuge control systems, the Turkish businessman who revealed Iranian procurement requirements, and the Russian technician who documented facility layouts all became unwitting contributors to an operation whose existence they never suspected. The technical challenge of designing malicious software that could penetrate Iranian nuclear facilities while avoiding detection required innovations that pushed cyber warfare beyond its previous limitations. The Stuxnet virus that emerged from this development process possessed capabilities that exceeded those of any previous malware. It could identify specific industrial equipment, modify its operating parameters to cause physical damage, and conceal its activities from monitoring systems that were designed to detect anomalous behavior. The sophistication of these capabilities reflected both advanced programming skills and detailed intelligence about target systems that could be acquired only through extensive espionage operations. The moral complexities that accompanied the development of cyber weapons troubled many of the scientists and technicians who participated in the Stuxnet project. Unlike conventional weapons whose destructive effects were immediately apparent, cyber weapons created possibilities for damage that could cascade through interconnected systems in ways that their designers could not predict or control. The software that was intended to destroy Iranian centrifuges might also affect civilian infrastructure that relied on similar control systems, creating humanitarian consequences that violated the principles of discrimination that had traditionally governed warfare. The psychological burden on intelligence officers who managed the Iranian operations reflected both the unprecedented nature of the threats they addressed and the moral ambiguities of the methods they employed. The case officers who recruited sources within Iran's nuclear program understood that their agents faced execution if discovered, yet the intelligence requirements demanded risks that exceeded those of conventional espionage. The analysts who assessed Iranian nuclear progress recognized that their evaluations might determine whether Israel launched preventive military strikes that could destabilize the entire Middle East. The coordination between Israeli intelligence and American cyber warfare capabilities during the development of Stuxnet created both opportunities and complications that neither nation had previously experienced. The technical resources that American intelligence services could provide exceeded Israeli capabilities, yet the operational requirements demanded collaboration between organizations whose strategic objectives were not always identical. The balance between cooperation and control became a constant challenge as the operation evolved beyond its original supported cyber operations against Iran, required adaptation of traditional espionage methods to technological environments that had not existed when those methods were developed. The agents who were tasked with installing malicious software on Iranian computer systems needed technical training that exceeded conventional tradecraft requirements, while the case officers who managed such operations required understanding of computer security that few intelligence professionals possessed. The learning curve was steep, and the consequences of inadequate preparation could include not merely operational failure, but the exposure of intelligence capabilities that had required years to develop. The first indication that Stuxnet had achieved its intended effects came through intelligence reports that documented mysterious failures in Iranian centrifuge operations during late 2008. The technical assessments that analyzed these reports revealed patterns of equipment breakdown that corresponded precisely to the objectives that had been programmed into the malicious software. The centrifuges that were destroying themselves through resonance frequencies that exceeded their design specifications. The control systems that were providing false readings while permitting continued operation, and the backup systems that were failing to detect the manipulated parameters, all demonstrated that cyber warfare had achieved what conventional military action could not accomplish. Yet the same intelligence that confirmed Stuxnet's success also revealed the limitations of cyber warfare as a strategic solution to proliferation threats. The Iranian nuclear program had been delayed rather than eliminated, while Iranian technicians were adapting their procedures to address the mysterious equipment failures that plagued their operations. The time that had been purchased through cyber warfare was finite, requiring additional measures to prevent Iranian nuclear weapons development that went beyond what computer viruses could achieve. The assassination operations that began targeting Iranian nuclear scientists during 2009 represented an escalation from cyber warfare to direct violence that reflected both the limitations of technological solutions and the moral boundaries that Israeli decision-makers were willing to cross. The motorcycle attacks that killed Iranian physicists in Tehran traffic created psychological pressure on the entire Iranian nuclear establishment, while demonstrating Israeli capabilities that transcended geographic distance and security barriers. Yet the same operations also established precedents for state-sponsored terrorism that could be employed against Israeli scientists if other nations adopted similar methods. The operational planning that preceded each assassination required intelligence collection that revealed the personal routines and security procedures of individual Iranian scientists, the surveillance operations that documented their daily movements, the technical assessments that identified vulnerable locations and timing, and the psychological profiles that predicted their responses to various threats, all demanded capabilities that exceeded those required for conventional intelligence operations. The transformation of academic researchers into military targets reflected strategic decisions that challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between scientific knowledge and political conflict. Dr. Masoud Ali Mohammadi, the theoretical physicist whose death in January 2010 would mark the beginning of systematic attacks against Iranian nuclear scientists, had become a target not because of his political activities, but because of his expertise in neutron transport calculations that were crucial for weapons design. The intelligence that led to his assassination revealed both the technical knowledge that Iranian weapons development required and the human vulnerabilities that could be exploited to prevent such development. The moral calculus that justified killing a university professor reflected strategic calculations that transcended traditional legal and ethical frameworks. The psychological warfare dimensions of the assassination campaign extended beyond immediate effects on individual scientists to encompass broader impacts on Iranian nuclear policy and public opinion. The message that no Iranian scientist working on nuclear weapons would be safe from Israeli retaliation was intended to discourage recruitment of technical personnel while creating political pressures that might force policy changes. Yet the same operations also demonstrated Iranian vulnerabilities that could be exploited by other hostile nations or terrorist organizations. Networks that enabled Israeli operations in Tehran required sources and methods that reflected both the international character of modern Iranian society and the security consciousness that characterized the Islamic Republic's response to foreign threats. The European-educated Iranians who provided intelligence about nuclear facilities, the dual nationals who maintained access to restricted areas, and the opposition groups that facilitated operational planning all became elements in intelligence operations that exceeded the scope of anything Israeli services had previously attempted in hostile territory. The technological innovations that emerged from Israeli cyber and assassination operations during this period would influence intelligence capabilities worldwide. The integration of cyber warfare with human intelligence operations, the development of sophisticated surveillance systems for tracking individual targets, and the creation of assassination techniques that could be employed in highly secure environments all represented advances that exceeded what traditional intelligence methods could achieve. Yet the same innovations also created precedents for state-sponsored violence that challenged fundamental assumptions about sovereignty and international law. The strategic deception operations that accompanied kinetic attacks against Iranian nuclear facilities were designed to obscure Israeli responsibility while maximizing psychological impact on Iranian decision-makers. The false flag operations that suggested American or European involvement, the disinformation campaigns that portrayed the attacks as results of internal Iranian conflicts, and the intelligence warfare that revealed Iranian nuclear activities to international media all reflected sophisticated understanding of the relationship between covert action and public diplomacy. The moral burden that Israeli intelligence officers carried during these operations reflected both the existential stakes that Iranian nuclear weapons represented and the ethical complexities of methods that violated international law and moral conventions. The officers who planned assassination operations understood that they were creating precedents that could be employed against Israeli scientists, while the cyber warfare specialists recognized that their innovations might be turned against Israeli infrastructure by hostile nations that acquired similar capabilities. The institutional changes that Israeli intelligence underwent during this period reflected both technological opportunities and strategic necessities that could not be addressed through traditional organizational structures. The creation of specialized cyber warfare units required recruitment of personnel whose skills differed significantly from those of conventional intelligence officers, while the coordination between different intelligence organizations demanded management systems that transcended established bureaucratic boundaries. As 2009 drew to a close, the shadow campaign against Iranian nuclear development had achieved tactical successes that exceeded the expectations of even the most optimistic planners. The cyber attacks had disrupted centrifuge operations, while the assassination campaign had created fear and uncertainty throughout Iran's nuclear establishment. Yet the same operations had also established precedents for interstate conflict that challenged fundamental assumptions about sovereignty, international law, and the relationship between intelligence operations and conventional warfare. The invisible hand that had operated in shadows for more than 6 decades had emerged into a new form of warfare that transcended traditional categories of conflict and peace. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had pioneered methods of covert action that would be studied and emulated by intelligence services worldwide. Yet the moral costs of these innovations, measured in violated sovereignty, assassinated scientists, and compromised international law, raised fundamental questions about the compatibility of such methods with the ethical principles that had justified Israel's creation. The decade that would follow would witness the full development of capabilities that had been pioneered during these formative years. Yet the fundamental dilemmas that emerged from the shadow campaign against Iran would persist long after the immediate tactical objectives had been achieved. The integration of cyber warfare with traditional intelligence operations had created possibilities for covert action that exceeded anything previously imagined. Yet the same capabilities had also created vulnerabilities that hostile nations could exploit against the democratic societies and offensive intelligence. 2002-2011. The photograph that arrived on Ariel Sharon's desk in the summer of 2002 showed a man whose weathered face bore the accumulated scars of 4 decades spent in Israel's most dangerous assignments. Meir Dagon's service record read like a catalogue of the Jewish state's most audacious military operations. Commander of the elite Rimon unit during the War of Attrition, architect of covert operations in Lebanon, veteran of missions that had never been officially acknowledged. Yet it was not Dagon's operational credentials that had attracted Sharon's attention, but rather his philosophical approach to the existential threats that Israel faced in an age when enemies possessed weapons that could eliminate the Jewish state in a matter of minutes. The conversation that took place in Sharon's office during that sweltering afternoon would reshape Israeli intelligence doctrine more profoundly than any strategic planning document. Sharon, the legendary general whose understanding of warfare had been forged in the desperate battles of 1948, recognized in Dagon a kindred spirit whose willingness to embrace extreme measures matched his own. The doctrine that emerged from their discussions would abandon the reactive posture that had characterized Israeli intelligence since its founding in favor of an aggressive offensive strategy that would strike enemies before they could threaten Israeli lives. "We cannot wait for our enemies to acquire the means to destroy us," Dagon would later explain to senior Mossad officers during his first address as director. The luxury of defensive thinking belongs to nations that can survive strategic mistakes. Israel possesses no such margin for error. The philosophy of preemptive neutralization that he articulated represented more than tactical innovation. It constituted a fundamental reconceptualization of intelligence work that would transform both Israeli capabilities and the moral framework within which they operated. The strategic environment that confronted Dagon upon assuming leadership of Mossad differed qualitatively from any that his predecessors had faced. The emergence of non-state actors possessing sophisticated weapons, the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction among hostile regimes, and the development of cyber warfare capabilities had created threats that traditional intelligence methods could not adequately address. The reactive approach that had served Israeli intelligence well during conventional conflicts proved inadequate for addressing enemies who could inflict catastrophic damage through single operations that left no opportunity for retaliation. The operational transformation that Dagon implemented during his first year in office reflected both his personal background in special operations and his strategic understanding of 21st century threats. The intelligence officers who had been trained to collect information and assess threats were retrained to identify opportunities for preemptive action, while the analytical capabilities that had focused on understanding enemy intentions were redirected toward identifying vulnerabilities that could be exploited for operational advantage. The recruitment policies that Dagon instituted represented a dramatic departure from traditional Israeli intelligence practice. Rather than seeking officers whose primary qualifications lay in language skills and cultural knowledge, he actively recruited individuals whose backgrounds included advanced technical training, special operations experience, and psychological profiles that indicated comfort with moral ambiguity. The Mossad that emerged from this transformation possessed capabilities that exceeded those of any previous intelligence organization. Yet the same capabilities created ethical dilemmas that traditional oversight mechanisms were not equipped to address. The cyber warfare capabilities that reached maturity under Dagon's leadership exemplified his approach to offensive intelligence. Rather than using digital technologies merely to collect information about enemy activities, Israeli cyber units began developing capabilities to disrupt, degrade, and destroy enemy systems through malicious software that could be deployed without conventional military operations. The Stuxnet virus that would ultimately cripple Iran's nuclear program represented the pinnacle of this approach, a weapon that could achieve strategic objectives while maintaining plausible deniability and avoiding the escalatory dynamics that conventionally characterized Dagon's tenure reflected his belief that eliminating key individuals could achieve strategic effects that exceeded those available through conventional military action. The Hamas leaders who were killed in Dubai, Gaza, and European capitals, the Iranian nuclear scientists whose deaths disrupted weapons development programs, the Hezbollah commanders whose elimination degraded terrorist capabilities, all represented applications of what Dagon termed surgical strategic intervention that targeted human vulnerabilities to achieve national objectives. The operational doctrine that guided these assassination campaigns combined psychological warfare with kinetic action in ways that previous intelligence operations had not attempted. The methods employed were designed not merely to eliminate individual targets, but to create fear and uncertainty throughout enemy organizations, while demonstrating Israeli capabilities that transcended geographic boundaries and security barriers. The message that no enemy of Israel was beyond reach, regardless of location or protection, was intended to deter hostile activities while encouraging defections and policy changes. The intelligence networks that supported Dagon's offensive operations required capabilities that exceeded those developed for traditional espionage. The human sources who provided targeting information for assassination operations needed access to protected individuals whose movements were carefully controlled, while the technical capabilities required for cyber warfare demanded understanding of enemy computer systems that could be acquired only through sophisticated penetration operations. The integration of human intelligence with technical capabilities created comprehensive operational pictures that enabled precise action against specific targets. The moral complexities that accompanied offensive intelligence operations troubled many officers who had joined Mossad to serve defensive purposes. The transformation of intelligence work from information collection to direct action challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between knowledge and violence that had shaped professional identities throughout the organization. The psychological support systems that had been adequate for traditional intelligence work proved insufficient for officers whose duties included planning and executing operations that deliberately caused human death. The international ramifications of Dagon's offensive approach created diplomatic complications that exceeded those generated by previous Israeli intelligence activities. The sovereignty violations that assassination operations necessarily entailed challenged international law in ways that traditional espionage had not, while the collateral effects of cyber warfare created possibilities for damage that extended beyond intended targets. The balance between operational effectiveness and diplomatic consequences became a constant concern as Israeli actions generated international criticism and retaliation. The technological innovations that emerged during Dagon's tenure influenced intelligence capabilities worldwide as other nations adapted Israeli methods to their own strategic requirements. The integration of cyber warfare with traditional intelligence operations, the development of sophisticated assassination techniques, and the creation of psychological warfare capabilities all became standard elements of modern intelligence practice. The precedents that Israel established under Dagon's leadership were studied and emulated by intelligence services that faced similar strategic challenges. The recruitment and training programs that prepared officers for offensive operations required psychological screening that identified individuals capable of functioning effectively in morally ambiguous environments. The officers who planned assassination operations needed emotional resilience that enabled them to make life-and-death decisions about individuals they had studied intensively, while cyber warfare specialists required technical skills combined with understanding of the strategic consequences that their actions might trigger. The selection criteria that identified suitable personnel necessarily excluded many qualified candidates whose psychological profiles indicated discomfort between different Israeli intelligence and military organizations during Dagon's tenure created unprecedented capabilities that transcended traditional bureaucratic boundaries. The joint operations that combined Mossad human intelligence with Unit 8200 cyber capabilities and IDF Special Operations Forces achieved effects that no single organization could accomplish independently. Yet the same coordination created command and control challenges that required new management systems and accountability mechanisms. The analytical capabilities that supported offensive operations required fundamental changes in intelligence assessment that extended beyond traditional threat evaluation to encompass opportunity identification and operational planning. The analysts who had been trained to understand enemy capabilities and intentions were retrained to identify vulnerabilities that could be exploited for strategic advantage, while the intelligence products that emerged from this analysis increasingly resembled operational plans rather than academic assessments. The psychological warfare dimensions of Dagon's approach extended beyond immediate effects on target organizations to encompass broader influence on regional political dynamics. The demonstration of Israeli capabilities through successful operations was intended to deter hostile activities while encouraging cooperation from potential allies who understood that Israeli friendship offered protection, while Israeli enmity promised devastating consequences. The reputation for effectiveness that emerged from these operations became a strategic asset that enhanced Israeli diplomatic influence throughout the Middle East. The risk management procedures that governed offensive operations under Dagon's leadership reflected both the high-stakes nature of such activities and the limited margin for error that characterized Israeli strategic planning. The operational security measures that protected sources and methods, the contingency plans that addressed potential complications, and the assessment procedures that evaluated risks against potential benefits all required sophistication that exceeded traditional intelligence planning. Yet the same procedures also created bureaucratic overhead that could delay time-sensitive operations when immediate action was required. The moral framework that justified offensive intelligence operations drew upon both Jewish religious tradition and secular strategic theory in ways that created unprecedented ethical complexity. The concept of pikuach nefesh, preservation of life, that permitted violations of religious law to save human lives, was extended to justify preemptive violence against individuals whose activities threatened Israeli civilians. Yet the application of this principle to specific operational decisions required moral judgments that individual officers were not necessarily qualified to make. The succession planning that Dagon implemented during his tenure reflected recognition that offensive intelligence capabilities required institutional continuity that transcended individual leadership, the officers who were trained to conduct complex operations, the analytical capabilities that supported strategic planning, and the international relationships that enabled global reach all represented organizational assets that required careful preservation through leadership transitions. The challenge of maintaining operational effectiveness while adapting to changing strategic circumstances became a central concern as Dagon's tenure approached its end. The legacy assessment that accompanied Dagon's retirement in 2011 revealed both the extraordinary achievements and the problematic precedents that his leadership had created. The successful operations that had degraded enemy capabilities while enhancing Israeli security demonstrated the effectiveness of offensive intelligence approaches, yet the international criticism and moral controversy that accompanied such operations raised questions about their long-term sustainability. The capabilities that had been developed under his leadership would endure long after his departure, yet the strategic environment that had enabled their employment was already changing in ways that would limit their future exerted on global intelligence practice extended far beyond immediate Israeli interests to encompass fundamental changes in how democratic nations addressed asymmetric threats. The precedents that Israel established for cyber warfare, targeted assassination, and preemptive neutralization were studied and adapted by intelligence services worldwide that faced similar challenges from non-state actors and hostile regimes. Yet the same precedents also created possibilities for retaliation and escalation that challenged traditional concepts of deterrence and strategic stability. The institutional culture that emerged within Mossad during Dagon's tenure reflected both the extraordinary demands of offensive operations and the psychological costs of sustained engagement in morally complex activities. The esprit de corps that developed among officers who had participated in successful operations created organizational cohesion that enhanced operational effectiveness. Yet the same culture also created insularity that limited critical assessment of methods and objectives. The balance between operational security and institutional accountability became increasingly difficult to maintain as the organization's activities expanded beyond traditional intelligence functions. The technological dependence that characterized offensive intelligence operations under Dagon's leadership created vulnerabilities that hostile nations could exploit through countermeasures and retaliation. The cyber warfare capabilities that had proven so effective against Iranian nuclear facilities could be turned against Israeli infrastructure by enemies who acquired similar techniques, while the assassination methods that had eliminated enemy leaders could be employed against Israeli officials by organizations that adopted Israeli operational models. The strategic advantages that offensive capabilities provided were necessarily temporary, as enemies adapted their defenses and developed retaliatory capabilities. As Dagan prepared to relinquish leadership of Mossad in early 2011, the intelligence organization that he left behind differed fundamentally from the one he had inherited 9 years earlier. The reactive intelligence service that had focused primarily on information collection and threat assessment had been transformed into an offensive organization, capable of conducting complex operations that achieved strategic objectives through direct action. Yet the same transformation had also created expectations and obligations that would constrain future Israeli policy while establishing precedents that could be exploited by enemies who possessed similar capabilities. The strategic doctrine that Dagan had pioneered, preemptive neutralization of threats before they could materialize, represented both a logical response to 21st century security challenges and a fundamental departure from legal and moral frameworks that had traditionally governed state behavior. The success of this approach in addressing immediate threats to Israeli security was undeniable, yet its long-term consequences for international stability and democratic governance remained uncertain. The invisible hand that had operated in shadows for more than 6 decades had emerged under Dagan's leadership into unprecedented visibility as Israeli operations achieved effects that could not be concealed or denied. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had developed capabilities that exceeded those of much larger nations while establishing precedents that would influence international conflict for generations to come. Yet the moral costs of these achievements, measured in violated sovereignty, compromised international law, and psychological burden on those who executed such operations, raised fundamental questions about the compatibility of offensive intelligence with democratic values and ethical governance. The era that concluded with Dagan's retirement had witnessed the transformation of intelligence work from a supporting function of statecraft into a primary instrument of national power capable of achieving strategic objectives without conventional military action. The precedents that had been established during these years would endure long after the immediate threats they had been designed to address had been superseded by new challenges. The methods that had proven so effective in protecting Israeli security had also created a template for international conflict that transcended traditional categories of war and peace, raising questions about the future of international order that would challenge policymakers for decades. 2010-2014. The Facebook profile that appeared online in March 2012 belonged to a young Israeli woman whose photographs suggested a life of enviable privilege. Designer clothes purchased during shopping expeditions to Milan, vacation snapshots from Mediterranean beaches, university graduation ceremonies attended by beaming parents. Yet Inbal Levine existed only in the imagination of a Mossad programmer whose understanding of human psychology had been refined through years of studying the digital footprints that people created without conscious intention. The fictional identity that emerged from careful algorithmic construction would prove more compelling to her targets than any cover story that previous generations of intelligence officers had devised. The digital revolution that was transforming human communication had created opportunities for intelligence collection that exceeded the most optimistic projections of earlier decades. The social media platforms that connected billions of users worldwide generated vast streams of personal information that revealed individual vulnerabilities, relationship patterns, and psychological characteristics that traditional intelligence methods could never have accessed. Yet the same technologies that enhanced collection capabilities also created vulnerabilities that hostile intelligence services could exploit against the democratic societies that had pioneered their development. Tamir Pardo, the former military intelligence officer who had assumed leadership of Mossad in 2011, understood better than most the revolutionary implications of digital connectivity for intelligence operations. A man whose analytical background had emphasized systematic assessment of emerging threats, Pardo recognized that the Internet was transforming not merely the methods available for intelligence collection, but the fundamental nature of human relationships and organizational structures that intelligence services sought to penetrate and manipulate. The recruitment operations that Israeli intelligence began conducting through social media platforms during this period reflected both technological possibilities and psychological insights that had emerged from decades of studying human motivation. The fictional profiles that were created to approach potential sources combined artificial intelligence algorithms with human psychology to create digital personas that could establish emotional connections with targets who might never have responded to conventional recruitment approaches. Among the most successful of these operations was the campaign that targeted Iranian nuclear scientists through professional networking platforms. The approach that proved most effective involved creating profiles of European academic researchers who could offer collaboration opportunities that enhanced professional reputations while providing access to restricted information. The gradual development of trust and mutual interest that characterized these relationships enabled intelligence collection that would have been impossible through conventional espionage methods. The psychological sophistication required for digital recruitment operations exceeded that needed for traditional human intelligence work. The case officers who managed virtual relationships had to understand not merely individual psychology, but the social dynamics that governed online communities and the technological interfaces that shaped digital communication. The emotional intelligence that enabled effective manipulation of human relationships had to be combined with technical knowledge of social media algorithms and communication protocols. The surveillance capabilities that emerged from the integration of digital technologies with traditional intelligence methods created comprehensive monitoring systems that could track individual movements, communications, and associations with unprecedented precision. The combination of signals intelligence, human intelligence, and open-source information enabled the construction of detailed profiles that revealed personal vulnerabilities and operational opportunities that previous generations of intelligence officers could never have identified. The drone coordination that became central to Israeli intelligence operations during this period reflected both technological advances and strategic adaptations to threats that transcended geographic boundaries. The unmanned aerial vehicles that provided persistent surveillance capabilities could be controlled through digital networks that enabled real-time coordination between intelligence analysts and operational commanders. The integration of human intelligence with technical surveillance created targeting capabilities that exceeded those available through either methods that enhanced intelligence capabilities also created vulnerabilities that hostile actors could exploit through cyber warfare and information operations. The computer networks that enabled global communication and coordination also provided attack vectors that enemies could use to penetrate intelligence operations, while the digital footprints that revealed enemy activities also exposed friendly operations to detection and countermeasures. The technology companies that served as cover for Israeli intelligence operations during this period reflected both the global reach of digital innovation and the opportunities that technological entrepreneurship provided for intelligence collection. The startup firms that were established in Silicon Valley, London, and other innovation centers created legitimate business reasons for maintaining relationships with individuals and organizations that possessed access to sensitive information and strategic capabilities. The venture capital investments that Israeli intelligence organizations made through these cover companies served multiple purposes beyond immediate operational requirements. The funding that was provided to promising technology startups created access to emerging capabilities that might prove useful for future intelligence operations, while the business relationships that developed through such investments provided cover for intelligence collection that would have been impossible through conventional diplomatic or commercial channels. The moral complexities that accompanied the commercialization of intelligence operations troubled many officers who had joined Mossad to serve clearly defined national security objectives. The blending of legitimate business activities with intelligence collection created ethical dilemmas that traditional frameworks could not adequately address, while the involvement of civilian entrepreneurs in intelligence operations raised questions about the boundaries between public service and private enterprise. The cybersecurity companies that emerged during this period as fronts for intelligence operations reflected the dual-use nature of technologies that could serve both defensive and offensive purposes. The same capabilities that protected legitimate users from cyber attacks could be adapted to conduct espionage operations against hostile targets, while the defensive services that such companies provided created opportunities for accessing the computer systems that they were ostensibly protecting. Among the most sophisticated of these operations was the establishment of a network security firm that provided services to Middle Eastern governments while simultaneously collecting intelligence about their capabilities and intentions. The legitimate expertise that the company possessed in cybersecurity enabled it to identify vulnerabilities in client systems that could be exploited for intelligence collection, while the trust that developed through successful defensive services provided access to sensitive information that would have been unavailable through conventional espionage methods. The personnel recruitment that these covert operations required created new categories of intelligence officers whose backgrounds differed significantly from those of traditional case officers. The computer scientists and engineers who were recruited for digital operations possessed technical skills that exceeded those of conventional intelligence officers, yet they also required training in operational security and counterintelligence that most civilian technologists had never received. The generational changes that these recruitment patterns reflected created cultural tensions within intelligence organizations that had traditionally emphasized continuity and institutional memory. The young officers who understood digital technologies often possessed limited appreciation for the human intelligence methods that remained crucial for understanding enemy intentions, while the experienced officers who had mastered traditional espionage techniques struggled to adapt to technological environments that had not existed during their formative years. The operational security challenges that digital technologies created exceeded those that intelligence services had previously confronted. The electronic communications that enabled global coordination also created permanent records that could be analyzed by hostile intelligence services to reveal operational patterns and personal relationships. The same digital footprints that enhanced intelligence collection capabilities also exposed intelligence operations to detection and disruption by enemies who possessed similar technological that began appearing in 2010, demonstrated the vulnerability of classified information in digital environments where vast amounts of data could be copied and transmitted without detection. The diplomatic cables and military reports that were released through these platforms revealed operational methods and strategic relationships that had been classified to protect both sources and methods. The psychological impact on intelligence officers who understood that their own operations might be exposed through similar leaks created stress levels that traditional support systems could not adequately address. The Edward Snowden revelations that emerged in 2013 provided comprehensive documentation of American intelligence capabilities that had implications for Israeli operations worldwide. The signals intelligence methods that were revealed through these disclosures included capabilities that Israeli intelligence had developed through cooperation with American services, while the legal authorities that governed American surveillance operations provided insights into the regulatory frameworks that constrained Allied intelligence activities. The operational adaptations that these revelations forced upon Israeli intelligence reflected both the global nature of modern threats and the interconnected character of contemporary intelligence systems. The methods that had been compromised through public disclosure required replacement with alternative approaches that could achieve similar objectives while avoiding detection by adversaries who now possessed detailed knowledge of previously secret capabilities. The social media analysis that became central to intelligence operations during this period required analytical capabilities that combined traditional psychological assessment with algorithmic processing of vast data streams. The patterns that emerged from analysis of online behavior revealed individual characteristics and social relationships that could be exploited for intelligence purposes. Yet the same analysis also created possibilities for manipulation by hostile actors who understood these techniques. The artificial intelligence systems that began supporting intelligence analysis during this period exceeded human capabilities for processing large volumes of information while identifying patterns that might indicate threats or opportunities. Yet the same systems also created dependencies on technological infrastructure that could be targeted by enemies through cyber warfare, while the algorithms that guided automated analysis could be manipulated through carefully crafted disinformation that exploited their logical assumptions. The international cooperation that digital technologies enabled created opportunities for intelligence sharing that exceeded traditional bilateral relationships. The global networks that connected democratic intelligence services allowed rapid dissemination of threat information and coordinated responses to emerging challenges. Yet the same networks also created vulnerabilities that could be exploited by hostile actors who gained access to shared communication systems. The legal frameworks that governed intelligence operations in digital environments struggled to keep pace with technological developments that created new forms of surveillance and data collection. The authorities that had been developed for traditional intelligence activities proved inadequate for addressing capabilities that transcended national boundaries and conventional categories of espionage. While the privacy rights that democratic societies sought to protect were challenged by security requirements that could not be addressed through traditional methods, the psychological profiling that digital technologies enabled reached levels of sophistication that exceeded anything previously available to intelligence services. The behavioral patterns that could be derived from online activities revealed personality characteristics and psychological vulnerabilities that could be exploited for recruitment and manipulation. Yet the same capabilities also raised fundamental questions about individual privacy and human autonomy that democratic societies that provided cover for intelligence operations during this period created economic value that extended beyond immediate operational requirements. The technologies that were developed for intelligence purposes often had legitimate commercial applications that generated revenue and attracted additional investment, while the business relationships that were created through such ventures provided long-term access to technological innovations that might prove useful for future operations. The counterintelligence challenges that digital operations created required new approaches to protecting intelligence capabilities from hostile exploitation. The technical vulnerabilities that characterized complex software systems could be exploited by enemies to gain access to intelligence networks, while the human factors that governed digital security created opportunities for social engineering attacks that traditional counterintelligence training had not anticipated. The ethical dilemmas that emerged from digital intelligence operations reflected both the unprecedented capabilities that technology provided and the moral ambiguities that characterized their employment. The manipulation of human relationships through artificial digital personas challenged fundamental assumptions about consent and deception that had traditionally governed intelligence operations, while the collection of personal information through social media platforms raised questions about privacy and surveillance that democratic societies were still struggling to resolve. As 2014 drew to a close, the intelligence capabilities that had emerged from the digital revolution exceeded anything that previous generations of intelligence officers had imagined possible. The global reach that digital technologies provided, the analytical capabilities that artificial intelligence enabled, and the collection opportunities that social media platforms created had transformed intelligence work more profoundly than any previous technological innovation. Yet the same capabilities had also created vulnerabilities and ethical dilemmas that would challenge intelligence services and democratic societies for decades to come. The invisible hand that had operated in shadows for more than 6 decades had acquired capabilities that transcended traditional limitations of time and space, while creating possibilities for influence that exceeded those available through conventional diplomatic or military means. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had pioneered methods of digital espionage that would be studied and emulated by intelligence services worldwide. Yet the precedents that had been established raised fundamental questions about privacy, autonomy, and democratic governance that remained unresolved. The moral legacy of intelligence operations in the digital age would be debated for generations, as societies struggled to balance security requirements against individual rights and democratic values. The methods that had proven effective for protecting national security had also created possibilities for surveillance and manipulation that could undermine the very freedoms they were designed to protect. The officers who had devoted their careers to defending democratic societies found themselves employing capabilities that many of their fellow citizens regarded as inconsistent with democratic principles, creating dilemmas that traditional ethical frameworks were inadequate to resolve. The technological revolution that had transformed intelligence work during these years would continue to accelerate, creating both opportunities and challenges that would test the adaptability of intelligence services and the resilience of democratic institutions. The capabilities that had been pioneered during this period would endure long after the immediate threats they were designed to address had been superseded by new challenges, while the precedents that had been established would influence the conduct of international relations in ways that extended far beyond intelligence operations. 2012-2017. The cargo ship that sailed past the ancient port of Massawa on the Red Sea coast of Eritrea in November 2014 appeared unremarkable to casual observers. A mid-sized commercial vessel flying Panamanian colors, its manifest declaring a cargo of agricultural machinery bound for East African markets. Yet hidden within the ship's specially modified containers lay a sophisticated intelligence collection platform that would monitor Iranian weapons shipments throughout the Horn of Africa for the next 3 years. The transformation of a routine commercial vessel into an intelligence asset exemplified the adaptation that Israeli operations required in a region where traditional espionage methods proved inadequate for addressing threats that transcended conventional categories of warfare and diplomacy. The strategic imperative that had drawn Israeli intelligence to Africa reflected both historical connections and contemporary threats that could not be addressed through operations in more familiar Middle Eastern theaters. The ancient Jewish communities of Ethiopia, the diplomatic relationships that Israel had cultivated throughout sub-Saharan Africa during its early decades, and the commercial networks that connected Israeli businesses to African markets all provided foundations for intelligence operations that exceeded what could be achieved in hostile Arab nations. Yet the primary motivation for expanding Israeli intelligence presence in Africa was defensive, countering Iranian efforts to establish military supply routes that could threaten Israeli security through asymmetric warfare. Eli Cohen, who would assume leadership of Mossad in 2016, possessed both the academic background and the operational experience necessary to understand the complexities that African operations entailed. A former diplomat whose service in Turkey had provided insights into Islamic societies, Cohen recognized that success in Africa required cultural sensitivity and strategic patience that differed qualitatively from the tactical excellence that had characterized Israeli operations in Europe and the Middle East. The tribal loyalties, ethnic conflicts, and historical grievances that shaped African politics created both opportunities and constraints that demanded approaches far removed from conventional intelligence methods. The Iranian presence that Israeli intelligence confronted in Africa during this period reflected the Islamic Republic's strategic adaptation to international sanctions that had limited its ability to project power through conventional diplomatic and military channels. The Revolutionary Guard forces that were training Sudanese militias, the weapons shipments that were transiting African ports en route to Hamas and Hezbollah, and the financial networks that were circumventing international banking restrictions all represented elements of an Iranian strategy that sought to encircle Israel through proxy forces and alternative supply routes. The operational challenges that African environments presented exceeded those that Israeli intelligence had encountered in any previous theater. The weak state institutions that characterized much of the continent provided limited infrastructure for conventional intelligence operations, while the ethnic and religious conflicts that periodically erupted into violence created security risks that could not be adequately assessed through traditional threat analysis. The corruption that pervaded government institutions created both opportunities for recruitment and vulnerabilities that could be exploited by hostile intelligence services. The recruitment networks that Israeli intelligence established in Sudan, Ethiopia, and Eritrea during this period reflected both the tribal character of African societies and the economic pressures that international sanctions had created throughout the region. The clan leaders who controlled smuggling routes, the military officers whose loyalty could be purchased through financial incentives, and the diaspora communities that maintained connections to multiple African nations all became elements in intelligence networks that provided capabilities unavailable through conventional diplomatic was a Sudanese general whose access to Revolutionary Guard training camps provided detailed intelligence about Iranian military assistance to proxy forces throughout the region. Colonel Ahmed Hassan, whose real name would remain classified for security reasons, had been recruited through a combination of financial incentives and ideological appeals that exploited his growing disillusionment with Iranian influence in his country. His intelligence reports revealed both the scope of Iranian activities and the vulnerabilities that could be exploited to disrupt them. The maritime surveillance operations that became central to Israeli intelligence activities in the Red Sea reflected both the geographic choke points that controlled access to Middle Eastern markets and the technological capabilities that modern shipping provided for concealing military cargo. The combination of human intelligence from port authorities with technical surveillance from modified commercial vessels created comprehensive monitoring capabilities that could track weapons shipments from their origins in Iran through their transshipment in African ports to their ultimate destinations in Gaza and Lebanon. The cover operations that provided Israeli intelligence officers with legitimate reasons for maintaining presence in African nations required business enterprises that could generate actual economic value while serving intelligence requirements. The agricultural development projects that Israeli companies established in Ethiopia, the mineral exploration ventures that were launched in Eritrea, and the telecommunications infrastructure that was constructed throughout the region all provided both commercial benefits and intelligence opportunities that justified long-term investment in African operations. The psychological warfare dimensions of Israeli operations in Africa extended beyond immediate intelligence collection to encompass broader efforts to counter Iranian influence through demonstration of Israeli capabilities and reliability. The humanitarian assistance that Israel provided during regional crises, the technical expertise that Israeli companies offered for infrastructure development, and the military training that Israeli advisors provided to friendly governments all created positive impressions that complicated Iranian efforts to portray Israel as a regional threat. The arms tracking operations that Israeli intelligence conducted throughout the Horn of Africa required technical capabilities that exceeded those available through traditional espionage methods. The radio frequency identification devices that were placed on weapons shipments, the satellite imagery that monitored port activities, and the signals intelligence that intercepted communications between Iranian handlers and local contacts all contributed to comprehensive pictures of weapons flows that enabled both interdiction operations and strategic assessment of Iranian capabilities. The diplomatic complexities that accompanied Israeli operations in Africa required careful coordination between intelligence requirements and foreign policy objectives. The African governments that provided cooperation for Israeli intelligence activities often maintained official neutrality in Middle Eastern conflicts, while seeking to balance relationships with multiple external powers. The challenge of maintaining productive intelligence relationships while avoiding actions that might compromise African political stability required constant attention to local sensitivities and regional dynamics. The tribal politics that characterized much of the Horn of Africa created both opportunities and constraints that Israeli intelligence had to navigate with extraordinary care. The clan loyalties that could provide access to restricted areas and sensitive information could also create obligations and vulnerabilities that transcended immediate operational requirements. The ethnic conflicts that periodically erupted into violence could either facilitate intelligence collection through the chaos they created or threaten ongoing operations through the instability they generated. The financial networks that Israeli intelligence established to support African operations reflected both the limited banking infrastructure that characterized much of the continent and the need to avoid financial transactions that might reveal intelligence activities to hostile services. The Hawala systems that transferred funds through informal networks, the commodity trading that provided legitimate cover for financial movements, and the development assistance that channeled resources through international organizations all served to support intelligence operations while maintaining challenges that African operations presented reflected both the limited capabilities of local security services and the presence of hostile intelligence organizations that possessed significant resources and expertise. The Chinese intelligence services that were expanding their presence throughout Africa, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard forces that were training local proxies, and the Russian advisors who were supporting various African governments all represented threats that could compromise Israeli operations through detection or penetration. The technological adaptation that African environments required exceeded what Israeli intelligence had previously encountered in other regions. The limited electrical infrastructure that characterized rural areas necessitated self-contained power systems. while the poor communications networks required satellite links that could be detected by hostile surveillance systems. The extreme climate conditions that prevailed throughout much of the Horn of Africa demanded equipment modifications that could maintain operational effectiveness in environments that exceeded normal specifications. The humanitarian cover that Israeli intelligence employed for some African operations reflected both genuine commitment to African development and practical requirements for maintaining long-term presence in sensitive areas. The medical assistance that Israeli teams provided during regional health crises, the agricultural expertise that Israeli advisors offered to improve food security, and the educational programs that Israeli institutions established throughout the region all created positive relationships that facilitated intelligence collection while serving legitimate humanitarian purposes. The resource constraints that limited Israeli intelligence capabilities in Africa required creative approaches to operations that maximized impact while minimizing exposure. The limited personnel that could be deployed to African assignments necessitated reliance on local sources and technical collection methods, while the restricted budgets that were available for African operations demanded careful prioritization of targets and objectives. The challenge of achieving strategic effects through limited means required operational innovation that exceeded what conventional intelligence methods could provide. The cultural intelligence that proved crucial for successful African operations required understanding of social dynamics that differed fundamentally from those that characterized Middle Eastern societies. The role of women in African cultures, the importance of age and status in social hierarchies, and the religious practices that shaped daily life all influenced operational planning in ways that traditional intelligence training had not anticipated. The officers who achieved success in African assignments possessed cultural sensitivity that complemented their technical expertise. The environmental challenges that African operations presented created risks that exceeded those encountered in other operational theaters. The diseases that were endemic to tropical regions, the extreme weather conditions that could disrupt communications and transportation, and the wildlife hazards that threatened personnel in remote areas all required precautions that conventional intelligence training had not addressed. The medical support that was necessary for sustained operations in such environments demanded resources that strained organizational capabilities. The success indicators that measured the effectiveness of Israeli intelligence operations in Africa reflected both immediate tactical achievements and long-term strategic objectives. The weapons shipments that were intercepted through intelligence provided by African sources, the Iranian operations that were disrupted through timely warnings, and the proxy forces that were degraded through targeted actions all demonstrated the value of sustained intelligence presence in the region. Yet the broader objective of countering Iranian influence required achievements that extended beyond immediate that emerged from Israeli intelligence activities in Africa during this period would continue to provide strategic benefits long after the immediate threats they were designed to address had been superseded by changing circumstances. The relationships that were established with African leaders, the commercial networks that were created through legitimate business ventures, and the intelligence capabilities that were developed for operating in challenging environments all represented assets that would serve Israeli interests for decades to come. The moral complexities that accompanied Israeli operations in Africa reflected both the humanitarian crises that characterized much of the continent and the strategic necessities that drove intelligence requirements. The recruitment of sources whose cooperation might expose them to retaliation from hostile forces, the manipulation of tribal conflicts for intelligence purposes, and the exploitation of economic vulnerabilities for operational advantage all raised ethical questions that traditional frameworks could not adequately address. The regional implications of Israeli intelligence success in countering Iranian activities extended beyond immediate benefits to Israeli security to encompass broader effects on Middle Eastern stability. The weapons shipments that were prevented from reaching Hamas and Hezbollah reduced the capabilities that these organizations could employ against Israeli civilians, while the Iranian networks that were disrupted limited Tehran's ability to project power throughout the region. Yet the same operations also established precedents for intelligence competition in Africa that could destabilize the continent through proxy conflicts. The technological innovations that emerged from Israeli operations in Africa reflected both the unique challenges that the continent presented and the resources that Israeli intelligence could devote to addressing them. The communication systems that functioned reliably in remote areas, the surveillance technologies that operated effectively in extreme climates, and the transportation methods that could navigate difficult terrain all represented advances that exceeded what conventional military or intelligence equipment could provide. The international cooperation that supported Israeli operations in Africa included relationships with Western intelligence services that possessed their own strategic interests in the region. The shared concerns about Iranian proliferation activities, the common opposition to international terrorism, and the mutual benefits of intelligence sharing all created foundations for cooperation that transcended traditional bilateral relationships. Yet the same cooperation also created dependencies that could be exploited by hostile actors who concluded the Israeli intelligence presence in Africa had achieved strategic effects that exceeded the expectations of even the most optimistic planners. The Iranian weapons networks that had been disrupted, the proxy forces that had been degraded, and the intelligence capabilities that had been established throughout the Horn of Africa all represented achievements that enhanced Israeli security while demonstrating capabilities that extended far beyond the Middle East. Yet the same operations had also created obligations and vulnerabilities that would influence Israeli policy for years to come. The invisible hand that had reached across the Red Sea to influence events throughout the Horn of Africa had demonstrated Israeli capabilities that few had thought possible, while establishing precedents for intelligence operations in unstable regions that would be studied by services worldwide. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had proven its ability to project power throughout Africa while building relationships that transcended immediate security concerns. The strategic transformation that these operations represented extended beyond immediate tactical successes to encompass fundamental changes in Israeli approaches to international relations and regional security. The capabilities that had been developed for countering Iranian threats in Africa could be adapted for addressing similar challenges in other regions, while the relationships that had been established with African leaders provided foundations for broader diplomatic and economic cooperation. The moral legacy of Israeli operations in Africa would be measured not merely through immediate security benefits, but through longer-term effects on African development and regional stability. The humanitarian assistance that had accompanied intelligence operations, the commercial investments that had created legitimate economic opportunities, and the technical expertise that had enhanced African capabilities, all represented contributions that extended beyond narrow security interests to encompass broader human welfare. The precedents that had been established through Israeli intelligence success in Africa would influence international competition throughout the continent as other powers adapted similar methods for pursuing their own strategic objectives. The integration of humanitarian assistance with intelligence collection, the use of commercial ventures for operational cover, and the exploitation of tribal dynamics for strategic advantage all became standard elements of modern intelligence practice that would shape African development for decades to come. 2007-2018. The photograph that arrived at Mossad headquarters through an encrypted channel in January 2007 showed what appeared to be an unremarkable concrete structure rising from the Syrian desert near the town of Al-Kibar. Yet the technical analysis that followed revealed architectural features that could serve only one purpose. The building housed a nuclear reactor whose design specifications matched those of the North Korean facility that had produced plutonium for that nation's nuclear weapons program. The intelligence that had enabled this discovery would prove more valuable than any single piece of information that Israeli services had acquired since the state's founding, while the military operation that followed would demonstrate capabilities that exceeded anything that previous generations of Israeli planners had imagined possible. The human source who had provided access to Syrian nuclear facilities possessed credentials that made his recruitment seem impossible even to experienced case officers. Brigadier General Mohammed Suleiman, whose position as a senior advisor to President Bashar al-Assad provided access to Syria's most classified defense programs, had been approached through a combination of financial incentives and ideological appeals that exploited his growing disillusionment with Iranian influence in his country. The intelligence that he provided over 18 months of cooperation revealed not merely Syrian nuclear ambitions, but the scope of North Korean assistance that had made such ambitions technically feasible. The recruitment operation that had secured Suleiman's cooperation exemplified the technological sophistication that characterized 21st-century espionage. The digital identity that had been created to approach him combined artificial intelligence algorithms with deep psychological profiling to create a persona that could establish trust through shared professional interests and personal vulnerabilities. The fictional European arms dealer who had initiated contact possessed a documented history that could withstand investigation, complete with financial records, travel documents, and social media presence that extended back several years. The biometric deception technologies that enabled Israeli intelligence officers to operate in hostile territories during this period represented advances that exceeded anything available to previous generations of operatives. The facial reconstruction techniques that could alter appearance beyond recognition, the fingerprint modification procedures that could defeat automated identification systems, and the voice modulation technologies that could mask identity during electronic communications all reflected capabilities that transcended traditional concepts of operational security and cover identity. Among the most sophisticated of these technologies was a system that could generate synthetic identities complete with biometric data that appeared authentic to scanning devices while corresponding to no actual person. The artificial fingerprints, retinal patterns, and facial characteristics that were created through these systems enabled intelligence officers to assume identities that could not be compromised through database searches or biometric comparison. The psychological training that officers received to maintain such identities under interrogation reflected both the technical sophistication of the deception and the human vulnerabilities that could still compromise even the most advanced operational security. The intelligence that revealed Syrian nuclear activities had been collected through multiple sources and methods that demonstrated the integration of human intelligence with technical capabilities. The satellite imagery that documented construction activities at Al-Kibar, the signals intelligence that intercepted communications between Syrian officials and North Korean advisors, and the financial intelligence that tracked payments for nuclear assistance all contributed to comprehensive understanding of Syrian capabilities and intentions that enabled precise targeting of the preceded the September 2007 airstrike, reflected both the technical complexity of the target and the strategic implications of military action against a nuclear facility. The intelligence requirements that guided mission planning included detailed assessments of Syrian air defenses, precise targeting data for critical reactor components, and contingency planning for Syrian retaliation that could escalate into regional conflict. The coordination between intelligence collection and military operations achieved levels of integration that exceeded anything in Israeli military history. The psychological warfare dimensions of Operation Orchard extended beyond immediate military objectives to encompass broader strategic messaging about Israeli capabilities and resolve. The destruction of the Syrian reactor, without acknowledgement or explanation, created uncertainty throughout the region about Israeli intelligence capabilities and operational reach, while the absence of Syrian retaliation demonstrated the effectiveness of deterrence through demonstrated capability rather than explicit threat. The technological innovations that emerged from Operation Orchard influenced both Israeli military capabilities and international approaches to preventing nuclear proliferation. The precision-guided munitions that were employed against the reactor, the electronic warfare systems that suppressed Syrian air defenses, and the intelligence collection platforms that provided real-time battle damage assessment all represented advances that exceeded what conventional military technology could achieve. The success of these systems established precedents for preventive military action that would influence international security policy for decades. The cyber warfare capabilities that supported kinetic operations during this period reflected the integration of digital and physical domains that characterized modern conflict. The malware that disrupted Syrian communications during the airstrike, the electronic interference that prevented radar detection of Israeli aircraft, and the information warfare that concealed the true nature of military operations all demonstrated capabilities that transcended traditional categories of warfare and intelligence operations. The deep fake technologies that began emerging during this period created possibilities for deception and manipulation, that exceeded anything available to previous generations of intelligence officers. The artificial video content that could portray individuals saying or doing things they had never actually said or done. The synthetic audio recordings that could replicate voices with perfect fidelity, and the manipulated photographs that could document events that had never occurred, all represented capabilities that could be employed for both intelligence collection and strategic deception. The biometric evasion techniques that were developed to defeat increasingly sophisticated identification systems required both technological innovation and human adaptation that challenged traditional concepts of identity and authenticity. The contact lenses that could alter iris patterns, the surgical procedures that could modify facial bone structure, and the chemical treatments that could change fingerprint ridges all enabled intelligence officers to assume identities that could withstand examination by advanced security systems. The intelligence warfare that characterized this period extended beyond conventional espionage to encompass comprehensive campaigns designed to influence political outcomes through information manipulation and strategic deception. The disinformation operations that were conducted through social media platforms, the propaganda campaigns that exploited ethnic and religious divisions, and the influence operations that targeted democratic political processes all represented applications of intelligence capabilities that transcended traditional boundaries between domestic and foreign operations. The cooperation between Mossad and the National Security Agency that intensified during this period created capabilities that exceeded what either organization could achieve independently. The shared intelligence that enhanced targeting of terrorist networks, the coordinated cyber operations that disrupted hostile activities, and the joint technical development that produced advanced collection systems all reflected integration of democratic intelligence capabilities that responded to common threats through unprecedented challenges that characterized digital age intelligence work required innovations that exceeded traditional counterintelligence methods. The encrypted communications that could be intercepted through quantum computing, the metadata analysis that could reveal operational patterns despite communication security, and the behavioral biometrics that could identify individuals through typing patterns and mouse movements all created vulnerabilities that demanded new approaches to protecting intelligence operations. The artificial intelligence systems that began supporting intelligence analysis during this period provided capabilities that exceeded human analytical capacity while creating dependencies that could be exploited by hostile actors. The machine learning algorithms that could identify patterns in vast data streams, the predictive models that could assess probability of future events, and the automated decision systems that could recommend operational actions all represented advances that enhanced intelligence effectiveness while creating new categories of operational risk. The social media manipulation that became central to intelligence operations during this period reflected both the global reach of digital platforms and the psychological vulnerabilities that such platforms created. The bot networks that could amplify particular messages, the algorithmic manipulation that could influence information consumption, and the persona management that could create false grassroots movements all demonstrated capabilities that could shape public opinion and political outcomes without conventional propaganda methods. The international implications of Israeli intelligence innovations during this period extended far beyond immediate security benefits to encompass fundamental changes in how democratic nations addressed threats from authoritarian regimes and non-state actors. The precedents that were established for preventive military action, the technologies that were developed for identity deception, and the methods that were pioneered for information warfare all influenced international security practices in ways that transcended traditional diplomatic and military relationships. The moral complexities that accompanied advanced intelligence capabilities during this period challenged traditional ethical frameworks that had been developed for conventional espionage and military operations. The manipulation of digital identities raised questions about authenticity and deception that exceeded previous concerns about cover stories and false documentation. While the information warfare capabilities created possibilities for influencing democratic processes in ways that threatened the legitimacy of political institutions. The recruitment operations that employed deep-fake technologies to create compelling but entirely fictional identities raised fundamental questions about consent and manipulation that traditional intelligence ethics had not anticipated. The sources who were recruited through relationships with personas that existed only in digital environments might never have agreed to cooperation if they had understood the artificial nature of their handlers, while the emotional connections that developed through such relationships could create psychological trauma that exceeded anything associated with conventional intelligence operations. The strategic deception operations that characterized this period achieved effects that exceeded what conventional military or diplomatic actions could accomplish, while creating precedents that could be exploited by hostile actors who acquired similar capabilities. The success of Israeli operations in Syria encouraged other nations to develop preventive military capabilities, while the information warfare techniques that were pioneered for countering hostile propaganda were adapted by authoritarian regimes for suppressing domestic that emerged from intelligence innovations during this period, created competitive dynamics that challenged traditional concepts of strategic stability and deterrence. The capabilities that provided temporary advantages to democratic intelligence services could be reverse-engineered or independently developed by hostile actors, while the precedents that were established for employing such capabilities created expectations that future conflicts would be conducted through similar methods. The institutional changes that intelligence organizations underwent during this period reflected both technological opportunities and strategic necessities that transcended traditional bureaucratic structures. The cyber warfare units that were created to conduct digital operations, the technical development centers that produced advanced capabilities, and the coordination mechanisms that integrated different intelligence disciplines all represented organizational innovations that would influence intelligence practice for decades. The psychological impact on intelligence officers who employed advanced deception technologies during this period proved more severe than had been anticipated by support systems designed for conventional operations. The moral ambiguity that characterized relationships based on entirely artificial identities, the stress that accompanied operations where failure could result in nuclear proliferation, and the isolation that resulted from activities that could not be discussed with family or colleagues, all created psychological burdens that traditional support mechanisms could not adequately address. The legal frameworks that governed intelligence operations during this period struggled to address capabilities that transcended existing categories of espionage, warfare, and law enforcement. The authorities that had been developed for conventional intelligence activities proved inadequate for regulating deep-fake technologies and information warfare, while the international law that governed state behavior provided limited guidance for addressing preventive military action against nuclear facilities. The intelligence sharing that characterized cooperation between Mossad and allied services during this period created both opportunities and vulnerabilities that exceeded those associated with traditional liaison relationships. The integrated operations that combined Israeli human intelligence with American technical capabilities achieved effects that neither nation could accomplish independently. Yet the same integration created dependencies that could be exploited by hostile actors who understood these relationships. The counterintelligence challenges that emerged from advanced intelligence capabilities required new approaches to protecting sensitive operations from hostile detection and penetration. The same technologies that enhanced friendly intelligence collection could be employed by enemies to identify and disrupt operations, while the digital footprints that advanced capabilities necessarily created provided attack vectors that traditional security measures could not adequately protect. As 2018 concluded, the intelligence capabilities that had emerged from the digital revolution and technological innovation exceeded anything that previous generations of intelligence officers had imagined possible. The precision with which threats could be identified and neutralized, the sophistication of deception and manipulation that could be employed, and the global reach that digital technologies provided all represented advances that fundamentally altered the character of international conflict. Destroyed a nuclear reactor through perfect intelligence and precise military action had demonstrated capabilities that transcended traditional boundaries between war and peace, while the technologies that had been developed for identity deception and information warfare had created possibilities for influence that exceeded those available through conventional diplomatic or military means. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had pioneered methods of intelligence warfare that would be studied and emulated by services worldwide. The moral legacy of intelligence operations during this period would be debated for generations as democratic societies struggled to balance security requirements against ethical principles and legal constraints. The methods that had proven effective for preventing nuclear proliferation and countering terrorist threats had also established precedents for deception and manipulation that challenged fundamental assumptions about truth, identity, and democratic governance. The strategic transformation that these capabilities represented extended beyond immediate tactical advantages to encompass fundamental changes in how nations conducted international relations and addressed security threats. The integration of cyber warfare with conventional military operations, the employment of artificial intelligence for strategic deception, and the manipulation of information environments for political influence all became standard elements of modern statecraft that would influence international behavior long after the immediate threats they were designed to address had been superseded by new challenges. The technological revolution that had enabled these advances would continue to accelerate, creating both opportunities and risks that would test the adaptability of intelligence services and the resilience of democratic institutions. The capabilities that had been pioneered during this period would endure long after the officers who had developed them had retired, while the precedents that had been established would influence the conduct of international relations in ways that extended far beyond intelligence operations. 2018-2020. The warehouse that stood in the Shohrabad district of Tehran appeared unremarkable to the casual observer. A nondescript concrete structure among dozens of similar buildings that housed the mundane commercial enterprises of Iran's capital city. Yet within its reinforced walls lay the most comprehensive documentation of a clandestine nuclear weapons program that any intelligence service had ever assembled. The 100,000 documents and computer files that filled 32 safes represented 2 decades of Iranian research into the precise calculations required to transform uranium into nuclear fire, research that Iranian officials had repeatedly denied to international inspectors while swearing their nuclear program served only peaceful purposes. The intelligence operation that would extract this archive required capabilities that exceeded anything in the history of espionage. The technical challenges alone seemed insurmountable. The weight of the documents and storage devices exceeded 2 tons, while the security systems that protected the facility included motion detectors, pressure sensors, and surveillance cameras that monitored every approach. Yet the strategic imperative that drove the operation transcended such practical considerations. The evidence contained within those files could expose Iranian deception so completely that no diplomatic negotiation or international agreement could ignore its implications. Eli Cohen, whose leadership of Mossad since 2016 had emphasized technological innovation and operational audacity, understood better than most the revolutionary potential that the Tehran archive represented. A former diplomat whose service in Turkey had provided insights into Islamic societies, Cohen recognized that the Iranian nuclear program constituted an existential threat that required extraordinary measures to address. The documents that his sources had identified in the Shohrabad warehouse could provide definitive proof of Iranian weapons development that would reshape international understanding of the Islamic Republic's nuclear ambitions. The recruitment operation that had made the Tehran raid possible began 3 years earlier with the approach to an Iranian scientist whose access to classified facilities exceeded that of any previous Israeli source within the Islamic Republic. Dr. Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, the physicist who had directed Iran's nuclear weapons research since the 1990s, had become disillusioned with the restrictions that international sanctions had imposed on his work, while growing increasingly concerned about the ultimate purposes to which his research might be applied. The psychological profile that Israeli analysts had developed revealed a man whose scientific integrity had been compromised by political pressure to achieve weapons capability, regardless of technical obstacles or safety considerations. The approach that secured Fakhrizadeh's cooperation reflected both sophisticated understanding of his personal motivations and careful exploitation of vulnerabilities that he had revealed through electronic communications that Israeli signals intelligence had intercepted. The European academic researcher who had initiated contact possessed credentials that could withstand investigation, complete with published research and university affiliations that provided legitimate reasons for professional correspondence. The gradual development of trust that characterized their relationship enabled intelligence collection that revealed not merely Iranian nuclear capabilities, but the precise location where documentation of such capabilities was stored. The warehouse that housed Iran's nuclear archive had been selected by Iranian security officials precisely because its unremarkable appearance and commercial neighborhood provided concealment that more obvious military facilities could not offer. The decision to consolidate decades of nuclear research in a single location reflected both practical requirements for document management and strategic assumptions about operational security that proved fatally flawed. The Iranian officials who had authorized this arrangement could not have anticipated that their security measures might be penetrated by intelligence capabilities that exceeded anything they had preceded. The Tehran raid required coordination between multiple Israeli intelligence and military organizations that achieved unprecedented levels of integration. The human intelligence that identified the target, the technical intelligence that revealed security systems, the signals intelligence that monitored Iranian communications, and the special operations forces that would execute the mission all contributed to comprehensive understanding of both opportunities and risks that enabled precise operational planning. The cover identities that enabled Israeli operatives to establish presence in Tehran reflected both technological sophistication and cultural knowledge that exceeded traditional espionage capabilities. The artificial personas that were created for team members included biometric data that could defeat Iranian identification systems, financial records that documented legitimate business activities, and social media presence that extended back several years. The psychological preparation that officers received to maintain such identities under potential interrogation reflected both the technical complexity of their cover stories and the strategic importance of the mission they were conducting. The technical challenges that the extraction operation presented required innovations that pushed intelligence capabilities beyond previous limitations. The specialized equipment that was needed to defeat Iranian security systems, the transportation methods that could move 2 tons of documents without detection, and the communication systems that could coordinate multiple teams while avoiding Iranian surveillance all demanded capabilities that had never been employed in a single operation. Among the most sophisticated elements was a system that could create perfect replicas of the safe's contents while the originals were being extracted, ensuring that routine security checks would not reveal the theft until Israeli analysts had completed their examination of the stolen materials. The artificial intelligence that generated duplicate documents, the printing systems that reproduced paper and ink characteristics, and the aging processes that made forgeries appear authentically decades old all reflected technical capabilities that exceeded anything available to previous generations of intelligence officers. The extraction operation that took place during the early hours of January 31, 2018, achieved tactical surprise that reflected both meticulous planning and operational execution that exceeded the highest professional standards. The 6-hour window that the operation required was achieved through careful timing that exploited patterns in Iranian security procedures, while the technical methods employed to defeat safeguards operated exactly as planned, despite the unprecedented complexity of the target. The team that conducted the raid included specialists whose backgrounds encompassed both traditional espionage skills and technical expertise that reflected the digital age character of modern intelligence operations. The safe-cracking specialists who defeated mechanical and electronic security systems, the document reproduction experts who created convincing substitutes, and the surveillance technicians who monitored Iranian security responses all possessed capabilities that enabled success under conditions that would have defeated conventional intelligence methods. The extraction logistics that enabled removal of 2 tons of material from central Tehran required coordination that exceeded anything in the history of covert operations. The vehicles that were employed for transportation, the safe houses that provided temporary storage, and the communication systems that coordinated movement through Iranian security cordons, all reflected planning that anticipated contingencies ranging from random police checks to organized counterintelligence that brought the stolen archive from Tehran to Israeli territory involved multiple countries and transportation methods that reflected both the global reach of Israeli intelligence capabilities and the international cooperation that such operations required. The diplomatic pouches that concealed documents during air travel, the commercial shipping that moved bulk materials, and the border-crossing procedures that avoided detection by Iranian security services all demonstrated capabilities that transcended traditional espionage methods. The analytical challenge that the stolen archive presented required capabilities that exceeded those available to conventional intelligence assessment. The 100,000 documents and digital files included technical specifications, financial records, organizational charts, and correspondence that documented Iranian nuclear weapons development with unprecedented detail. Yet the same volume of material that provided comprehensive evidence also created analytical challenges that required months of expert examination to understand fully. The translation requirements alone demanded linguistic capabilities that few intelligence services possessed. The Persian, Arabic, and English documents that comprised the archive included technical terminology that required both language skills and scientific expertise to interpret accurately, while the bureaucratic conventions that characterized Iranian government communications created additional layers of complexity that conventional translation could not address. The scientific assessment that revealed the archive's strategic implications required coordination between Israeli intelligence analysts and international experts whose credentials enabled authoritative evaluation of Iranian nuclear capabilities. The weapons design specifications that the documents contained, the production timelines that they revealed, and the organizational structures that they documented all provided insights into Iranian nuclear ambitions that exceeded what any previous intelligence collection had achieved. The strategic deception that the archive exposed challenged fundamental assumptions about Iranian nuclear policy that had shaped international negotiations for more than a decade. The documents revealed that Iranian officials had systematically misrepresented their nuclear activities to international inspectors while maintaining weapons development programs that contradicted official statements about peaceful purposes. The evidence was so comprehensive that even nations sympathetic to Iranian positions could not dismiss its implications. The political calculations that shaped Israeli decisions about revealing the archive's contents reflected both domestic pressures and international strategic considerations that transcended immediate intelligence requirements. The timing of Prime Minister Netanyahu's April 2018 presentation coincided with American deliberations about withdrawing from the Iran nuclear agreement, while the dramatic format of the revelation was designed to maximize international attention and political impact. The presentation that Netanyahu delivered to international media on April 30, 2018, achieved unprecedented publicity for an intelligence operation that had been conducted in absolute secrecy. The props that accompanied his remarks, actual Iranian documents, computer files, and photographic evidence, provided visual confirmation that exceeded what verbal descriptions could accomplish. The strategic messaging that characterized the presentation portrayed Israel as defending not merely its own security, but international law and non-proliferation principles that Iranian deception had violated. The international reaction that followed Netanyahu's revelation reflected both the compelling nature of the evidence and the political complexities that surrounded Iranian nuclear policy. The European allies who had invested diplomatic capital in the Iran nuclear agreement struggled to reconcile their policy commitments with evidence that challenged fundamental assumptions about Iranian compliance, while American officials cited the archive as justification for withdrawing from international agreements. That Iranian to the archive's exposure combined official denials with operational adaptations that reflected both political necessity and practical vulnerability. The government statements that dismissed Israeli claims as fabricated propaganda could not address the technical details that the stolen documents revealed, while the security measures that were implemented to prevent future intelligence penetration demonstrated recognition that Israeli capabilities had exceeded Iranian defensive preparations. The counterintelligence implications of the Tehran raid extended far beyond immediate Iranian responses to encompass fundamental questions about the security of classified information in digital environments. The same technologies that enabled comprehensive documentation of nuclear research also created vulnerabilities that hostile intelligence services could exploit through methods that traditional security measures could not address. The diplomatic implications of the archive's revelation influenced international nuclear policy in ways that exceeded immediate effects on Iranian negotiations. The precedent that Israel had established for exposing nuclear deception through intelligence operations encouraged other nations to develop similar capabilities, while the evidence that had been obtained through covert means challenged traditional assumptions about the relationship between intelligence collection and diplomatic negotiation. The technological innovations that enabled the Tehran raid influenced intelligence capabilities worldwide as other services adapted Israeli methods to their own operational requirements. The biometric deception techniques that had enabled operatives to function in hostile territory, the document reproduction systems that had concealed the theft, and the coordination capabilities that had managed complex multi-phase operations all became standard elements of modern intelligence practice. The moral complexities that accompanied the Tehran operation reflected both the strategic necessity that justified extraordinary measures and the legal violations that such measures necessarily entailed. The sovereignty that Israeli operatives had violated through their presence in Iranian territory, the property rights that had been compromised through document theft, and the international law that had been circumvented through covert action all represented ethical challenges that traditional frameworks could not adequately address. The psychological impact on Israeli intelligence officers who participated in the Tehran operation exceeded anything that conventional assignments had produced. The stress that accompanied months of preparation for missions that could result in capture and execution, the moral burden of operations that violated fundamental legal principles, and the isolation that resulted from activities that could never be publicly acknowledged, all created psychological challenges that support systems struggled to address. The strategic messaging that accompanied the archive's revelation extended beyond immediate effects on Iranian nuclear policy to encompass broader demonstrations of Israeli intelligence capabilities. The operation's success sent clear signals to hostile nations about the reach and sophistication of Israeli intelligence operations, while the evidence that had been obtained provided leverage for future diplomatic negotiations and strategic planning. The intelligence cooperation that the archive's revelation enabled exceeded traditional bilateral relationships to encompass multilateral sharing that enhanced global non-proliferation efforts. The documents that Israel provided to allied intelligence services, the technical assessments that were shared with international organizations, and the strategic insights that emerged from collaborative analysis all contributed to comprehensive understanding of proliferation threats that exceeded what individual nations could achieve. The Tehran operation established raised fundamental questions about the relationship between intelligence activities and international law that challenged traditional concepts of sovereignty and state behavior. The methods that had proven effective for exposing nuclear deception also created possibilities for similar operations by hostile actors whose objectives might not serve international security interests. The institutional changes that Israeli intelligence underwent as a result of the Tehran operation's success reflected both the enhanced capabilities that the mission had demonstrated and the strategic opportunities that such capabilities created. The operational units that were expanded to conduct similar missions, the technical capabilities that were enhanced to support complex operations, and the analytical resources that were devoted to processing intelligence from hostile territories all represented organizational adaptations that would influence Israeli intelligence for decades. The intelligence doctrine that emerged from the Tehran raid's success emphasized preemptive collection of strategic intelligence through direct action that transcended traditional espionage boundaries. The integration of covert operations with intelligence analysis, the coordination of multiple technical disciplines, and the strategic application of collected intelligence for policy objectives all reflected approaches that would influence intelligence practice worldwide. As 2020 concluded, the strategic effects of the Tehran archive's revelation continued to influence international nuclear policy and regional security dynamics. The evidence that had been obtained through unprecedented intelligence operations had reshaped global understanding of Iranian nuclear ambitions, while demonstrating Israeli capabilities that exceeded anything in the history of espionage. Yet the same success had also established precedents for state-sponsored theft and sovereignty violation that challenged fundamental principles of international law. The invisible hand that had reached into the heart of Tehran to extract evidence of nuclear deception had achieved intelligence success that exceeded the most optimistic projections, while creating strategic advantages that would influence Middle Eastern politics for years to come. The young state that had been created to provide sanctuary for a persecuted people had demonstrated capabilities that challenged the nuclear ambitions of its most dangerous enemy, while pioneering methods of intelligence collection that would be studied and emulated by services worldwide. The moral legacy of the Tehran operation would be debated for generations as the international community struggled to balance the benefits of exposing nuclear deception against the costs of violating sovereignty and international law. The methods that had proven effective for preventing nuclear proliferation had also established precedents for intelligence operations that transcended traditional boundaries between espionage and theft, raising questions about the relationship between security and law that remained unresolved. The technological capabilities that had enabled the operation's success would continue to evolve in ways that created both opportunities and risks for democratic societies that depended on intelligence services for protection against existential threats. The integration of cyber warfare with physical operations, the employment of artificial intelligence for operational planning, and the application of biometric deception for identity manipulation all represented advances that would influence intelligence practice long after the immediate strategic objectives had been achieved. The strategic transformation that the Tehran raid represented extended beyond immediate intelligence success to encompass fundamental changes in how nations would conduct covert operations and address proliferation threats in an interconnected world where traditional concepts of sovereignty and security were being challenged by technological innovation and strategic 2020 present. The morning David Barnea stepped into the director's office at Mossad headquarters in Glilo, north of Tel Aviv, he inherited an organization that had evolved far beyond the wildest imaginings of its founders. Gone were the days when spies relied primarily on human intuition and analog tradecraft. In their place stood a digital colossus, powered by algorithms that could process more intelligence in a single hour than entire departments once managed in months. Barnea, a career intelligence officer whose ascent through Mossad's ranks had been marked by operational successes across multiple theaters, understood that he was assuming command at a pivotal moment. The agency's traditional adversaries, Iran foremost among them, had themselves embraced technological sophistication. The shadow war between nations now played out not only in the physical realm of assassinations and sabotage, but in the ethereal domain of cyberspace, where a single line of code could prove more devastating than a ton of explosives. The new director's first challenge lay in reconciling Mossad's legendary operational culture with the demands of 21st-century intelligence work. The agency's operatives had always prided themselves on their ability to adapt, to blend seamlessly into foreign societies, to extract secrets through patient cultivation of human sources. These skills remained vital, but they now required supplementation by capabilities that would have seemed like science fiction to earlier generations of Mossad officers. Artificial intelligence had already begun transforming how the agency identified targets, predicted threats, and coordinated operations. Machine learning algorithms sifted through vast oceans of data, social media posts, financial transactions, travel patterns, communication metadata, to detect patterns invisible to human analysts. What once required teams of researchers working for months could now be accomplished in days, sometimes hours. Yet this technological revolution carried profound implications that extended beyond mere efficiency. The democratization of surveillance tools meant that Mossad's adversaries possessed many of the same capabilities. Iranian intelligence services, buttressed by Chinese and Russian technology transfers, could now monitor Israeli communications with unprecedented sophistication. The traditional advantages of Western intelligence agencies, superior training, better equipment, more sophisticated analytical techniques, had narrowed considerably. Barnea's response was characteristically Israeli. If the playing field had been leveled, then Israel would simply have to play the game better than anyone else. Under his leadership, Mossad accelerated its investment in emerging technologies while simultaneously doubling down on the human elements that had always distinguished the agency. The result was a hybrid approach that combined algorithmic precision with operational intuition. The Iran campaign provided the clearest illustration of this evolution. By 2020, the confrontation between Israel and the Islamic Republic had expanded far beyond the traditional parameters of espionage. Iran's nuclear program remained the central focus, but the conflict now encompassed multiple dimensions: cyber warfare, economic pressure, targeted assassinations, proxy conflicts, and psychological operations conducted through social media platforms. Mossad's operations inside Iran had grown increasingly sophisticated and audacious. The agency had developed networks of assets that included not only human sources, but also digital infiltration capabilities that could manipulate Iranian systems from afar. The assassination of nuclear scientist Mohsen Fakhrizadeh in November 2020 exemplified this new approach. Rather than relying solely on human operatives, the mission allegedly employed a remotely operated weapon system that combined artificial intelligence with satellite communication. How Mossad had learned to leverage Israel's technological advantages while minimizing risk to its personnel. The weapon system could be activated from thousands of miles away, eliminating the need for operatives to remain in Iran during the actual assassination. This represented a fundamental shift in operational methodology, from presence-based to remotely enabled intelligence operations. Yet even as Mossad embraced technological innovation, Barnea recognized that the agency's greatest strength remained its human element. The courage, creativity, and cultural adaptability of Israeli operatives could not be replicated by algorithms. The challenge lay in finding the optimal balance between human intelligence and artificial intelligence, ensuring that technology enhanced rather than replaced the judgment and intuition that had made Mossad legendary. This balance became particularly critical in the agency's recruitment and training programs. New operatives required not only traditional espionage skills, but also technological literacy that would have been unimaginable to previous generations. They needed to understand how to exploit social media platforms for intelligence gathering, while avoiding the digital footprints that could expose their activities. They had to master the art of conducting operations in societies where every street corner hosted surveillance cameras and every transaction left electronic traces. The training facilities at Mossad's Glilo complex reflected these evolving requirements. Alongside traditional courses in surveillance, weapons handling, and foreign languages, recruits now studied data science, cybersecurity, and digital communications. Mock operations incorporated virtual reality simulations that could replicate foreign environments with extraordinary fidelity. The agency's investment in these capabilities reflected Barnea's conviction that future intelligence officers would need to be as comfortable in cyberspace as in physical terrain. The Iran campaign also highlighted how Mossad's operations had become increasingly integrated with broader Israeli strategic objectives. The agency's activities could no longer be viewed in isolation from diplomatic, military, and economic initiatives. Intelligence operations now required coordination across multiple government agencies, and sometimes involved private sector partners whose technological capabilities exceeded those of traditional intelligence organizations. This integration brought both opportunities and complications. On one hand, Mossad could leverage resources and expertise from across Israeli society. The country's vibrant technology sector provided innovations that could be adapted for intelligence purposes. Academic institutions contributed research that enhanced analytical capabilities. Even reserve military units offered specialized skills that could support specific operations. On the other hand, this broader integration required new forms of oversight and coordination. The traditional autonomy that had characterized Mossad's operations needed to be balanced against democratic accountability and strategic coherence. Barnea found himself managing not only intelligence operations, but also complex relationships with political leaders, military commanders, and private sector, and provided an unexpected illustration of how these dynamics played out in practice. As the virus spread globally, Mossad had leveraged its international networks to secure medical supplies and vaccines for Israel. The agency's operatives had conducted missions that resembled commercial procurement more than traditional espionage, yet these activities had proven crucial to Israel's remarkably successful pandemic response, demonstrating how intelligence capabilities could be repurposed to address non-traditional security challenges. The pandemic had also accelerated trends that were already reshaping intelligence work. Remote operations became the norm rather than the exception. Digital surveillance techniques that had been developed for counterterrorism found new applications in public health monitoring. The boundary between foreign intelligence and domestic security became increasingly blurred as threats evolved beyond traditional state versus state paradigms. Looking toward the future, Barnea understood that Mossad faced challenges that would test the agency's adaptability in unprecedented ways. Climate change was beginning to reshape geopolitical dynamics across the Middle East, creating new forms of instability that traditional intelligence frameworks struggled to address. Demographic shifts were altering the social composition of target countries, requiring new approaches to human intelligence collection. The proliferation of artificial intelligence and quantum computing threatened to render current encryption methods obsolete, potentially exposing decades of carefully protected intelligence sources and methods. Perhaps most fundamentally, the democratization of information technology was eroding the advantages that had traditionally accrued to state intelligence agencies. Non-state actors now possessed surveillance and analytical capabilities that rivaled those of national governments. Criminal organizations could purchase sophisticated spyware on the open market. Terrorist groups could exploit social media platforms to conduct psychological operations that reached global audiences. These developments required Mossad to reconceptualize its role in Israel's security architecture. The agency could no longer rely solely on secrecy and technological superiority to maintain its effectiveness. Instead, it needed to develop new forms of competitive advantage based on superior analysis, more creative operational approaches, and deeper integration with Israeli society's technological and intellectual resources. Barnea's vision for Mossad's future reflected this understanding. He envisioned an organization that remained true to its founding principles, while embracing radical innovation in methods and capabilities. The agency would continue to recruit the brightest and most dedicated Israelis, but it would also forge new partnerships with academic institutions, technology companies, and international allies. It would maintain its legendary operational security while finding ways to contribute more directly to Israel's broader strategic objectives. Would undoubtedly continue to dominate Mossad's attention for years to come. The Islamic Republic's nuclear ambitions remained unchanged, and its regional proxy networks continued to threaten Israeli interests across the Middle East. But Barnea understood that the agency's success would ultimately depend on its ability to adapt to an intelligence environment that was evolving with unprecedented speed. As he settled into his new role, the director could take satisfaction in leading an organization that had repeatedly demonstrated its ability to reinvent itself while maintaining its essential character. From its founding amid the chaos of Israel's independence struggle to its current position as one of the world's most technologically sophisticated intelligence agencies, Mossad had consistently proven that human ingenuity could overcome even the most daunting challenges. The future would undoubtedly bring new trials that would test this legacy. But if history provided any guide, the men and women of Mossad would find ways to meet these challenges while preserving the values and capabilities that had made their agency indispensable to Israel's survival and prosperity. In a world where the very nature of intelligence work was being transformed by technological revolution, this continuity represented perhaps the most remarkable achievement of all. In the summer of 2023, as this chronicle draws to a close, a middle-aged Iranian physicist named Dr. Ahmad Rezai sits in his modest apartment in Tehran, staring at a photograph of his colleague, Mohsen Fakhrizadeh. The image captures Fakhrizadeh at a scientific conference, gesturing enthusiastically while explaining some arcane principle of nuclear physics. What the photograph cannot capture is the weight of knowledge that both men carried. Knowledge that made them, in the calculus of distant intelligence agencies, not merely scientists, but strategic assets whose elimination could alter the balance of nations. Dr. Rezai does not know that his own name appears in classified files thousands of miles away, accompanied by assessments of his research, his family connections, his daily routines. He cannot see the algorithms that process his digital footprints, the human analysts who debate his significance, the operational planners who weigh the costs and benefits of various approaches to neutralizing his expertise. He lives his life unaware that invisible hands have already begun to shape his fate. This is the world that Mossad has helped to create, a realm where the boundary between peace and war has become so blurred as to be nearly meaningless. In this shadow domain, assassinations are conducted not by uniformed soldiers, but by anonymous operatives wielding weapons that leave no fingerprints. Governments fall not through military conquest, but through the patient manipulation of information systems. Wars are fought not on battlefields, but in the hidden chambers of nuclear facilities, where a single line of malicious code can achieve what entire armies once struggled to accomplish. The moral weight of this transformation cannot be measured in traditional terms. When Reuven Shiloh established the Central Institute for Coordination in 1949, he understood that Israel's survival might require morally ambiguous actions. The young nation faced existential threats that demanded responses unbounded by conventional ethics. Yet even Shiloh could not have anticipated how thoroughly his institution would reshape the nature of international conflict itself. Consider the ledger of Mossad's achievements and costs. On one side, a nation that has survived against overwhelming odds, its citizens protected by an intelligence apparatus that has repeatedly identified and neutralized threats before they could materialize. The agency's successes have prevented wars, saved lives, and preserved a democratic society in one of the world's most dangerous regions. These accomplishments represent genuine moral goods, achieved through the dedication and sacrifice of men and women who accepted extraordinary risks in service of their country. On the other side, a trail of bodies that stretches across continents and decades. Scientists whose only crime was possessing knowledge that threatened Israeli security. Diplomats whose deaths served strategic objectives. Terrorists whose elimination, however justified, set precedents that other nations would later invoke to justify their own extrajudicial killings. Each death represents a calculation that one life mattered less than national security. A calculation that, however rational, carries profound moral implications. The case of Mahmoud al-Mabhouh illustrates this complexity with particular clarity. The Hamas operative was undoubtedly planning attacks that would have killed Israeli civilians. His elimination in that Dubai hotel room probably saved innocent lives. Yet the operation also demonstrated how modern intelligence agencies can reach across borders to execute individuals with clinical precision, leaving behind only digital traces that reveal the sophistication of their methods. The moral question is not whether al-Mabhouh deserved his fate, but whether any nation should possess the capability to kill its enemies anywhere in the world with such impunity. This capability has expanded exponentially since Mossad's founding. The agency that once struggled to obtain basic intelligence about neighboring Arab armies now possesses surveillance systems that can track individual targets across the globe. The operatives who once relied on forged passports and careful tradecraft now have access to cyber weapons that can manipulate foreign infrastructure without leaving any human footprint. The transformation represents both a triumph of human ingenuity and a fundamental alteration in the nature of sovereignty beyond individual operations to encompass Mossad's broader impact on international relations. The agency's willingness to conduct operations on foreign soil has normalized practices that would have been considered acts of war in earlier eras. The Stuxnet virus that damaged Iranian centrifuges represented a new form of warfare that bypassed traditional diplomatic and military channels entirely. While the operation may have delayed Iran's nuclear program, it also demonstrated that critical infrastructure anywhere in the world could be vulnerable to attack by entities whose identity might never be conclusively established. This normalization of covert action has created a world where smaller nations feel compelled to develop their own capabilities in order to compete. The techniques pioneered by Mossad, targeted assassinations, cyber warfare, psychological operations, have been adopted by intelligence agencies across the globe. What began as Israeli innovations born of necessity have become standard tools of statecraft, employed by democratic and authoritarian governments alike. The democratization of surveillance technology has further complicated this landscape. The same artificial intelligence capabilities that allow Mossad to identify targets and predict threats can be used by authoritarian regimes to monitor their own citizens. The facial recognition systems that help Israeli operatives track terrorists in foreign cities can be employed by repressive governments to identify dissidents and protesters. The line between legitimate intelligence gathering and systematic oppression has become increasingly difficult to draw. Yet perhaps the most profound ethical challenge facing Mossad, and intelligence agencies generally, lies in the realm of accountability. Democratic societies depend on the principle that governmental power should be subject to oversight and constraint. Intelligence agencies, by their very nature, operate in secrecy that makes traditional forms of accountability extremely difficult to implement. The men and women who authorized the assassination of Iranian scientists, who approved the development of Stuxnet, who sanctioned countless other operations, made decisions that affected international relations and individual lives with minimal external oversight. This accountability deficit becomes particularly problematic when intelligence operations fail or produce unintended consequences. The assassination of the wrong target, the cyber attack that damages civilian infrastructure, the covert operation that escalates into broader conflict. These failures carry costs that extend far beyond the intelligence agencies responsible for them. Yet the secrecy that surrounds such operations often prevents the kind of public scrutiny that might lead to reforms or better practices. The evolution of Mossad also raises fundamental questions about the relationship between means and ends in statecraft. The agency's defenders argue that its methods, however morally questionable, have served the higher purpose of protecting Israeli democracy. They point to the wars that were prevented, the terrorist attacks that were thwarted, the existential threats that were neutralized. From this perspective, moral purity represents a luxury that small nations surrounded by enemies cannot afford. Critics respond that this utilitarian calculus ignores the broader consequences of normalizing extrajudicial killing and covert warfare. They argue that intelligence agencies like Mossad have created a world where might makes right, where the most technologically sophisticated nations can eliminate their adversaries with impunity. The result, they contend, is not greater security, but rather a more dangerous world where conflicts are driven underground rather than resolved through elements of truth. Mossad's operations have undoubtedly prevented conflicts that would have claimed many more lives than the agency's targeted killings. The Iranian nuclear program, left unchecked, might have triggered a regional arms race that would have made the Middle East even more unstable than it already is. The terrorist networks that Mossad has penetrated and disrupted were planning attacks that would have killed innocent civilians. These are genuine achievements that should not be dismissed by those who never faced the choices that Israeli leaders confronted. Yet the critics' concerns about precedent and accountability cannot be easily dismissed either. The techniques that Mossad pioneered out of necessity have been adopted by nations whose commitments to democratic values are far less robust than Israel's. The normalization of targeted killing has made it easier for authoritarian regimes to eliminate dissidents and political opponents. The development of cyber weapons has created new forms of warfare that bypass traditional constraints on international conflict. The challenge for historians lies in evaluating these competing claims while acknowledging the inherent limitations of the historical record. Much of what Mossad has accomplished remains classified, and may remain so for decades to come. The full consequences of many operations, particularly in the realm of cyber warfare, may not become apparent for years. The counterfactual questions that dominate discussions of intelligence effectiveness, what would have happened if particular operations had not been conducted, can never be answered with certainty. What can be said with confidence is that Mossad's evolution reflects broader changes in the nature of conflict and statecraft in the modern world. The agency's transformation from a small intelligence service focused on immediate threats to a global organization capable of conducting sophisticated operations across multiple domains mirrors the evolution of warfare itself. The traditional distinctions between war and peace, military and civilian, foreign and domestic, have all been eroded by technological advances that make traditional forms of conflict obsolete. This transformation has profound implications that extend far beyond the specific case of Israeli intelligence. The world that Mossad has helped to create is one where information is power, where technological superiority can translate directly into strategic advantage, where the capacity to operate in secrecy determines national influence. These changes have created new opportunities for smaller nations to compete with larger powers, but they have also made the international system more unstable and unpredictable. The men and women who built Mossad into the organization it has become were responding to specific threats and opportunities. They were not attempting to redesign the international system or to create new forms of warfare. Yet their innovations have had precisely these effects, demonstrating how intelligence agencies can become agents of historical change that extends far beyond their original mandates. As we look toward the future, the questions raised by Mossad's evolution will only become more pressing. The artificial intelligence systems that are already beginning to automate intelligence analysis will soon be capable of conducting operations with minimal human oversight. The cyber weapons that can currently disable individual facilities may soon be able to cripple entire national economies. The surveillance systems that can track individual targets may soon be capable of monitoring entire democratic societies to confront fundamental questions about the balance between security and liberty, between effectiveness and accountability, between national interest and international law. The choices that Israeli leaders made in building Mossad, the willingness to accept moral ambiguity in service of national survival, the decision to prioritize operational effectiveness over international opinion, the commitment to maintaining democratic values while employing undemocratic means will be replicated by other nations facing similar pressures. The ultimate judgment on Mossad's legacy will depend on whether the techniques it pioneered contribute to a more stable and peaceful world or accelerate the breakdown of international order. The agency's defenders argue that its operations have prevented conflicts and protected democratic values. Its critics contend that it has normalized violence and undermined the rule of law. The truth, as is often the case in intelligence matters, likely lies somewhere between these extremes. What seems certain is that Mossad's influence will extend far beyond the borders of Israel or the Middle East. The agency's innovations in targeted killing, cyber warfare, and covert operations have become part of the standard repertoire of modern statecraft. The precedents it has established will be invoked by future intelligence agencies facing their own challenges and opportunities. The ethical questions it has raised will continue to challenge democratic societies long after the specific operations described in this chronicle have faded from public memory. In the end, the story of Mossad is not simply the story of one intelligence agency or even one nation. It is the story of how technological change has transformed the nature of conflict and power in the modern world. It is the story of how small nations can compete with larger powers through intelligence and innovation. It is the story of how democratic societies can maintain their values while employing methods that challenge those values. Most fundamentally, it is the story of how human beings have attempted to navigate the moral complexities of power in an age when the capacity to inflict harm has expanded far beyond traditional constraints. Dr. Rezaei, still studying his photograph of Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, cannot know that his contemplation is itself part of this larger story. The calculations being made about his fate, the technologies being developed to monitor his activities, the moral debates surrounding his potential elimination, all represent the continuing evolution of conflicts that began long before he was born and will continue long after he is gone. He is both participant and victim in a drama whose full implications may not be understood for generations to come. The invisible hands that have shaped his world and ours will continue their work regardless of how history ultimately judges their efforts. The men and women who wield this power carry a burden that previous generations could not have imagined. Whether they prove worthy of that burden will be determined not by their intentions, which are often admirable, but by the world they leave behind. That world, for better or worse, will be their monument and their judgment.